Harry Potter and the Den of Snakes. Chapter 1. The Freak. Harry had been running for so long that he thought his lungs were about to collapse. Dudley, Piers and the rest of the gang had just discovered his last, best hiding spot in the park, which meant he had to take off running to stay ahead of them. He hadn't eaten breakfast because he burned the toast, leaving his stomach hollow and angry. Meanwhile, Dudley was hyped up on smoothies, Harry's scrambled eggs, and sheer excitement. They were getting closer. As he ran, he spotted a street sign he didn't recognize and decided to head that way, desperate enough to hope that unfamiliar ground might confuse his cousin. Soon he came across another sign, this one in front of a big, ugly grey building. Public Library. The school library came to mind. It was a place where silence was strictly enforced. Dudley's crew never ventured there, which gave Harry a glimmer of hope. Without thinking twice, he dashed up the steps and through the automatic glass doors. Once inside, he caught sight of Dudley, Sammy, Piers and Brian rushing by, shouting and furious, with Dudley and Piers both waving sticks. They didn't even glance at the library. Feeling safe for the moment, Harry decided to stay put, knowing they couldn't cause a ruckus here even if they found him. He turned around to take in his surroundings. The library was much larger than the school library. He had never been a fan of the school library. The librarian was a friend of Aunt Petunia's from the Parent-Teacher Association, and she always eyed him suspiciously, as if she believed he might steal books, rip pages, or possibly start a fire in a pentagram. Harry wasn't supposed to know what pentagrams were, but he had overheard some older kids whispering about them, their voices filled with a mix of glee and fear, like children discovering forbidden knowledge they didn't quite understand. He knew it had something to do with summoning the devil. Aunt Petunia seemed to despise the devil, so Harry vaguely figured that if he knew how to call upon the devil, it wouldn't be good news for him. Harry thought to himself that if the devil ever chose sides, he would always side with the devil over his aunt and uncle. The problem was, he didn't know how to summon the devil, and even if he did, he certainly wouldn't do it in the school library. This library felt different, though. The front desk was unstaffed, and several people were scattered around at plain beige tables, reading, typing, or writing quietly. Harry squinted at a kindly woman pushing a cart full of books. She reminded him of an old teacher, Mrs. Moore, who was plump, had wild, dark curls, a lovely accent, and sometimes slipped him extra corned beef sandwiches during lunch. This woman's skin was a bit closer to copper than medium brown, but the resemblance sparked a flicker of comfort in him. "Excuse me," Harry stammered. She turned to him and blinked, and he could tell what she noticed. His oversized, ugly clothes, the wear and tear they bore, and how he looked more like a 5-year-old than a 7-year-old. He quickly put on his best innocent expression, the one he used with his teachers, wide eyes that conveyed vulnerability and a hopeful mouth. He also tried to dull the unnatural green of his eyes, which sometimes made people uneasy. He wasn't entirely sure how it worked, but he could make them seem less intense for short periods if he concentrated, even though it always left him with a headache afterward. It seemed to work. The woman's face softened into a smile. Harry stifled a sense of satisfaction. "How can I help you, dearie?" she asked, bending down slightly. He returned her smile, trying to appear shy. "I was wondering if you have books here, for kids." "Of course," she replied, her smile widening. "Would you like me to show you?" "Thank you," Harry said, casting his gaze down bashfully, a tactic he had picked up from Piers Polkiss. Despite Piers's rat-faced stupidity, he was oddly good at manipulating teachers. Harry was pretty sure Piers only used the look-down-and-away tactic to get what he wanted. Harry found it harder to trust him when he could see his entire face. "Are you a librarian?" "I sure am," the woman replied. Harry squinted and read the words on her name tag. Smithy. "Been working here for 33 years. "Gosh," he said, trying to sound impressed. "That's a long time to work anywhere." "I'm sure you get lots of advice from grown-ups, and I bet most of it's useless," Mrs. Smithy said with a wink. "But this bit has never failed me yet. Do something you love, and you'll never work a day in your life." Harry frowned slightly as he pondered her words. It made sense, especially if work was something unpleasant that you only did for money. He didn't think Uncle Vernon's job was very enjoyable, judging by how often Uncle Vernon complained about his boss, his co-workers, and even the people who worked for him. Not to mention the layout of the parking garage and the quality of the coffee. Maybe if Uncle Vernon did something he liked, he wouldn't be so irritable all the time. "So, get a job you like," he said slowly, "and you won't ever get bored with it, or wish you didn't have to do it." Mrs. Smithy's smile brightened. "Exactly. You're a clever one. How old are you? 5? 7, Harry replied, looking down again. This time it wasn't an act. He knew he was small for his age, and he hated it. "Oh, dearie me, I'm sorry. Well, I'm sure you'll grow," Mrs. Smithy assured him. "My son's grown and gone now, of course. He's in his 30s, but let me tell you, he was the shortest boy in his year until he turned 16. Then he shot up like a weed, tallest of all his classmates in just 18 months. And here we are." "Wow," Harry breathed, glancing around with wide eyes. The library had so many more books than his school library, and there was no beady-eyed Miss Gurgle there to glare at him every time he coughed. "Thanks." "Have a great day, dearie," Miss Smithy said with a final smile before bustling away. Harry spent a moment wandering around the library, his fingers brushing over the spines of countless books. Then he pulled out a blue paperback featuring a dragon on the cover and began to read. The library quickly became his escape. What he loved most about the fiction section was that all the peculiar things about him, his so-called freakishness, wasn't seen as strange within the pages. Instead, it meant he could be a magician, a dragon rider, a genie in training, or even starstruck. It made him feel special and powerful, far from just being a kid from dull little whinging. Gradually, Harry started to believe that maybe Aunt Petunia was wrong. After all, she wasn't a very nice person. He had believed her when she called him a freak, but he despised Aunt Petunia, so perhaps being something she didn't like was actually a good thing. He worked extra hard for a month, keeping his best behavior, and finally mustered the courage to ask Aunt Petunia if he could read some of the old books Dudley had received for Christmas and birthdays, which were now gathering dust in his second bedroom. For a moment, her face twisted into a pinched expression, and Harry feared she might take a broom to him. But then she nodded jerkily, warning him harshly to not even think about damaging them. Thanking her, Harry quickly disappeared before she could change her mind. That night at dinner, he put in extra effort. Not because he thought it was a kindness. He'd read enough to know that his family was terrible at being a family, and acting like a decent person didn't earn him any gratitude, but because he figured it might be easier to negotiate for future concessions if he offered something in return, even if it was maddening. Dudley never noticed the absence of the books, and Uncle Vernon didn't see them lined up at the bottom of the cupboard when he tossed Harry inside. Harry and Aunt Petunia never spoke of it again, but one by one, Dudley's books slipped away from his second bedroom. Harry carefully moved the books to his cupboard, treating them with respect. He didn't ignore them, though. One day, about a year after he first discovered the library, Harry sat there, frowning. He had been trying to read for a while, but found himself distracted. It had been a week since he last visited, following the incident when Uncle Vernon had caught him accidentally repairing a broken dish in the kitchen, and punished him by locking him in the cupboard for 6 days. Harry knew he needed to learn how to control his strange abilities, just like the characters in his books had to learn theirs. "How are you doing, Neil?" Mrs. Smithy asked, peeking into the corner where Harry liked to read. He gave her his best, sweet smile. "Hi, Mrs. Smithy. Pretty good." She glanced at the closed book in his lap. "Is something wrong? Usually when I find you back here, your nose is buried in the pages." Harry hesitated for a moment. He figured he might as well ask her. Although he didn't fully trust her, no one had ever really helped him, and asking for help had only led to being brushed off by adults at school and beaten at home by the Dursleys for being ungrateful. He liked her. He trusted her a little more than any other adult. "If you want to learn a new skill, how do you do it?" he asked slowly. "One that you have to teach yourself." She paused, considering. "Like a language?" "I guess." That sounded right. "Study and practice," she replied with a shrug. "Lots of practice, even when you don't see any improvement." He nodded slowly. "Oh, okay. Thanks. If you need anything, let me know," she said with a warm smile. Food, a warm jacket, band-aids, books, someone to whack my cousin in the face, something to help me sleep at night. "I will. Thanks." With that she disappeared, and Harry frowned at the book in his lap. He had made things move. He had regrown his hair overnight. He had accidentally resized his clothes at least twice that he was aware of, leaving him looking like he was swimming in fabric. Harry was dressed in a patchwork of tailored rags rather than just plain rags. He remembered how he had turned one teacher's hair an outrageous color when she laughed at him in class for being dumb, even though he only pretended to be that way so he wouldn't outshine Dudley. He tugged off his old ratty beanie and thought about warmth, warm showers on the rare days the Dursleys left him alone in the house, the warmth of the summer sun and the heat of the baking asphalt in the park that felt soothing against his back, even when Dudley's gang was around, laughing at him. His skin stung from sliding over the ground, but there was a comfort in that warmth. He remembered the rush of warm air hitting his face when he stepped inside out of the cold. Suddenly, he smelled smoke, and as his hands registered heat, he looked down and yelped. His beanie was on fire! Harry dropped it, then quickly stomped on it until the tiny flames were extinguished. Nervously, he peeked out from his corner. No one had noticed. He let out a breath of relief and picked up the beanie. If he turned it inside out, you wouldn't even be able to tell it was damaged. He hadn't burned the library down, and he had managed to get a reaction. At least it proved he had some degree of control. It took a month for Harry to master the warming technique. He learned to infuse warmth into an item of clothing, or pretty much anything else, though paper was tricky. The warmth could last from a few minutes to all day, depending on how much strength he put into it. At first, even a little warmth made him dizzy and exhausted, but with practice, it became easier. He found himself sleeping much better with warmth sinking deep into his thin, ratty blanket. Fire was simpler. He didn't have to worry about the fine line between heat and burning. When he needed to create fire, he simply thought about all the times Dudley had pushed him down the stairs, broken things and blamed it on him, flaunted his piles of presents or stolen Harry's food. He recalled the moments Aunt Petunia had hit him with a broom or a frying pan, and the times Uncle Vernon. Harry felt the tension rise within him, recalling how easily things ignited when he was met with anger, whether from a belt or the heavy hands of his uncle. Normally he kept his anger bottled up, but it was interesting to discover that it could sometimes be useful. Yet, when he truly considered it, his anger didn't feel hot at all. It fueled fire, yes, but mostly it sat cold and heavy in his stomach, like the glaciers he had read about. So he decided to try something different, freezing things. To his surprise, ice came even more easily to him than fire had. He felt a spark of happiness that lingered for a week when he glared at the pavement and spread ice over it just in time for Dudley, Piers and Sammy to slip and tumble into a rubbish bin. When they turned around, he was already gone. Best of all, he didn't even get blamed for it. He learned a valuable lesson. Don't get caught. Around the time he turned 9, Aunt Petunia began locking him in the cupboard at night. Determined to change his situation, Harry took it upon himself to learn how to unlock things. Every night for 3 months, he spent an hour glaring at the cupboard, concentrating until his head ached, only to give up and go to sleep because Aunt Petunia insisted he wake up at 6 every morning to make breakfast. The first time he heard a reluctant click, Harry's breath caught in his throat. He reached out slowly for the door. Had he imagined it? No, he hadn't. The door opened under the gentle touch of his fingertips. A slow, sharp smile crept across his face. After that, his meals improved. While he didn't grow much, the ability to sneak out and grab a piece of leftover chicken, a slice or two of bread, a few swallows of milk straight from the carton, or cold carrots and celery from the counter made a world of difference. Harry found he had more energy, needed less sleep, and got sick less often. If his aunt and uncle noticed, they didn't mention it, and he gladly took advantage of the extra time he gained by finishing his chores faster than they expected, then hiding in the garden shed where no one else ventured. Harry spent many pleasant hours in the garden shed, surrounded by charms and Dudley's old books. Using his unique abilities didn't tire him out as quickly anymore. Learning new things still took time, but he no longer suffered from the migraines and dizziness that had plagued him before. He practiced locking and unlocking his cupboard, then moved on to the front door, the back door, the padlock on the garden shed, and even Uncle Vernon's car doors. With determination, he could do it consistently and with his eyes closed. When Aunt Petunia scolded him for going through light bulbs too quickly in his cupboard, despite the fact that there was only one bare bulb he used for reading at night, he decided to focus on something new. This new challenge was easier than the locks. Summoning a ball of light to one palm felt familiar, almost like the warmth he could create. Making it float up to the ceiling of his cupboard proved more difficult, but Harry eventually succeeded. The light wasn't particularly strong, but it worked. Soon he could make it as small as a pinhead or as large as a basketball, and he discovered he could change its colors. However, creating bigger lights or changing colors still drained him quickly. After mastering that, he turned his attention to moving objects. Moving a kitchen chair a foot or two, or pushing his cupboard door open and closed, was manageable. But the night he lifted his mattress a few inches off the cot while sitting on it was one of the best nights of his life. He felt a surge of hope. He would make it through school. He would survive. Once he turned 11, he would attend a different school from Dudley, Maybe then he could finally make real friends, get decent grades, and utilize all the knowledge he had been quietly gathering in class and at the library for all those years. He would use his uniqueness when he could, keep it a secret, stay sneaky, and avoid getting caught. One day he would escape this life and never look back. Sometimes Harry fantasized about payback. Sometimes Harry imagined sending Dudley's head straight into the toilet, or creating a slick patch of ice beneath Uncle Vernon's feet at the top of the stairs, or making the flames on the stovetop leap toward Aunt Petunia's apron. These thoughts were painful, though, because he couldn't act on them, at least not yet. So he pushed them to the back of his mind, trying to ignore them when they resurfaced. He'd never let Aunt Petunia know, but Harry actually enjoyed gardening. He could drink from the hose whenever he got thirsty, or even a bit hungry, which felt oddly satisfying. So, when she sent him outside, he kept a neutral expression. Trimming the roses, mowing the lawn, and weeding the flower beds became some of his favorite tasks, even if they did get lonely at times. He hated the loneliness, but it was an intense feeling he couldn't shake. He'd never had a friend. Dudley chased everyone away at school, and honestly, he found most of his classmates a bit too dim-witted and irritating to be real friends, even if his cousin hadn't been the school's notorious bully. Sometimes, to break the silence, he started talking to himself or to the flowers, just to hear his own voice. "Oh, no, you don't," he said when a rosebush snagged his shirt. "Take that," he muttered, as he yanked out a particularly stubborn root. "Well, that's just nasty," he remarked upon discovering slugs hiding under low-growing leaves in the spring. One summer day, while lost in thought about Dudley's birthday the next day, and how he would have to wake up extra early to avoid burning the bacon, he almost stepped on a gardener snake. "Oh no," he exclaimed as he stumbled, tripped, and fell. "Stupid, clumsy humans," the snake hissed, glaring at him. Harry froze. "Are you going to start screaming too, you big dumb lump?" the snake asked. "Sorry, what?" Harry choked, realizing his words had come out with a slight hiss. The snake reared back, looking just as surprised as he was. "You are a speaker." "I guess," Harry replied. "How interesting." The snake seemed curious now. "I apologize for calling you dumb. I still think you're a lump. Humans are clumsy." "I was trying not to step on you," Harry said indignantly, momentarily forgetting his shock. "Thanks for that, I suppose," the snake said. "I haven't met a speaker before." "So it's not common, being able to talk to snakes?" "Oh, by my egg, no." Harry paused. "If there's nothing else, I need to go hunt," the snake said irritably. "Right, sorry. I'd like to talk more, if you can come back," Harry blurted out, not wanting to lose this sudden connection. The snake seemed to consider it. "I have heard that humans can stroke snakes in a way that feels nice. If you will try, I will come back. Sometime." "Deal," Harry said quickly. The snake slipped away so smoothly that Harry blinked and it was gone. Okay, so he could talk to snakes. That wasn't actually any weirder than lighting things on fire with his mind, or floating off the ground like his mattress was trying to copy Aladdin's magic carpet. Word spread, and gardening became a lot less lonely after that, as several local snakes showed up to chat while Harry worked. The first snake he'd met went by a name that Harry heard as Jace, and seemed particularly fond of gentle back rubs, though he wasn't the only one. Snakes didn't provide the most riveting conversations. They mostly talked about their nests, their prey, how the day's hunting had gone, looking for a mate, preparing for hibernation or nice spots to bask in the sun. Harry quickly got good at discussing snake topics. He also learned that snakes liked attention. If he stroked them when they asked and engaged them with questions, they loved to talk. As Harry spent more time with his scaly friends, they began to see him as an interesting and somewhat useful diversion. He felt a pang of regret when school interference cut into his gardening time, and an even deeper sadness when the colder weather sent many of his companions into hibernation. Winter loomed ahead, feeling much longer after a few months of companionship that, though with creatures rather than people, had felt like a precious gift to the conversation-starved boy. "Get the mail, Dudley," someone called out. "Make Harry do it," came the response. "Get the mail, Harry." "Make Dudley do it." "Poke him with your smelting stick, Dudley." Harry dodged the smelting stick and happily escaped the chaos of the kitchen, leaving behind the stench of his new school uniform, a pile of presents, and the terror of Dudley wielding a school-issued weapon. Honestly, he thought, what kind of school gives all the kids actual clubs to hit each other with? He took his time collecting the mail, sifting through the envelopes to prolong his escape from the kitchen as long as possible. His hands grew cold as he brought one letter closer, squinting at the neat handwriting. Mr. H. Potter. The Cupboard Under the Stairs, Number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. A letter. For him. From someone who knew he slept in a cupboard. Harry's eyes narrowed, and his heart raced with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He wanted to feel thrilled, but he couldn't shake the thought that it might be a cruel prank. The handwriting was too neat to belong to any of Dudley's friends who knew about the cupboard, and honestly, they were too dull to write something like Mr. H. Potter. He couldn't imagine who else would want to prank him and also know about his living situation. Aunt Marge, perhaps? But that didn't seem like her style. If she wanted to hurt him, she would just show up and unleash Ripper on him. In fact, she had done just that a few weeks ago. "Boy!" Uncle Vernon bellowed, making Harry jump as he stuffed the letter into his waistband. Harry shuffled through Dudley's old shorts before heading back into the kitchen. "Sorry, Uncle Vernon," he said, handing over the stack of letters and returning to the counter. He was cooking the bacon while Aunt Petunia shouted shrill reminders not to burn it when a knock echoed through the house. "I bet it's Piers," Dudley exclaimed, moving faster than Harry would have expected from a boy his size. Harry tried to steady his racing heart, hoping that Piers's arrival would mean Aunt Petunia would send him out of the kitchen, giving him a chance to read the letter. But then a shriek from the front hall jolted him from his thoughts, nearly causing him to drop the pan. Vernon's head snapped up, his eyes sharp with concern. "Petunia? I will not have you in my house." Aunt Petunia's voice pierced through the low murmur of conversation. Dudley's voice, followed by that of a man Harry didn't recognize. Those were the only words he could make out over the sizzle of the bacon. "Petunia, now is not the time," the man said clearly, and then he stepped into the kitchen. Harry looked up and froze. He was staring at a mirror image of himself, if he were 20 years older, if his older self had regular exercise, meals, and a life that brought a healthy glow to his skin. They shared the same wild black hair, the same round wire-frame glasses, the same lean build, and even the same mischievous curve to their mouths. The only differences were that while Harry's eyes were bright green, this man's were a warm hazel. And while Harry had a small scar on his forehead from the car crash that took his parents, This man's skin was unblemished. Harry realized his own hair flopped forward, concealing the scar, while this man's hair was swept back in a carelessly stylish manner. Suddenly aware that he was gaping, Harry quickly shut his mouth and turned his attention back to the bacon. If he burned it, he would be in trouble. "Boy, leave the bacon," Uncle Vernon said. "Ordered." Harry moved quickly to comply. He sensed the tension in the room, aware that it often led to violence if he wasn't extremely careful. He dared to glance up and focus on the adults. The strange man was surveying the room, his expression slow and dazed, as if he couldn't quite process everything around him. Aunt Petunia had squeezed her way into the kitchen, standing firmly beside Uncle Vernon. Meanwhile, Dudley remained in the hallway, unable to squeeze past the stranger. He was shouting about wanting his presence, demanding breakfast and asking, "Who is this in the house, Mum? He's in my way. Mum, what's going on?" Harry noticed the way his aunt and uncle were staring at the stranger, and a few pieces began to click into place. They recognized him. They knew him from somewhere, and their displeasure at seeing him was linked to Harry. "Harry?" the strange man said uncertainly. "Yes, sir," Harry replied politely. "Harry, it's me," the stranger continued. "James Potter?" Harry's gaze flicked to Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon before he could stop himself. He recognized that name, his father's name. The father who was dead. This had to be a joke. Oddly enough, that thought allowed Harry to relax, a joke he could handle. It made him angry, of course, but while Dudley's anger burned hot, Harry's was icy, and he could set it aside to face what was in front of him. "Petunia," the stranger said slowly, clearly struggling to keep his own anger in check. "Petunia, what—" "You said you weren't coming back," Aunt Petunia interjected, her voice tinged with a dangerous anger. Harry was far more frightened of her when she spoke like that than he ever was of Uncle Vernon, no matter how much his uncle stomped, yelled, or brandished his belt. "You said you couldn't take care of him, that we had to raise him because you couldn't." "I didn't ask you to tell him about us," the stranger said, a strange tone in his voice. Harry felt his doubts about this being a prank deepen. This was too clever, too well acted for the Dursleys. Besides, they would never go to such lengths on Dudley's birthday. "You forfeited any say in his upbringing when you dumped your 1-year-old son in my arms in the middle of the night, gave me a rushed explanation in 30 minutes, and then disappeared for 10 years, Aunt Petunia hissed. Harry choked, caught off guard. You're my... what?" he gasped before he could stop himself. The stranger looked pained as he finally met Harry's eyes. "Yes, Harry, I'm your father." Chapter 2. Diagon Alley. Harry locked his knees, trying to keep himself from falling over. The man, his father, looked almost disappointed, as if he had been expecting Harry to leap for joy and rush into his arms. But Harry was too busy processing what Aunt Petunia had said. "You dumped him in my arms in the middle of the night, gave a 30-minute rushed explanation, and then disappeared." He couldn't help but feel that he didn't like his father very much. All this time, Harry had believed his parents were dead. If they were alive, he thought, they would have come to get him, and he would have had a life like the kids in his storybooks, parents who loved him, even if they were poor or on the run from dangerous people. He had so many questions swirling in his mind that he didn't even know where to begin. James's explanation lasted an hour. Harry sat silently, keeping his expression as blank as possible. It clearly unsettled James that Harry was so unresponsive, but he couldn't bring himself to care. He settled into one of the chairs in the living room, a chair he had never been allowed to touch before. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon took the sofa, while James occupied an armchair to Harry's left, directly across the table from his aunt and uncle. Through the conversation, Harry learned several things about his family. James had married Lily, Aunt Petunia's sister, right after finishing school. Wizarding school, it turned out, because his parents were a witch and a wizard, and there was a school for people with magic. That was about the only good part of the whole speech. When Harry pulled out his acceptance letter from his pocket, he relished the look of revulsion on Aunt Petunia's face. It was thrilling to know that he might be different, but he wasn't alone, and there was a place he could go to learn more. His mum and dad were fighting in a war against an evil wizard named You-Know-Who. When his mum got pregnant, they went into hiding. She gave birth to twin boys. When Harry learned he had a twin brother, born 7 minutes after him and named Julian, he momentarily forgot how to breathe. They had trusted the wrong person. One night, while his father was at a meeting for their side of the war, his mother stayed home to watch over their sleeping sons. A fight broke out at the meeting and James got sidetracked. It was merely a distraction. While they were preoccupied, the evil wizard broke into their home, killed their mother, and then attempted to kill Julian with the deadliest spell imaginable. Somehow, Julian survived and managed to destroy You-Know-Who in the process. Harry found that hard to believe, considering Julian had been only a year old at the time. It wasn't as if he had fought in some grand battle. Still, Harry couldn't find the words to express his disbelief, so he simply nodded numbly. Overnight, Julian became a hero in Wizarding Britain, as James referred to it, but You-Know-Who's followers still wanted the remaining Potters dead. In the ensuing chaos, it was decided that young Harry should be sent away until his magic appeared, allowing him to defend himself. "It was for your own safety," James said, almost pleading with Harry to believe him. Harry didn't. "I was a target, and your brother was a target, but that didn't mean you had to be too." Harry had been left in the care of his mother's sister, with the understanding that she would call a specific number when Harry displayed accidental magic, which was supposedly the sign that a wizarding child had magic. Of course, she never did. So James had assumed that Harry was what they called a squib, a child from wizarding parents without magic, and that he would be better off away from wizards, since he'd never be able to defend himself against them. Harry thought that was ridiculous too. He could have at least gotten to know his family in secret, but by this point he felt too angry to say anything to James Potter that wouldn't come out badly. So when the headmaster of the magical school asked James about his older son, and mentioned that the school somehow knew all the babies in Britain with magical talent, James immediately realized that Petunia had lied. James had come to get him. "I'm sorry," he said, running out of explanations as Harry remained silent. "I can't express how sorry I am. I know I've probably ruined any chance we had at a normal father-son relationship, but I hope we can at least try to mend some of the damage." He took a deep breath. "The envelope has your list of school supplies. There's a place in London where wizards go to buy things like this. If you'd like, I can take you there to pick up your school supplies, and then we can go home." "Home?" Harry asked. "Your home?" "Yes." "And my Julian will be there?" "Yes." Harry couldn't help but think, "You seriously named your twin sons Hadrian and Julian?" Something flickered across James's face that Harry couldn't quite define. He considered his options. Part of him wanted to stay where he had his snake friends in the garden, where he understood how to navigate the dangers. But one glance at his aunt's face told him she and Uncle Vernon would despise him even more now than they had before. He realized he couldn't rely on things staying the same for the 2 months before he left for school. "Okay," he said quietly, doing his best to appear shocked, frightened, and cautiously hopeful. Only the first part of that was true. James's smile radiated relief. Harry didn't mention that he thought he preferred Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. At least they were honest about not wanting him. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," James exclaimed, his grin wide. Harry walked slowly, his eyes and mouth slightly agape. He didn't know where to look first. There were so many shops, so many strange sights, and people dressed in bizarre clothes. The conversations he overheard were even stranger. "Quite a sight, isn't it?" James said, looking around as comfortably as a man returning to familiar, beloved territory. That snapped Harry out of his daze. "Amazing," he agreed, having decided to stay on this journey. James smiled at Harry, trying to keep things light. "Where do you want to go first?" Harry noticed that his father looked and sounded a bit like a kid himself. "Well, we can get your wand, or we could hit the bookstore." Harry caught the slight hint of disgust in James's voice. "So you're not much of a reader?" "Or we could stop by the apothecary, or maybe get you some better clothes. Seriously, I could string Petunia up by her toes for dressing you in those." Harry couldn't help but agree with the sentiment about Aunt Petunia, but he sensed that James was joking, so he kept his thoughts to himself. "I was wondering," he said shyly, "I've never had money, I guess." James grimaced as if he had swallowed something sour. Harry noted how much that expression resembled Aunt Petunia at that moment. "Oh, for of course we have the money. Look, let me explain. Come on, I'll catch you up while we head to the bank, okay? I need to make a withdrawal anyway." "Sure," Harry replied, feeling a bit more at ease. "There are a bunch of old families in Wizarding Britain," James began, keeping a firm grip on Harry's shoulder as they navigated through the bustling crowd. He nodded and smiled at several people, but kept a quick pace, clearly dodging casual acquaintances. "Lots of them are, well, not very nice. They take pride in being pure-bloods and only marrying wizards, which is ridiculous since there aren't enough pure-blood wizards to prevent them from inbreeding like medieval royals. But good luck telling them that. We're one of the old families, the Potter line. But we're not technically pure, and we don't subscribe to that blood purist nonsense either." That was a lot of information for Harry to digest all at once, but he did his best to remember it for later. "Anyway," James continued, "the Potters have several vaults in Gringotts, that's the bank. You and your brother each have a trust vault that allows you to withdraw up to 500 galleons a year until you turn 17. At which point you'll have full access to it. I die, Harry, and you'll inherit the Potter lordship." Harry felt a distinct tension in James's voice, sensing that there was a lot more his father wasn't telling him. He resolved to look for books at the bookstore that might shed some light on the situation. "So, will I buy my school supplies from my trust vault?" he asked. "Merlin, no. That's stuff I'll pay for," James replied, looking surprised. "Parental duties and all." He seemed to realize the irony of mentioning parental duties and winced, quickly moving on before Harry could laugh at him. "Anyway, we'll still swing by your trust vault to finalize your access and set you up with a Gringotts bag. Then we'll head to mine. I need to pick something up for the headmaster." Harry sensed that James was trying to entice him into asking more questions, so he stubbornly pretended to be distracted by a shop window filled with elaborate hats. When they arrived at Gringotts, Harry made a point of nodding respectfully to the goblins at the front door, while James breezed past them, seemingly indifferent. He did the same with the goblin at the counter, and then with the goblin named Griphook, who came to take them down to their vaults. They stopped at Harry's first. "Lay your hand on the door," Griphook instructed, his tone sounding bored. "It will finalize your blood right to the vault and ensure no one can access it except you." Harry eagerly complied. The door shimmered briefly in silver before settling back to a dull, iron-grey shade, then swung open. His mouth dropped in awe. There were piles and piles of gold, silver, and bronze coins. Harry barely registered Griphook's explanation of the money denominations. He was too busy processing the fact that all those years of starving and shivering in Little Whinging, this fortune had been waiting for him. With a snap of his fingers, Griphook conjured a small bag made of finely tooled black leather. It was just big enough to fit a small paperback book if you crammed it in tightly. "This will allow you to withdraw your funds," Griphook said. 500 galleons a year from your trust vault," Griphook explained, "and as much as you want from the family vault with parental permission. Just stick your hand in and think about how much you want to withdraw. It also has an undetectable expansion charm, so you can fit up to the volume of a large goat's worth of other things inside." "Thanks," Harry replied. Griphook leered at him, but Harry didn't take it personally. After all, leering seemed to be the goblin equivalent of a smile. Griphook beckoned him to follow, and they climbed back into the rickety cart, which rattled down into the depths of the earth. "Potter family vault," Griphook announced. "Come see," James said with a wink. Harry followed him into the vault and stopped dead in his tracks. If his trust vault had been impressive, then this was unfathomable. He realized that the entire Dursley house could fit in here, with room to spare. The vault was filled mostly with money, but Harry's eyes were drawn to some bookshelves surrounding a massive pile of bronze knuts. He narrowed his eyes, intrigued. "Can I look around a bit?" he asked, unable to hide his awe. "Of course," James replied absently, already walking away in the opposite direction. "I'll just be a few minutes." Harry left him to his search and made a beeline for the books, thinking about that undetectable expansion charm on the bag. He couldn't help but wonder how far behind he might be compared to other students who had grown up in magical families. He grinned as he examined the books. They all looked old, dense, and fascinating. But he didn't have much time. His hands reached for the titles that piqued his interest. "A Study of Restricted Potions," "Walking the Line, Spells and Curses Considered Grey Magic," "Emmerich's Complete Compendium of Curses, Jinxes, Hexes, Counterspells, and Other Offensive Magics," and "The Subtleties on the Art of Mind Magic." He quickly stuffed those 4 into the bag and scanned the shelves again, his heart pounding. Then his eyes caught sight of a small book lying on the floor. Around the corner of the bookshelf, Harry spotted a book. He quickly grabbed it, noticing that the title related to animals, and stuffed it into his bag without a second thought. His mind was elsewhere. He had seen James using a wand by now, along with everyone else. In fact, Harry realized he hadn't witnessed anyone performing magic without a wand. When he asked James about it, he learned that only the strongest wizards could manage wandless magic, and even then it required years of practice. Young wizards might demonstrate uncontrolled magic, but Harry kept his own wandless abilities to himself. He was eager to discover how a wand would enhance his spellcasting, and had observed how effortlessly others wielded theirs. So, when he came across a rack of wands, he recognized them for what they were. But what surprised him was the palpable power radiating from them. Harry edged closer. The wands on the top left appeared the oldest, each accompanied by a small plaque, worn and barely legible. The names read, Lord Edmund Potter, Lady Caroline Potter. Each plaque included details about the materials used in the wands, though Harry didn't fully grasp their significance. In the bottom right corner, he saw a wand labelled Lord Fleamont Potter, and just beneath it, Lily Evans Potter, with several empty racks below hers. It didn't take much to deduce that these belonged to his family. Blinking back tears, Harry scanned the wands again, feeling an inexplicable pull toward one in particular. It was a black wand that seemed to pulse with energy as he focused on it. He leaned in closer, reading the faded label, Vincent Gaunt Potter. The wand was made of ash with a thestral tail feather core. It was of average length, plain in appearance, carved from dark brown wood, and positioned a few slots down in the left column. Recognizing it as one of the oldest wands there, Harry reached out almost instinctively. As his fingers closed around the grip, a surge of energy rippled between the wand and him. Harry felt a sense of satisfaction as he gripped the wand, but that feeling slowly faded until all that remained was a subtle warmth in his hand. He lifted the wand to examine the smooth, polished wood, studying it intently. He wondered if it was common for old wands to find new owners. It didn't seem likely, especially since none of the other slots were empty, indicating that James and Julian probably had their own wands. "I shouldn't take this," he thought, but the idea of leaving it behind made him narrow his eyes and grip it tighter. There was an undeniable power in this wand, and Harry couldn't ignore how much it called to him. Plus, it felt like it liked him. It would be foolish to leave it here. With his mind made up, he stuffed it into his bag and hurried back to the front of the vault, just as James arrived. "Harry, good," James said, grinning. "See anything cool?" Harry reflected on what he had seen, searching for something appropriate to ask. "Do those brooms fly?" James's smile widened. "Born Quidditch player already, I can tell." "Yes, technically, but they're antiques. I'll teach you how to fly before you go to school. You'll love it. Jules has been flying since he was 4. I'm sure he'll be happy to give you some pointers." James continued talking about brooms and a sport called Quidditch played on them. Harry thought it sounded exciting and definitely wanted to try, but he knew from experience that admitting to wanting something was a surefire way to have it taken away forever, so he kept that to himself. He made a mental note. Bringing up brooms was a great way to get James talking or distracted. He also noticed James tucking a small package wrapped in brown paper into his pocket and narrowed his eyes. So that was what James had come here to retrieve for the mysterious headmaster, whose name, according to the letter, was Albus Dumbledore. It was as ridiculous a name as any Harry had ever heard. James had mentioned it was an old family name, and if he hadn't, Harry would have. Harry suspected the man had chosen that name just to sound bumbling, kindly, and grandfatherly, which immediately made him certain that the man was none of those things. While it was a family name, and technically a moot point, he couldn't shake the feeling. As the cart ride continued, Harry relaxed enough to truly enjoy it this time, allowing a grin to spread across his face, knowing James was sitting behind him and couldn't see it. Griphook in front seemed bored. Harry found it hard to believe that even doing this several times a day could ever become tedious, but perhaps goblins were just less easily excited than people. When they emerged from the tunnels into the bright light of the white marble lobby, Harry winced and blinked. James laughed at him. It wasn't a mean laugh, nor was it taunting, but after spending so much time being bullied, Harry tensed, feeling cold as his good mood evaporated. "How about Ollivanders, eh?" James suggested. "Get you a wand. You'll be a proper wizard now." At least that was something Harry could get behind. He forced a grin back at his father, cautious and reserved, as it would seem suspicious if he were too affectionate too quickly. Still, it was a grin. James looked awkwardly happy, and Harry decided his birth father wasn't much more observant than most of his teachers. Ollivander's was cramped, dusty, and filled with the scent of wood and varnish. The sense of power and magic from the Potter wands in the vault had been strong, but here it felt almost oppressive in its intensity. Long, narrow boxes with short ends were stacked in jumbled piles on shelves lining both walls, stretching back much farther than he would have expected from the front of the store. Harry couldn't even see the end of the hall. The front windows were free of obstructions, yet dusty and grimy, letting in only a golden half-light, which Harry was pretty sure the owners had done intentionally for effect. "Ah," someone breathed. "Mr. Potter, the elder. I was wondering if I'd be seeing you." "In here." The little old man with the eerily wide eyes glanced at James as he spoke. And was that a hint of reprimand in his voice? Harry decided he liked the man, even if he did give off a creepy vibe. "Harry, this is Mr. Ollivander," James said, "the most famous wand-maker in England, and the best." Harry wondered if his Ollivander wand would match the one he had taken from the vault. The little man began taking all sorts of measurements. Harry tuned out the chatter, which seemed designed to unnerve and intimidate customers while showcasing the wandmaker's impressive knowledge. Still, he had to admit it was cool that Ollivander could remember everything about James's wand, and Harry's mum's as well. His attention shifted to the wands themselves. He wasn't sure if he would have noticed it before holding Vincent Potter's wand, but there were distinct attitudes radiating from different boxes as Ollivander plucked unmarked ones from the shelves and piled them on the counter. Some wands felt stubborn, others fiery, some sluggish, some simple, some flighty, others capricious, cruel, stern, or kind. "Here, 12 inches, unicorn hair, try—" Harry took the wand and waved it about, feeling a bit foolish, but it was snatched from his hand almost instantly. Obviously not. 14 3/4 inches, cherry, dragon heartstring. Harry waved the wand, and a bowl on the counter shattered. He flinched back, apologies springing to his lips, one hand raised defensively. But Ollivander simply tisked and waved his own wand at the bowl, repairing it effortlessly, as if Harry's reaction didn't even register. James, however, noticed. Harry sneaked a glance at his father and saw the guilt, horror, and realization etched across his face. He really wasn't as subtle as he thought. At 11, Harry felt he could hide his emotions better than that. One wand after another was tried, each bringing its own unique response. Some of the wands didn't react at all, while others caused things to break or topple over. Most simply gave Harry a subtle but unmistakable feeling of disapproval, of rejection. He could usually tell almost as quickly as Ollivander when a wand was unsuitable. He fought back feelings of embarrassment and guilt, the nagging sense that he was strange and out of place, even in this magical world where acceptance was the norm. Thankfully, James sat beside him, unconcerned, while Ollivander grew increasingly excited. Neither of them treated the struggle to find a wand as something odd or shameful, so Harry bit his lip and pressed on. He wouldn't let Aunt Petunia's judgment haunt him now that he was away from her. "1 minute, Harry," James said, glancing outside the shop. "I'll be right back. Got to deal with this work stuff, you know." Harry understood. Uncle Vernon had always been the same, willing to drop any family engagement for work stuff. He watched James leave and turned back to the wand-maker just as the short man, whose delicate appearance Harry suspected was misleading, disappeared into the shadows of the shop's back room. Only his voice drifted out. "Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, not to worry. Ah, yes, I wonder. Why not? Might be interesting, if nothing else." Ollivander re-emerged, holding a box thoughtfully in his hands. He slid it across the counter to Harry, a new spark of excitement lighting up his eyes. 11 inches, holly, phoenix tail feather core. Harry stared at the wand. It seemed younger than the one in his bag, vibrant and curious, eager for adventure. It felt powerful in its own right. He picked it up, and deep down he already knew this was the one. A warmth ignited the moment he grasped it, the wand's energy unmistakably less restrained than the others he had tried. Harry waved the wand in the air, and a burst of golden sparks erupted from its tip. To his surprise he found himself smiling, a sharp-edged expression he usually kept hidden from everyone. But Ollivander didn't seem fazed by it. "Curious," he murmured, deep in thought. Harry hesitated, feeling a familiar urge to ask questions. It was something he avoided, as most adults in his life, except for Mrs. Smithy, didn't appreciate inquiries. "Sorry, sir, what's curious?" Harry finally asked, relief washing over him when Ollivander didn't react negatively. "You see, Mr. Potter, the phoenix whose tail feather is in that wand has only given 2 others. One now belongs to your brother, and the third, well, the third wand with this core gave your brother his scar." Harry instinctively reached for his forehead, but quickly disguised the motion by rubbing his nose. "That dark wizard whose name no one will say. 13.5 inches. You. I often wonder what might have happened with Voldemort had I not sold him his wand," Ollivander replied thoughtfully. "Though I recommend you not repeat that name. Most people don't respond well." The eccentric old man had changed, and there was a sharp intelligence in his gaze now. That the sibling wands to the Dark Lords should choose both the boy who lived and his twin is indeed very curious. He slid the wrapped wand box across the counter to Harry, but didn't let go. "I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named accomplished great things. Terrible, yes, but great." Harry looked down at the wand box, intrigued by the idea of performing deeds others would consider great. He managed a nod just as James Potter burst back into the shop, breaking the quiet. "Got one? Excellent. What is it?" 11 inches, holly, phoenix feather," Harry replied automatically. "Good, good," James said absent-mindedly, searching through his pockets. Harry watched as James fished around in his money bag, a slightly larger version of Harry's own. "The usual 7 galleons?" "Indeed, Lord Potter," Ollivander replied. As they exited the shop, Harry noticed that Ollivander's eyes remained fixed on his face. "Where to now?" Harry asked. James winced. I may have to go deal with something. My job's as an aura, like a policeman in the wizarding world. There's been a sighting of a dangerous wizard. It's nowhere near here, but I might need to handle it. Are you all right on your own for a bit?" "I think so," Harry said, trying to mask his uncertainty. He didn't want to navigate the chaotic, unfamiliar street without a guide, but he also wasn't sure he wanted James Potter around either. "Stay on the main street in sight of Gringotts," James said sternly, kneeling in front of him. The stern expression didn't quite suit him. Harry thought he looked more like someone who should be laughing and carefree. "You've got your letter, right? Swing by Dyson's luggage and travel supply and buy a trunk with a shrinking charm. Then you can go around and get your books, cauldron, and potion supplies." Harry noticed the slight disdain in James's voice when he mentioned books and potions, making a mental note to pay special attention to potions. "If I'm not back, you can head to Madame Malkin's or Twilfit and Tatting's for robes. Actually, it's best to buy a whole new wardrobe while you're at it. We can get you muggle clothes later. Don't forget a good cloak. Winters at Hogwarts are cold. I'll find you when I come back. If things take too long, head to the ice cream parlour and wait for me there." Harry's head spun as he tried to keep track of everything. "Okay." James took his money pouch, placed a hand on it and said clearly, "I, Lord James Potter, head of the ancient and noble house of Potter, give permission for my son Hadrian Remus Potter to withdraw up to 2,000 galleons from the Potter family vault today to purchase school supplies." He handed it back with a wink. "Now don't go buying a solid gold cauldron. Stick with the pewter one from the list. And don't you dare buy anything as ridiculous as a broom. We've got good ones at home. As for clothes, go ahead and spend as much as you want, okay?" Harry clutched the money pouch and nodded. He felt distinctly overwhelmed, and a bit like James was trying to buy his affection, which was annoying but also useful. "See you in about 2 hours," James said, ruffling Harry's hair before turning on his heel and disappearing. Harry flinched at the sudden vanishing and swallowed hard, suddenly very aware that he was alone in a world he didn't know how to navigate. Well, that wasn't entirely true. He understood how money worked, and Diagon Alley was just a mostly straight cobbled road with Gringotts at one end and the leaky cauldron at the other, where they'd emerge from a fireplace. A fireplace! It would be hard to get lost. Plus, he had been fending for himself around Little Whinging for years. Determined, he started walking, holding tightly to his wand box with one hand and his money pouch with the other. He was acutely aware of his clothes, ugly, in poor condition, and low quality even among muggles, which made him stand out here like Dudley had among the other choir boys when they were 8, during that phase when Aunt Petunia was convinced they all needed to go to church. Harry had been immensely relieved when she finally gave that up. He decided he was going to the tailor's as soon as he had his trunk, not the bookstore, no matter what James had said. There it was, Dyson's luggage and travel supply. Harry glanced at the bags in the front window and marched inside. There were 7 or 8 other customers, and the man behind the counter seemed very engaged with a family of icy blondes. The parents looked stern, but the son had... Harry noticed a pouty, self-absorbed expression on the boy's face that reminded him uncomfortably of Dudley. He resolved to keep his distance from them. While the shop owner attended to other customers, Harry began to explore the trunks on display. Along one side he spotted a selection of school trunks. He quickly passed over the first 2, recognizing them as the lowest price and lowest quality. The 3rd and 4th trunks, however, caught his attention. They were clearly made with better materials and were slightly larger. The description of the 3rd trunk intrigued Harry. It featured a self-sorting library compartment that could hold up to 500 books, a clothing compartment spacious enough for 2 standard wardrobes, a potions compartment equipped with top-of-the-line preservation charms, and an expandable cauldron stand, a standard-use compartment, and a smaller secret compartment that could only be accessed with a password. The 4th trunk was similar, but boasted a 1,000 book capacity, increased wardrobe space, and significantly more room for potion ingredients. However, it came with a price tag of 200 galleons, which Harry understood was quite steep, even with his limited experience in wizarding shops. He began to consider his finances. He didn't want James to know he had bought such an expensive trunk. It might seem like he was taking advantage of James's generosity, or trying to be secretive or greedy, or perhaps all three. On the other hand, he didn't want to deplete his own funds too much. After 10 years with the Dursleys, Harry thought with a surge of anger, he can buy the bloody trunk. He waited until the shopkeeper was free. "Excuse me," Harry said politely. "I'd like to buy a trunk for school." The man looked up, and his face reminded Harry of Piers Polkiss, though without the cruelty. "Of course. Hogwarts?" the man asked, stepping around the counter. "Yes, sir," Harry replied. "Figures. We get a lot of you through here this time of year," the man said as he walked over to the school trunks. "Now, which one have you got your eye on?" "This one, sir," Harry said, pointing to the best of the 4. The man eyed him thoughtfully. "That's 200 galleons, lad," the shopkeeper said. "I know, sir. I can pay," Harry replied confidently. The man shrugged. "All right, it's your money. Want a demonstration?" "Please," Harry said eagerly. "Got a wand?" "Yes, sir," Harry answered, pulling the ash wand from his money pouch. The holly wand was still wrapped up, but seeing the ash wand again reassured him. Although it was varnished to a dark brown, it wasn't too far off in shade and colour from the holly wand. "Good. I need a half deposit before I key you into the trunk, mind," the shopkeeper instructed. Harry reached into his Gringotts pouch, focused his thoughts, and said clearly, "Potter family vault, 100 galleons." A smaller leather bag, surprisingly heavy, slipped into his fingers. He pulled it out carefully, ensuring not to jostle the books, and handed it to the shopkeeper, who peeked inside and nodded approvingly. "That'll do. Now tap your wand to the trunk and say your password." "Can I change it later?" Harry asked. The shopkeeper grinned. "Clever lad. Yes, just touch your wand or your hand to it and say, 'Password change,' then the old password, followed by the new one." Harry nodded and tapped the lid with the ash wand. "Magic," the man snorted. "Good. Now, this dial here, see?" He pointed to a dial set in the centre of the front side of the lid, nestled between the 2 latches. "Spin it to select which compartment you want. You'll have to close and reopen the trunk to switch compartments. There are only 4 shown here, but if you hold a finger to the middle and say your password again, it'll let you into the secret compartment." Harry eagerly experimented and discovered the potions section. The shopkeeper explained how it contained various cubbies and containment options for a wide range of ingredients, all equipped with volume-dependent expansion charms to adjust in size based on the amount you put in them. The top set of containers could transform into a standard portable potions kit at the tap of a wand. "You'll want to put that in your bag so you don't have to carry the whole trunk to and from the potions classroom," the shopkeeper said with a grin. "There's even space for a size 3 cauldron with a collapsible cauldron stand tucked into the bottom corner. Perfect for brewing on the go, you understand." Harry was fascinated by the library compartment. It displayed 3 rows of books turned face down, based on his most recent reads and related topics. If he wrote down search terms, like a specific title, author, or subject, on a piece of parchment and dropped it into the shadowed edges of the library, the shelves would rearrange to show him exactly what he wanted. He couldn't wait to fill it and experiment with that feature, hardly spending any time looking at the other compartments. One appeared more than adequate for his clothes, while another was simply an empty space that looked oddly like the inside of a plain Muggle trunk. He tested the secret compartment and found it organized in a simple, straightforward way, completely serviceable. He agreed to pay an extra 5 galleons for the shopkeeper to add anti-theft, featherlight, and shrinking charms to the trunk, and had his initials, HRP, engraved in silver on the top. On a whim, he also purchased a charcoal grey pack with an undetectable expansion charm for everyday use, along with a leather wand holster that strapped to the inside of his wand arm, designed to be unnoticeable. The shopkeeper waved goodbye with a wink, and Harry walked out with the shrunken trunk tucked away in his money pouch, his chest swelling with a good mood he had only experienced a few times in his life. His next stop was Twilfit and Tatting's. He almost entered a shop called Madame Malkin's, but noticed a pale, pointy boy inside and decided to choose a different store instead. When he left, he was 344 galleons and 19 knots lighter, but he was also wearing a light grey summer wizard's robe over a purple tunic and black trousers. Harry had just purchased a pair of dragon-hide boots, along with a complete wizarding wardrobe, ranging from casual outfits to formal wear and school robes, all neatly packed in his trunk. He felt it was money well spent. As he caught a glimpse of himself in a storefront window, he was almost taken aback by how different he looked in properly fitted clothes. He tried on a smile for his reflection. It felt a bit tentative, yet undeniably happy. He hadn't taken the time to sort out his feelings about his father, but he was fairly certain they were leaning toward the negative. He had to navigate a suddenly heroic mother, a twin brother, an absent and negligent father, and a whole new world that felt completely foreign. Yet, despite all that, he found he truly loved being a wizard. Following James's advice, Harry headed to the apothecary next. He purchased 2 standard first-year potion supply kits and 1 sixth-year kit to give himself a chance to experiment. He also grabbed a basic cauldron and a medium-quality potion tool kit. He didn't want to stand out with fancy equipment, but he didn't want to limit his options either. The apothecary had a solid selection of books, and Harry figured he'd find better potion resources here than at the bookstore. He picked up 4 books that looked interesting, but were still appropriate for someone with no experience. Once he had everything outside, he found a shadowy corner near the apothecary and carefully packed away his potion gear. As he flipped through a few of the books, he realized that potions seemed a lot like cooking, except with a higher risk of explosion. He was excited to give it a try. He enjoyed cooking, even when Aunt Petunia was hovering over him, and he was quite good at it even then. Thinking back on James's advice, he made sure he hadn't forgotten anything. He pulled out the supply list he had folded in his pocket. Telescope, Wright. There had been a shop selling all kinds of finicky-looking metal devices. Harry moved a little farther into the shop, expecting to find a telescope. The place was called Phenomena, and it had a distinct metallic smell that reminded him of a steampunk-themed Halloween party he had once been dragged to with Dudley. Unlike that party, however, everything in this shop felt real. It could have been a confusing, chaotic mess, but there was a standoff to the side labelled Hogwarts in glowing letters. He headed straight for it and picked up a standard first-year telescope. Hogwarts too? Harry turned around. Hi, yeah. He shuffled aside to let another boy, slightly taller than him with sandy brown hair and clever hazel eyes, reach for the telescopes. Theo Knott, the boy said, shifting his telescope to his left hand and extending his right. Harry Potter, Harry replied, shaking Knott's hand. Theo's eyes narrowed. Any relation to Julian Potter? He's my twin. I didn't know the boy who lived had a twin, Knott said, emphasizing boy who lived, just enough to make Harry like him instantly. Until this morning, neither did I, Harry admitted. I was raised by muggles. Knott's eyebrows shot up. Really? Harry shrugged. I suppose I'll have loads of catching up to do. Nah, Nott said, still sizing him up. There are plenty of students who are muggle-born and haven't even heard of magic before they show up. They do just fine. In terms of wand work, anyway. Most of them have no clue how to navigate wizarding politics or culture. He rolled his eyes. You should do fine. With an old family like the Potters, I bet you have plenty of magic. I'll read up on culture then, Harry said, making a mental note to buy books on that at his next stop. Not a bad plan. What was it like living with muggles? Nott asked, a sudden gleam in his eye. I've never spent much time in Muggle London. All right, I guess, Harry said slowly. He hesitated, not wanting everyone to know about the Dursleys and how they had treated him. I mean, my mum was Muggle-born. I grew up with her sister, my aunt. He shrugged. She and her husband, along with my cousin, are not great. But school was fun. Harry paused, then added, You've never seen a movie, have you? A what? Nott replied, looking puzzled. Harry stared at him. That's okay, kind of weird, but whatever. I don't know. They have a lot of technological advancements that it seems like wizards don't use. He glanced up at the ceiling, which was lit by magical lights arranged like constellations. Electricity, for example. Nott tilted his head. What's that? It's like, basically lightning, Harry explained, trying to recall his science classes. They get energy from moving water or burning things, and then they turn it into the same kind of energy that's in lightning, and they use it to power their homes and stuff. How interesting, Nott mused. I suppose they've got to compensate somehow for not having magic. I'd go mad. I spent less than a day knowing about all this, and I can't imagine giving it up, Harry agreed fervently. He wasn't sure what it was about Nott that made him so talkative. He was usually quiet, but he thought he might tentatively like him. Nott made a face. The brother of the boy who lived, growing up Muggle. The press would go mad. Harry stiffened. Nott laughed and headed for the counter, with Harry following closely behind. Oh, come off it. I wasn't suggesting. I'm not going to blab. His expression turned dreamy. Just imagine the drama. It would be dramatic, Harry admitted as he paid for his telescope. Nott did the same, stuffing his into a pack while Harry bent down to pack his away in the standard compartment of his trunk. They stepped back into the street, blinking against the light. Harry glanced sideways at Nott. Harry hesitated, reluctant to let go of Nott's companionship so easily, but unsure how to navigate this whole friendship thing. After all, he didn't have much experience with friends. I'm headed to the bookstore, Nott said casually. How about you? Apparently that was how it was done. Same, actually, Harry replied. Nott flashed him a smile that reminded Harry of the one he sometimes saw in the mirror. Excellent. They strolled down Diagon Alley, and Nott filled the air with questions about muggles. Harry did his best to answer, then turned the conversation to Hogwarts. It's one of the oldest wizarding schools in the world, Nott said, pride evident in his voice, and one of the best. I say one of because the standards have slipped somewhat in the last 20 years, thanks to our current headmaster, who seems more interested in politics than the school. A hint of a sneer crossed his face. That's the one named Dumbledore, Harry said. Right. Ridiculous name, Harry muttered. Nott snorted. Can't argue with that. Anyway, the basic classes are transfiguration, turning one thing into another, charms, which covers normal spells, potions, self-explanatory, herbology, same there, defense against the dark arts, which is a bit of a joke since no teacher ever lasts more than a year. Lots of people think it's cursed. Then there's history of magic, another joke. It's taught by a ghost, and my cousin Roxanne says he could put a brick to sleep. And astronomy, which is why we got the telescope. Harry blinked, trying to process all of that. It sounded like a lot of work, but fun work. No math or writing? He asked uncertainly. We write loads of essays, Nott replied. Mathematics, like arithmetic? Yeah, but arithmetic is just basic math, Harry said. He had been sitting in on math tutoring sessions in the library for years out of boredom. He didn't love it, but the clear-cut yes or no, right or wrong aspect of math appealed to him. Must be a Muggle thing. It's not in the core classes, but it sounds like arithmancy. You can start taking that in third year. It's kind of similar? Nott frowned, perhaps because Muggles had something wizards didn't. How about dormitories? Harry asked. Nott made a face. Well, according to Roxanne, you have to share a room with some of the other kids in your year, depending on how many there are. But we get beds, Harry checked. Nott gave him a strange look. Why would we not get beds? Harry realized his slip and blushed, looking away. I lived in a cupboard under the staircase at my aunt and uncle's house, he admitted. I just had a mattress on a cot. I don't mind sharing a room. Nott looked furious, but Harry kept his expression neutral and continued walking until Nott shrugged and began describing his cousin's dormitory, a description he had received in a letter. Meanwhile, Harry grappled with the warmth that came from knowing someone who was so angry on his behalf about the cupboard. He had known for years that it was a bad way to treat a child, but knowing it and truly understanding it were two different things. And, oh, you don't know about the houses, do you? Nott asked. Houses? Harry replied, feeling a bit foolish. Don't feel stupid, Nott said. Harry blushed again. The other boy was annoyingly perceptive. You couldn't be expected to know these things. There are 4 houses. You get sorted into one based on your values, basically. Hufflepuff values loyalty, fair play, hard work, and honesty. Don't cross a puff. You'll have the entire house ready to eat you alive. Ravenclaws value creativity, intelligence, and wit. They're stereotyped as the smart house, but Roxanne says they drive all the professors up the wall with random questions and homework they didn't do because they got sidetracked and stayed up all night researching some obscure charm. They're brilliant, though. Mostly they don't hold grudges or get involved in squabbles, but they do bicker with Hufflepuff, and when Ravenclaw pulls a prank, it's always vicious, clever, and complicated. Then there's Gryffindor, the house of the brave, noble, and chivalrous. Nott rolled his eyes. Based on the Griffs I know and what Roxanne said, they're just a bunch of impulsive, reckless fools, easy to dupe. But I suppose they have their uses. And finally, Slytherin, the best house. He shot Harry a sly grin. Slytherin's the house of cunning, ambition, and resourcefulness. That's where I'm hoping to go. Sure, Slytherin has a reputation for producing a lot of dark wizards, which is kind of true, but the other houses have their fair share too. Slytherin and Gryffindor have a long-standing rivalry. Apparently, Quidditch games between them get insane. Right, Harry said, privately thinking that Slytherin and Ravenclaw sounded interesting, and he would bet his entire trust vault that James was a Gryffindor. Quidditch. Can you explain more about that? You know what? Can I just recommend you a book on it? Nott said. Frankly, it's not my biggest interest. Sure, Harry replied. Good timing. Look, we're here. Nott held the door for Harry. My lord brother of the boy who lived, he said with a teasing smile that felt more inviting than mocking. Harry smirked back and swept through the doors with as much drama as he could muster, given his height and generally scrawny frame. Nott followed him in, snickering. They made their way through the display of books for Hogwarts first years, collecting their required texts and, for Harry, a year's supply of quills, ink, leather-bound notebooks and parchment. Not bemoaned how basic the selections were. All the books were captivating, and Harry soon discovered, much to his delight, that his new acquaintance, maybe even a friend, shared his passion for reading. "Oh, you have no idea how much of a relief this is," Not announced when Harry confessed he had been eagerly anticipating spending a hefty bag of galleons at the bookstore all day. "All the other kids in my social circle are unbearably reluctant to read. It drives me mad." "I spent a lot of time in the public library growing up," Harry replied. "I love reading." Not looked intrigued, and Harry found himself spending the next 10 minutes answering questions about public libraries and how they functioned while they browsed the shelves. Eventually, though, Not became distracted by the books, and they lapsed into a comfortable silence. Harry discovered a massive compendium of charms listed in alphabetical order, a transfiguration theory book that Not described as dry but extremely useful for grasping the underlying concepts, and a couple of intriguing potions books. He then paused with a smile when he spotted a large section labelled Self-Defense. "Interested in hexes, are you?" Not asked with a grin. Harry nodded, trailing his fingers over the title, "Defending Yourself, Your Family, and Your Possessions." "Oh, you'll fit right in at Slytherin. Come on, I'll recommend some to you." Not shot a withering glance at the book Harry was considering. "Not that one. It's just wimpy ministry-approved hogwash about passive responses." He promptly loaded Harry down with 9 books on personal self-defense, offensive magic, warding spells, guard spells, and alarm spells. Harry could hardly wait to dive into them. If he'd had access to this information years ago, he could have protected himself against Dudley and all the rest. He could have spared Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon from giving him the scars that marred his back, shoulders, and arms. In the wizarding world, simply having magic wasn't an advantage by itself, since everyone had magic. So he knew he'd have to be among the best to ensure no one ever hurt him again. Harry wasn't naive enough to believe that bullying and prejudice were exclusive to the Muggle world. Not had his own unique way of exploring books, and he seemed to enjoy guiding Harry through the bookstore, sharing insights on various topics. He pointed out some excellent books on wizarding culture, history, etiquette, law, and politics. Harry bought everything Not recommended, and even picked up a few extra titles. He planned to spend most of the summer reading, and he had a lot of catching up to do. They saved the shelf of miscellaneous subjects for last. Harry grabbed 2 books on wand lore and wand making, hoping to determine whether he should use his ash or holly wand more. As he slid them into his basket, a book on unusual magics caught his eye. He picked it up and flipped it over. "What's an animagus?" he asked. Not leaned against a bookshelf and quickly sorted through a few books on an end table. "A person who can turn into an animal at will," he replied absently. "It's different from self-transfiguration, not as dangerous, once you've achieved the transformation anyway, and it's much easier to control. Ridiculously hard to do, though." Harry reached into his money pouch and pulled out the small book he'd discovered in the Potter family vault, half hidden beneath the shelves. The title read, "The Animagus Transformation." "Where'd you get that?" Not asked sharply. Startled, Harry looked up. He had thought Not too absorbed in his own reading to notice, but apparently not. Why?" Not's gaze returned to Harry, considering. "It's not entirely legal." "Something's either legal or it isn't," Harry said, stuffing the book back into the pouch and scowling at Not. Not shrugged. "It's not technically illegal to own, but it's illegal to sell, print, duplicate, or purchase." It's also illegal to be an animagus without registering yourself with the Ministry of Magic. You'd attract some bad attention if you were caught with that." "Thanks for the warning," Harry said stiffly, not liking that Nott seemed to take this so lightly. Harry felt a weight of responsibility pressing on him. He needed to ensure that even a surprise search of their belongings wouldn't reveal the book. He wasn't sure what the privacy rights were for students. "Your secret's safe with me," Nott said, pausing as his smirk faded into a thoughtful expression. "As long as you promise to involve me if you ever use that thing and teach yourself animagery." Harry raised an eyebrow at Nott's assumption that he would consider doing something illegal. It was an accurate assumption, but not one that most people would make. He was also intrigued by Nott's eagerness to join in. He slid the book on uncommon magic skills into his basket. "Deal," he replied. Nott nodded sharply, glancing around the store. "I think I'm done here." Harry looked over at Nott. Despite seeming to spend most of his time helping Harry browse, Nott's basket was nearly as full as his own. Luckily, their baskets had expansion and featherlight charms, so neither boy struggled to carry or balance their hefty book purchases. After about 10 minutes they had paid for everything. Nott flipped through a book that appeared to be about water magic, while Harry found a quiet corner in the bookstore near the pre-Roman wizarding lore section. The area was small and horrendously dusty, but it was the perfect spot to open his trunk and pack away his new books. Hidden from Nott by the trunk's open lid, Harry carefully unwrapped the holly wand and tucked it into his holster. He then stashed the ash wand and the books he'd taken from the Potter vault into the secret compartment. A mere 30 seconds later, he had compressed the trunk and tucked it away inside his charcoal backpack, alongside his worn muggle clothes, which he planned to burn at the first opportunity. "Have you got an owl?" Nott asked abruptly as they were leaving the bookstore. "If you're willing, of course, I'd like to write to you. We still have a good month before school starts." Harry stared at him. "Owl?" "Right, sorry. Owl post," Nott said, craning his neck. He pointed toward the sky, and Harry shaded his eyes, squinting to see a large brown bird spiralling down toward a shop near Gringotts, something attached to its legs. "We use them for mail. First years are allowed an owl, a toad, or a cat," he smirked. "Loads of people break that rule. As long as it's small, doesn't hurt anyone, and you're subtle about it, the professors look the other way. So, lots of Slytherins and Ravenclaws break that rule, because Hufflepuffs don't break rules as much, and Gryffindors are about as subtle as bricks." Harry smiled. He wasn't usually one to laugh. It felt too expressive for his liking. But he sensed that Theo Nott wasn't the type to be offended or irritated by his quiet demeanour, which was a relief. "I'd like that," he said. "To write, I mean." "Oh, good," Nott replied. "I'm going to need a study partner, and you seem like a good bloke." Harry glanced at him sideways, feeling comfortable enough to tease. "Even if I'm in Gryffindor?" Nott sighed dramatically. "I suppose I could make an exception in the Slytherin-Gryffindor feud, as long as you don't turn into a reckless prat." "I think I can manage that," Harry said. "I doubt I'll be in Gryffindor anyway, based on what you said." Nott smirked. "My thoughts exactly." Harry hesitated for a moment. "Do you know what my father's house was?" "Oh, Gryffindor, of course," Nott replied. "Both your parents. I imagine it'd be quite the scandal if the Gryffindor golden couple's budding Gryffindor golden boy's twin ended up in Slytherin. Where is your dad, anyway?" "He had work stuff," Harry said. "He's an aura?" "Yeah, magical law enforcement." "Enforcement? Head aura?" Nott looked like he was struggling to suppress either a sneer or an eye roll. One of the youngest to ever get the position. Harry picked up on Not's choice of words. Get, not hold. He's new, Not replied. Promoted a year and a half ago. There's a betting pool on how long he'll last. Don't tell him that. I'm pretty sure he doesn't know. It's not exactly the kind of crowd he hangs out with. Harry narrowed his eyes at Not. He had been picking up on subtle hints for a while now, and he was convinced there was more to the politics of this new world than Not was letting on. Why do I get the feeling your family and mine don't get along? Because you're annoyingly observant, Not said with a frown. Harry thought for a moment. Ice cream? In his limited experience, it was hard to be irritable while eating ice cream. Yeah, I'll explain that one over ice cream. Harry opted for a simple bowl, while Not ordered something massive that looked like a recipe for a sugar coma. He got halfway through before slowing down enough to talk. Right, here's the situation. Not's expression turned serious. In the war that your parents fought in, that killed my mum, Harry interrupted. The one where you-know-who, tried to kill my brother and ended up killing him, which sent everyone into a frenzy. Not snorted. Right, that. Sorry, it's not funny. Just your summary was. Anyway, the big problem in the war was that the old pureblood families didn't like the ministry coming in and telling us what to do and how to do it. There were also a lot of blood purist beliefs, basically that muggles are inferior beings, and wizards should rule over them by right of strength and superiority. Muggle-born witches and wizards were seen as inferior at best, or usurpers to be tortured and killed at worst, depending on who you asked. Harry felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He suddenly lost interest in his ice cream. And is there anything to that? Are Muggle-borns usually not as strong in magic? Not as far as anyone can measure, Not replied, stabbing at his ice cream with a bit too much force. He didn't seem very satisfied, likely because ice cream is soft and not very satisfying to stab. It was created as an excuse for the cultural argument. Essentially, they claim that wizarding culture is being eroded by the influx of Muggle-borns who don't know our customs and traditions, and more importantly, don't try to integrate at all. My parents fall into that second camp. You-know-who came along and capitalized on that fear, brainwashing, terrifying, or convincing loads of people to follow him. He was on this crusade to take over the ministry, eliminate Muggle-borns, and rule over the so-called dirty Muggles. On their own, his followers wouldn't have been nearly as dangerous, but with him, it was a narrow victory. And even then the so-called light side only triumphed because a baby defeated the killing curse, and no one can figure out how. That'd be my brother then, Harry said, unsure how to feel about his twin being a celebrity. Yep, in fact, I'm surprised no one's come over to shake your hand or ask for an autograph, Not remarked. Might be the eyes. Your brothers are brown. Or maybe it's his demeanor. He's loud and impossible to overlook. Speaking of which, you've been squinting all day. Do you need to get your eyes checked? Maybe. So, the light side won, Harry prompted, not in the mood for a trip down the Potter sitcom lane right now. Yeah, and then a bunch of you-know-who's followers used what's been termed the Imperious defense. There's this mind control curse called the Imperious, and loads of them claimed they were under it. It's nearly impossible to prove one way or the other, since Veritaserum, the truth potion, hadn't been invented yet. Harry could see where this was going. Not opened his mouth just as a loud voice sliced through the ice cream shop's outdoor atmosphere. In the seating area, a loud voice broke through the chatter. "Harry!" Harry flinched, nearly knocking over his ice cream. Memories of Uncle Vernon's angry voice and raised fists flooded his mind. But Uncle Vernon never used his name. He blinked those images away and focused on his father, who was striding across the patio with an angry demeanour. "Bloody hell," Nott whispered. "Potter, I should go." He was halfway out of his seat when James reached their table. "Harry," James said through gritted teeth, "it's time to go." Harry frowned. He didn't want to go anywhere with someone who looked like that. Angry adults only meant trouble. And James hadn't seemed the type before, but this sudden anger was unsettling. His mother, Lily, was Petunia's sister, which made Harry wonder, maybe Petunia wasn't the odd one out in the family. Maybe his mother wasn't nice either. He knew that one person who isn't nice tends to attract others who aren't either. That thought left him with no assurance that James Potter was any better than Vernon Dursley, just better at hiding his nastiness. "I'm not done," he said as politely as he could manage. "I'd like to finish my ice cream." James sat down stiffly, glaring at Nott. "I can leave," Nott said, sounding admirably indifferent. "I'm about finished. Nice to meet you, Potter." "You as well," Harry replied, watching his first tentative ally walk away to return the empty ice cream bowl to the shop. James turned on him instantly. Harry flinched back, hunching his shoulders, but he forced himself to relax. They were in an open area. James couldn't hit him here. When he looked up from his ice cream, he noticed something different on James's face. Horror. Shock. Guilt. "Harry," he said, his voice suddenly much gentler, "I know this is a sensitive subject, and you have no reason to trust me, but did the Dursleys ever— Did he hit you?" Harry clenched his fists under the table, letting a hint of anger show on his face. Little did he know, when he looked up, his eyes were practically glowing, the exact shade of green associated with the killing curse. "Fists," he replied. "Mostly. Uncle Vernon liked his belt a lot, sometimes with an embellished buckle. Aunt Petunia broke a broom over my back when I was 9 and hit me on the head with a frying pan when I was 7. With each word, he watched the knife twist, noticing James Potter's eyes grow a little hollower. It was clear that James wasn't the type to physically abuse a child, or perhaps he simply didn't want anyone else to do so. Either way, hurting his father like this felt good. But Harry didn't need to reveal everything. He kept some memories to himself. The food withheld as punishment, the times he was locked in the cupboard for 2 weeks with only limited bathroom breaks, the forced labour, the barely treated broken bones. Those could be ammunition for another day. He didn't want to lay all his troubled childhood out in the open at once. He deliberately relaxed his hands, dulled his eyes, and returned to his ice cream. James took a deep breath. "Harry, I'm sorry. I had no idea. I swear if I'd known." "But you didn't," Harry said, trying to keep his tone light. "It doesn't matter now." He took another bite, and when James fell silent, he decided he'd rather have this conversation in public, where most people were more self-contained. "Why were you so mad?" "Did that boy tell you his name?" James asked. "Yeah, Theo Nott. His father's a Death Eater." Harry paused, and several pieces clicked into place. "One of you-know-who's people?" James frowned. "How'd you know that?" Harry shrugged. "Yes, one of you-know-who's followers," James confirmed. "He told the courts he was being mind-controlled and got off without punishment." "Punishment? So that's what Nott didn't want to tell me. I can't blame him. All lies, of course. He wasn't the only one. I don't want you associating with his son, Harry." Harry focused on his ice cream, buying himself some time. He wasn't ready to give up the only connection he had among his yearmates, but he also didn't want to push things. There was no point in picking a fight with his father so soon. He settled on, "He was nice to me. We did our book shopping together. He told me about Hogwarts." "What did he tell you?" James asked, clearly assuming that Nott would have passed on only the negative and prejudiced stuff. Harry had to hide a smirk. "That it's the oldest and best wizarding school in the world, although it's sliding down the rankings in terms of test scores over the last 20 years. There are 4 houses. Slytherin has produced more than its fair share of dark wizards. Hufflepuff values loyalty and fairness. Slytherin embodies ambition and cleverness. Ravenclaw represents creativity and intelligence, and Gryffindor stands for nobility and bravery. They play Quidditch against each other, roomed separately, and attend classes with their housemates." James blinked. "That's mostly true." "Mostly?" Harry replied. James frowned. "Okay, all true. But listen, Harry. Tiberius Nott is bad news. It's entirely possible he told his son to be nice to you, or Julian, to get close to you and hurt you." "I doubt that," Harry said, "given that no one knew I existed until this morning, and most of the wizarding world is probably still clueless." "Fair point," James said, still frowning. "He seems like a decent bloke," Harry said, watching his father carefully. He couldn't just shout, "I'm going to be polite to him and you can't tell me what to do," without starting a fight he didn't need. "He said we should study together no matter what houses we get sorted into. And he asked if he could write to me before school starts." Harry heaved a sigh. "I suppose just writing can't hurt. Speaking of which, you need an owl." "Right," Harry replied. "Owl. Not mentioned that. You use birds for mailing letters? That sounds really slow." James waved his wand, and Harry's empty bowl floated over to the tray for used dishes. "It's much more efficient than it sounds. Owls have magic in their blood from centuries ago. Muggles don't notice, but when they spend time around wizards and magic, they become smarter and faster, better at surviving. Falcons and hawks work too, but they're not as common. I imagine you want one." Harry shrugged. "It seems useful." "They sure are," James said with a smile. It wasn't as warm or wide as before, but he seemed to have moved past the issue with Theo Nott, which was a relief. Still, Harry planned to keep a close watch on him. "Julian already has a snowy owl. He named her Ghost." Harry resolved not to get a snowy owl. Aelop's emporium was dark and had a vaguely musty smell, not in a bad way, though. The sounds of rustling, hooting, and faint cries echoed throughout the space. He noticed several other kids around his age, and made a point to avoid them. Now more aware of his fame and the impact his brother had on people, Harry wasn't about to start a scene in a pet store. 30 minutes later, he walked out holding a cage with a young female Titer falcon. The bird looked sharp and fast, with a black head, back and wings, a beige breast and belly, and some orange spots around her head and neck. Her eyes were clear and bright, and her beak looked viciously sharp. Harry recalled his phase with Greek mythology from the previous year, and thought he wanted to name her Alecto, after one of the 3 furies of just punishment. He figured he'd probably change it to Alecta, so it was less obvious where the name came from. Then Harry mentioned to James that his eyesight hadn't been checked in a while, and James promptly dragged him to a wizarding optometrist. Harry felt panic rising within him. For the few minutes he was without his glasses during the optometrist's test, Harry felt exposed. The world around him was a blur, and his depth perception was completely off. Anything could happen in this vulnerable state. When the examination was over, he put his glasses back on with a sigh of relief. "You can either pick out some new frames, or we can keep and repair this pair," the witch said, glancing at the break in the middle where tape held the glasses together. Harry touched the damaged area. Dudley had broken them just a few days earlier, and Harry had never been good at fixing things. He figured there must be a spell for that and resolved to learn it soon. He looked at James, who wore round glasses like his own, and wondered if he should choose the same style to playfully manipulate his father, or go for a different shape that better suited him. Rectangles it is. Harry picked a set of durable metal rectangular frames and handed them to the witch with his most grateful smile. She returned his smile warmly. "I'll be back in a minute," she said, bustling into the back, likely to transfigure or magically replace the lenses. "When was the last time you got your eyes checked?" James asked quietly. Harry had to think for a moment. 5 years ago. James's mouth tightened, but he didn't comment further. To fill the silence, Harry began asking him questions about school, which seemed to please James. It worked out well. He quickly discovered that Theo's descriptions of the houses were much less biased. James described Slytherin as the house of untrustworthy, sneaky snakes, Ravenclaw as hopeless bookworms, Hufflepuff as nice but kind of boring, and Gryffindor as the best of the best, where the brave and righteous go. Harry refrained from pointing out that righteous didn't necessarily mean actually correct. He felt a wave of relief when the witch returned with his new glasses, even more so when he put them on, and it was like opening his eyes for the first time. "I can see!" he exclaimed, momentarily forgetting to hold back his excitement. James laughed. "You really can." "Sure can. Cool feeling, huh?" Harry nodded and flashed his brightest smile yet. He needed his father to like him, at least for the next month. "Trunks in that pack, I take it?" James asked. "I like the new clothes, by the way. You look like a very proper young wizard. Much neater than Jules, that's for sure." "Thanks," Harry replied. "And yeah, it's got a shrinking charm." "Great." James suddenly looked apprehensive. He tried to hide it, but after years of watching the Dursleys for any hint of emotion that could send him running, Harry recognized the signs. James wasn't subtle enough. "Let's get you home, yeah? I bet you're excited to meet your brother." "My twin brother, who I didn't know about until this morning. My twin brother, who is apparently some kind of hero for something he doesn't remember doing and that no one can explain. My brother, who Theo Knott, the son of a Death Eater, described as the Gryffindor golden couple's budding golden boy." "Can't wait," Harry said, his sarcasm flying right over James's head. Chapter 3. Summer with the Potters. This time, instead of using the fireplace at the leaky cauldron, James took Harry's hand and performed the disappearing trick. He called it apparition, and mentioned that Harry would learn it when he was older. Harry wasn't sure how excited he felt about that. Apparition was uncomfortable, like being molecularly taken apart, crammed through a straw, and then put back together. Electa shook herself and let out an annoyed shriek. Meanwhile, Harry was too busy gaping at the house. So this is where my brother got to grow up. He pushed aside that scrap of resentment. Jules might be a prat, but he also might not be, and while Harry didn't think highly of his father, that didn't automatically make Jules nasty. On the other hand, Harry didn't have the best track record with boys his age. But the house, the house was absolutely gorgeous. It was made of old red brick, with numerous windows framed by white shutters. The front porch glowed warmly, and the massive front doors were painted white, adorned with iron handles. Harry counted 5 stories. You could fit 4 of number 4 Privet Drive inside this house. "Potter Manor," James said, grinning at Harry as he bounded up the steps. "The ancestral seat of our house, your new home." This place isn't home yet, Harry thought, but he followed James inside, more or less willingly, glancing around with interest at the moving paintings on the walls. Just then he stumbled back with an embarrassing squeak when the nearest portrait exclaimed, "It's the heir! Harry Potter returns!" James chuckled. "Sorry, I forgot to warn you. Pictures and paintings in the wizarding world move," he explained, as the other portraits erupted into an excited, high-volume conversation. "They're basically moving reflections of the person they were created from. Most of them can move between portraits, too." He nodded at a heavy-set woman who was stumbling into a painting of 3 men playing cards. "I can make ours be quiet, as Lord Potter, but mostly I don't. They deserve to be heard." A little fun, Harry thought, imagining a future where the portraits stayed quiet all the time, just for the sake of his sanity. "Jules," James called, his voice echoing up the massive staircase in the back left of the entrance hall. "Come on down. We have a guest." Harry shifted his pack, and seconds later he heard the faint sound of footsteps. A moment later, another boy skidded to a halt at the top of the stairs. "Oi, Harry!" he shouted, then hurtled down the stairs. In that instant, Harry forgot how to breathe. Seeing James had been like a strange trick of a funhouse mirror, but seeing Jules, his brother, was even more overwhelming. Jules was Harry's exact double, though his scar was larger, more silvery, and resembled a single line rather than a jagged shape. He wore round glasses too, and Harry felt a wave of relief that he had chosen square frames for himself. "Julian," Harry managed to say, hi." Well, that was brilliant. What a way to make a good first impression. Jules's eyes widened in surprise. "Hi," he replied. "This is weird. You look exactly like me." Harry shook off the shock of their physical resemblance and took in the rest of his brother. Jules wore a plain cotton t-shirt and khaki cargo shorts, proving that wizards borrowed some muggle fashion. There was a stain on his red shirt, and his hair was even wilder than Harry's. An awkward silence stretched between them. Harry opened his mouth, unsure of what he was going to say. "Okay," James interjected, clapping his hands together. "Jules, why don't you show Harry his room? I'll whip up some dinner for us." "Order out?" Jules suggested instantly. "Please." James made a face. "My cooking's not that bad." "Yeah, but it's not great," Jules countered. "And it's Harry's first night here." "Good point. Pizza sound good?" James asked. Yes, with pepperoni and sausage. Some vegetables too," James added. "Remember, you have to eat healthy to have fun." "Healthy body." "Fine, those pepper things." "Done. Harry, does that work?" Harry blinked, still trying to process the rapid-fire conversation. Dudley would never talk to Uncle Vernon like that. So friendly. Anything's fine. I haven't really had pizza before." Jules looked shocked. "What? How could you not have? Pizza is amazing. Dad, can we get 3? James grinned, and it didn't even seem strained. 3 pizzas, coming right up." "Your room is this way," Jules said, dragging Harry up the stairs. He chatted on about the portraits they passed and how he had spent the morning cleaning out the room. "It's right down the hall from my normal room, and I keep stuff there sometimes. I can't wait to take you out and teach you flying." "I can't believe I have a brother." Harry focused on breathing and walking without tripping. "Here you go," Jules said, throwing open the door. "It's a little smaller than mine, but a lot of the rooms are closed up since there have only been 2 of us in the house for ages. This was the one we could get ready the fastest." "It's great," Harry interrupted. "Really?" "Okay, good," Jules replied. Harry tried to ignore how relieved he felt to have an actual bedroom, and a big one at that, bigger than either of Dudley's rooms to his satisfaction. The big bed was upholstered in red and gold on varnished warm brown wood. There were bookshelves, a large closet, a desk, a beanbag chair, an armchair in the corner, and a big window looking out over a grassy backyard that backed up to a forest. Jules threw himself onto Harry's bed. "Do you like the quilt? I helped Dad pick it out. We have a bunch up in the attic with preservation charms on them. They're all kind of the same colours, but this one was the warmest. Red and gold are Gryffindor colours. Dad told you about the houses, right? We're both going to be in Gryffindor, I bet. It's the best house," Jules exclaimed. Harry took a deep breath and flashed Jules his best smile. "Yeah, that's all great. I kind of need to change and stuff," he said, waving a hand vaguely. "And, sorry, it's just been a really long day. I'd appreciate a few minutes before dinner." "Oh, yeah, okay." Jules rolled off the bed with effortless grace. "I'll knock when the pizza's here, yeah?" "Sure, thanks." Harry shut the door behind him and leaned his head against it for a moment. "Breathe, breathe. You're okay. Breathe." He focused on the cool wood beneath his fingertips and forehead until the overwhelming feelings subsided, and then he turned around. The room felt almost too large. Harry couldn't imagine having enough belongings to fill it. He couldn't fathom considering this space a home, one where he could put clothes in the closet, books on the shelves, and truly settle in. For now, everything would stay in the trunk. He put away the summer cloak and changed his tunic for a plain black t-shirt, one of the few options resembling normal Muggle clothes from the tailor. He bit his lip for a moment before pulling on a pair of jeans and keeping his dragon-hide boots. He tucked his holly wand into his back pocket. After stowing away the clothes he had been wearing and shrinking the trunk back down to size, he placed it back in his pack. But then he changed his mind, took the trunk out again and expanded it to full size, leaving it at the foot of the bed. That felt like a reasonable compromise. But he wasn't going to unpack anything, just in case he needed to leave in a hurry. With that settled, Harry stood in the middle of his new room, feeling a bit lost. He let out a sigh. With James there, Petunia hadn't objected when Harry asked if he could take some of Dudley's old Muggle fiction books with him. Harry had selected his 8 favourite books, and James had placed them in a bag enhanced with an undetectable expansion charm. He could have read one of them right now, but he didn't feel like tracking James down just yet to ask for them back. Instead, he ran through his wandless spells to ensure he hadn't lost his touch now that he had a wand. Everything worked perfectly, from the warming charm to the light summoning, the levitation, and even the regrowth of his hair. He practiced unlocking and locking the door a couple of times, but when he tried it on his trunk, his magic slipped away from the locks. At least that confirmed the wards and password protection were functioning properly. Okay, so he still had his wandless magic ability. He would need to keep working on that and see if he could learn other tricks. With a sigh, he pulled out the Book of Charms. They were organized alphabetically, but if he tapped it with his wand and said, "Easy," all the beginner-level charms glowed a soft, minty color. He flipped through the pages and tried a simple levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, on his backpack a few times until it wobbled and slid upright in the air. He frowned, concentrated, and managed to stabilize the pack. With a bit of experimentation, Harry found he could levitate things wordlessly. He noticed he had much better control with his wand over the movement of the items he was levitating, and it tired him out a lot less. He moved on to levitating different objects simultaneously, and managed to get 4 pillows in the air before he started fumbling. He realized that when levitating multiple items, he still needed the incantation. That was definitely something to work on. He picked up his wand again, twirling it around his fingers for a moment as he lay back on the bed. It felt nice to relax. This day had been absolutely exhausting, and now he'd just spent 30 minutes practicing magic. Suddenly, there was a loud bang on the door. "Oi, Harry! Pizza's here!" Harry blinked his eyes open and took in the high ceiling and the room around him. Wright, wizard, father, brother, pizza. Harry's stomach growled, reminding him just how great food could be. He stuffed his holly wand into his pocket and opened the door. Jules nodded toward the stairs. "The kitchen's this way." "Do you usually walk all this way for food?" Harry asked, as they descended a smaller staircase built into the wall, quite different from the grand one leading into the entrance hall. "I guess. It doesn't seem to matter much," Jules replied with a shrug. "Does Dad usually cook?" "Yeah, him or the house elves." "House elves?" Harry raised an eyebrow. Jules' expressive nature never ceased to amaze him. He wondered how his twin felt comfortable wearing his emotions so openly. "They look a bit like goblins, but they're not as hard-edged and are smaller. They're bound to serve the family living in their house." "So, like slavery?" Jules looked horrified. "No, they like serving. It's the biggest shame for a house elf to be let go." Harry thought about that. He'd have to see it for himself, but he supposed he could tentatively believe Jules for now. "Like brownies, I guess." "I'm going to assume you don't mean the pastry and move on," Jules said, a smirk crossing his face. So he could be witty. Maybe there was hope for this yet. "And they cook?" "Yeah. It usually only takes a few minutes from when I walk into the kitchen to when the food's ready. They don't do pizza well for some reason. It might just be ours. Bidder and Corker are both kind of old, and Marnie is strange. You'll see." "Do they take requests?" Harry asked, recalling the naan bread and spicy curry he had devoured as leftovers when Aunt Petunia had finally relented and ordered takeout one time. None of the Dursleys had liked the spices, and she had given him all the leftovers. It had been a fantastic meal. "Yeah, we'll get there," Jules said. "What was it like with the Muggles? Do their pictures really not move?" No. Unless you go to a movie, which is... It's like a sequence of events recorded and played back. Except most movies are fiction. They don't interact with you at all." "So, not like portraits then?" Jules asked. "Wait, we have that one of Sir Lucas on the 4th floor. He just reenacts the same jousting tournament over and over and doesn't talk to anyone. Is that kind of what it is?" "Sounds like it's on the right track at least," Harry replied. "Can we go see a movie sometime? How do you do that? Where are they kept?" Harry did his best to explain the cinema, feeling relieved when they reached the kitchen and the presence of food distracted Jules. He was pretty sure Jules's earlier non-stop chatter had just been excitement, and now that his brother had calmed down a bit, there'd be curiosity. Harry hoped they could become friends, even though it might take a long time before he could call Jules brother in anything other than blood. And he didn't think he'd ever refer to James as Dad. As Jules and James dug into the pizza, Harry guarded his 2 slices and listened to their awkward, stilted conversation, which felt strange with him there. The dynamic of their 2-person household had fundamentally shifted, and Harry hated feeling like he was the one mucking things up. At least the pizza was good, and the atmosphere warmed a little. Harry had to tread carefully around Jules's questions about growing up as a Muggle. Most of them centered on how the Muggle world worked, rather than his specific role in it, which made it somewhat easier to navigate. James seemed wound impossibly tight, but Harry ignored him and focused on Jules. Baby steps. Jules appeared a bit unsure of himself around Harry too, but it could have been worse. They could have hated each other on sight. Still, it was odd to look at another person and see a mirror image of himself. Harry kept an eye on how much Jules ate, staying about a slice behind his brother, all while monitoring James to make sure he didn't eat more than he was allowed. But James... Harry noticed that James didn't seem to care about how much he ate. Even though he wasn't really hungry, he took one more piece of pizza than Jules did. James didn't say a word. Harry chewed slowly, waiting for a reaction, but James remained oblivious, showing no interest in who had eaten more. To Harry, that felt like a small victory. At least Jules had experienced a decent upbringing. "Dad, it's still light out," Jules said, turning on his best puppy dog eyes as he looked at James. "Can I take Harry flying?" Flying? That sounded exciting, and Harry desperately wanted to try. But he was also exhausted. After spending so much time cooking and cleaning on so little sleep, he knew he would only get clumsier the more tired he became. "Today might not be the best time," he said. "It's been a long day and I'm super tired. Maybe tomorrow instead?" "Sure," Jules replied with a shrug, returning to his last piece of pizza. "And I was thinking we could give you a tour of the house," James added. Harry tilted his head, intrigued. "I'd like that." While he planned to explore on his own eventually, having a guide would help him understand which parts of the house he was allowed in, and give him a chance to ask questions about the boundaries. He would need to write to Knott in the next few days. Hopefully, Electa had already figured out how to deliver mail. He had let her out of her cage, and the falcon had immediately shot off to hunt. "James?" he asked hesitantly. "Today you flipped out about Theo Knott. How much of a threat are the Death Eaters still?" James set his napkin down slowly. Jules met Harry's gaze, suddenly serious. "They're still out there," he said. "Some of them. A lot of the pure-blood beliefs are still around. The Knott family is one of them. Did you meet their son?" "Yes," Harry replied, contemplating how to express his thoughts. I ran into him while he was buying telescopes today. We talked for a bit." "The Knotts are an old family," James said, his tone shifting. "Family," James interjected. "I think a few cousins managed to stay out of the war, but the main branch, they were very much supporters of you-know-who." Harry frowned at Jules. "Do you know Theo Knott?" "I wish I didn't," Jules muttered. "Yeah, he shows up at a lot of the same parties and galas." Harry shot James a confused look. "Jules is the boy who lived," James said proudly, glancing at his younger son. "That comes with a lot of media attention. We host a charity gala every Christmas. I run a Quidditch training camp in his name for kids from families who can't afford summer camps, things like that." "They even wrote books," Jules chimed in, sounding vaguely horrified. "Children's books. Can you imagine? Jules Potter and the Surly Snowman. It's ridiculous. I'm meant to fight dark wizards, not chase after enchanted snowmen." "Jules," James said gently, though it was clear he wasn't getting through. Harry suppressed an eye roll at their exchange. "So you go to social events," Harry said, "with other pure-blood kids?" "We kind of have to," James replied. "The adults use those gatherings for political negotiations and networking. As head aura and a member of the Wizengamot, I'm expected to be there. The kids play in the host family's house while we talk, and any older siblings supervise. It happens a few times a year." Harry decided to ask about the other kids in his age group later when he wasn't so tired. He added that to his growing mental list of questions. Your original question, though, it's not just Death Eaters, it's dark wizards in general, James explained. There's always some witch or wizard out there with a wand and a willingness to do bad things. Taking down the boy who lived would immortalize anyone's name. Jules is a target. Harry realized his brother was not just a celebrity. He held significant social power and cultural importance, and that made him vulnerable. Harry felt like a walking target for any aspiring dark wizard. Fantastic. "May I go to my room?" he asked quietly. "I'm really tired." "Yeah, of course," James replied, looking a bit startled. "Do you remember the way, or—" "I've got it, thanks," Harry said. James nodded. "If you need anything, just call out the name Corker to summon a house elf. He'll take care of it for you. Is the room okay?" "It's great," Harry said, managing to sound enthusiastic, even if it was a bit forced. "Good," James said, visibly relieved. "All right, off you go." As Harry walked out of the room, he made sure to let his footsteps echo loudly before he quietly crept back to eavesdrop. "Kind of quiet," Jules was saying. "It's weird. He's weird." Harry narrowed his eyes. "Well," James said after a pause that suggested he didn't entirely disagree, "he's had a very different childhood from yours." "I didn't have a childhood thanks to you, James Potter. You guys might look alike, but you weren't just going to connect like the Weasley twins." "I know, but—" Jules broke off with a frustrated noise. "Are we going to tell people? The papers will go crazy over this, won't they?" James sighed. "Yeah, they will, for sure. I'll talk to Ethan tomorrow or the day after to sort out how and when we reveal Harry. For now, I guess the best thing we can do is help him adjust. Make sure he's not too far behind everyone else when school starts." "Okay," Jules said, pausing for a moment. "I have to invite him out with all my friends, don't I?" "It'd be rude if you didn't," James replied. Harry decided then and there to accept at least the first invitation, even if he wasn't in the mood to talk to anyone. It would be amusing to irritate Jules Potter, who seemed just as much of a prat as James. "I guess," Harry thought, deciding he'd heard enough, and he crept back upstairs to his room. Harry shut the door behind him, allowing his hands to tremble and his eyes to burn. He glared into the shadows of the room, barely noticing when Electra fluttered over to perch on his shoulder. He lifted a shaking hand to stroke her, lost in thought. So, James and Jules thought he was weird, too quiet, too different, a freak. He turned his gaze to the charms book sitting on his desk. Fine. If they thought he was weird, then he'd embrace it. If Jules's friends didn't like him, he could always make his own friends, or not, depending on the people he met. If he didn't find anyone, that was okay too. He had managed just fine all these years without friends his own age. He could handle a few more. In the meantime, he'd show them. He'd be better than Jules, better than all of her friends. He'd prove that they should have kept him, that James Potter was wrong to not want him. If that made him a freak in their eyes, he could live with it. Being a freak just meant being different. People were afraid of things that were different. If his family thought he was a freak, then maybe he could make them afraid of him because he didn't mind being different from people he didn't like. Harry closed his eyes and let his resolution sink in like a stone. Gently, he shifted Electra onto her perch, changed into his new pajamas, and crawled into his new bed. Harry rolled over, savouring the warmth. The Dursleys must have finally turned on the heating vent in the cupboard. His pajamas felt oddly soft. Suddenly, there was a loud bang on the door. "Coming, Aunt Petunia," Harry called, trying to sound as strong as he could. He opened his eyes and remembered. Potter Manor, his real family. Magic. He bounced out of bed and yanked the door open. "Aunt Petunia," Jules said. "Mum's sister?" "Yeah," Harry replied shortly. He didn't want to talk about the Dursleys or James. Both topics would ruin his current good mood. "I want to meet her someday," Jules said. "No, you don't. She's not very nice." Harry stepped aside, and Jules did exactly what he expected. He barged straight into the room, making the entire space feel a lot smaller. He jumped onto Harry's beanbag. "Where are your clothes?" Jules asked, frowning at the half-open closet. Harry pointed at his trunk. "You haven't unpacked yet." "There doesn't seem to be much point," Harry replied honestly. "We're leaving for school in a month." "I guess." Jules glanced at the trunk. "You got your school books, right? Don't they look boring? I just want to learn hexes." He pulled out his wand and waved it around. "Do you know any spells yet?" Kind of," Harry said. "Which?" "The levitation charm, reparo." "I've been doing those for ages," Jules said dismissively. Harry blinked, feeling a rush of embarrassment. He had thought he was doing well. Shaking it off, he resolved to work harder. "Can I see?" Jules asked, grinning. Harry pointed his wand at the beanbag. "Wingardium Leviosa." Jules yelped as the beanbag slowly rose about a foot off the ground. Harry gritted his teeth, concentrating hard to keep it steady. Supporting such a large object was challenging, and he knew he couldn't hold it up for long. The landing was a little rough, but at least he didn't just drop Jules on the floor. "Wicked," Jules said. "I haven't lifted anything that big yet. Can I try?" He started to get up from the beanbag, but Harry wasn't ready to trust him enough to let him levitate him around the room. "Show me something else," Harry suggested quickly. "A spell I don't know." Jules thought for a moment. "Okay. Oh, here. Dad uses this one when we play Quidditch." He pointed his wand into the air and shouted, "Aquify." A stream of water leaped out of the wand, creating a dazzling arc in the room. "The others arrive," Jules said, his excitement bubbling over. Harry watched as Jules waved his wand, sending it arcing through the air before it vanished just before hitting the ground. Jules then demonstrated how to drink from the stream of water he had conjured, and with a confident "Finite," he ended the spell. "Cool," Harry replied, though he didn't find it all that impressive. Jules, however, grinned widely. "That one's fun. I also know the trip jinx, but I'm not very good at it yet." "What's the words?" Harry asked, unsure of the terminology. "Incantation," Jules corrected him proudly. Harry felt a sudden urge to splash Jules with the Aquify water, but hesitated, worried that he might mess it up and embarrass himself. "Fallo ambulare," he muttered, committing it to memory. He reached for his trunk, whispering the new password, Firedrake, inspired by a character from one of his favorite books. He opened it to retrieve his clothes. "Anyway, Dad's not up yet. Either that or he had to run into work early," Jules said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I was thinking we could grab breakfast from the house elves and then get you on a broom. Can you think of anything other than flying?" "Sounds fun," Harry replied, pulling out a grey shirt, jeans and his boots. He noticed Jules was wearing a t-shirt and cargo shorts and didn't want to be overdressed. Then he hesitated. At school, during gym, most kids changed in front of each other, but Harry had never been comfortable with that. No matter how much he was teased, hiding in a bathroom stall felt safer than exposing his scars, and he wasn't ready for Jules to see them yet. Sorry, it must be a muggle thing, but I don't like changing in front of people," he admitted, stumbling slightly over his words. "Oh, right, sure." Jules quickly slid off the beanbag and tucked his wand into his pocket. "See you downstairs. Oh, and I have some friends coming over later today. We had it planned before I learned about you, but now that you're here you can meet all our year mates. We can fly for a bit and then come in for lunch before they arrive." Harry stared at the door after his brother left. People. On top of the chaos of the last 24 hours, he was now expected to deal with more people. He tried to calm his breathing, worried he might tip into hyperventilation. He had managed okay with Not yesterday, but that was just one other boy instead of a whole group, and Not seemed decent, something he doubted Jules's friends would be. "I'll be fine. I'll be fine," he repeated to himself, gripping his wand tightly. He quickly changed clothes, deciding he'd probably need some food to get through the day. The house elves were as good as Jules had said. Entering the kitchen, Harry found his brother sitting at the big old table, a massive plate of scrambled eggs, bacon, toast, oatmeal, and sliced apples in front of him. There was an identical plate across the table. "This is all for me?" Harry asked, staring at the feast. It was more food than he'd ever eaten at one time in his life. "Yup," Jules replied, swallowing hard. "If it's not enough, the elves will bring more." Harry shifted his gaze from the plate to his brother. "No way could I eat all of this." Jules shrugged. "You should see Ron. He could eat double that, not to mention the twins." Harry remembered James mentioning a set of twins, but didn't recall hearing about a Ron. "Who are they?" he asked, starting to dig into the delicious food. He could really appreciate the benefits of house elves. "Weasleys," Jules said. "They're a big family, allies of the Potters. They've got loads of kids. The twins, Fred and George, are 2 years older than us. Ron's our age, and Ginny's a year younger. Ron's my best mate. He, the twins, and Ginny are coming over today." Harry nodded, grateful for the food in his mouth as a way to avoid conversation. He had always been quiet, and he thought James and Jules were far too talkative for him. Thankfully, Jules seemed willing to carry the conversation. "Relax and eat without talking," Jules suggested. Harry shot him a glance, then checked the battered old watch on his wrist, wondering how long Jules could manage to keep quiet. Surprisingly, just 3 minutes later, Jules finished his food and propped his elbows on the table. "Ready?" he asked. "Do I look ready?" Harry thought, biting back a response. He glanced at the food remaining on his plate and realized he probably shouldn't eat more anyway. His stomach was accustomed to smaller meals, and he had overindulged on the rare occasions Aunt Petunia allowed him to eat as much as he wanted. Those times always ended with him hunched over the bathroom toilet. He needed to adjust to eating full meals. "Yeah, I'm done," he replied. Jules grabbed him and pulled him out the back of the house, leading them onto the lawn Harry could see from his window. In the garden, there was a small shed tucked against the back of the house. Jules placed a hand on the lock and said, "Open." It clicked, granting them entry. Harry blinked, letting his eyes adjust to the dimness inside the shed. Jules reached for something and tossed it to Harry, who flinched but managed to catch it just in time. It was a broom, much sleeker than the ones he'd seen in the vault. This one even had leg braces and was taller than Harry himself, practically humming with potential. He tightened his grip around it. "These are clean sweep 10s, Jules explained. "Dad promised me a Nimbus 2000 if I make the Gryffindor Quidditch team, but for now we're stuck with these old ones." He held up a broom identical to Harry's. "Are clean sweep 10s not nice?" Harry asked. Jules shrugged as they stepped back out of the shed. "They came out last year, so I guess they're decent. Not the best, though." His tone made Harry feel a twinge of discomfort, reminding him uncomfortably of Dudley's constant comparisons. 36. Last year I got 38 presents. Harry tried to shake off the feeling and hold on to his good mood. "Okay, put it on the ground," Jules instructed. Harry followed suit, standing just to the left of his broom. "Hold out your—" "Up," Jules commanded, raising his hand. The broom shot up off the ground and into his grasp with a satisfying smack. "Up," Harry said, feeling a bit silly, but to his surprise, the broom jumped into his palm almost as quickly as Jules's had. "Nice," Jules exclaimed. He demonstrated how to straddle the broom, grip the handle, and position his feet. "Then you just do this," Jules said, gently pushing off the ground until he was hovering a little above the surface. He leaned to one side, and his broom spun in a slow circle. Harry narrowed his eyes, studying Jules's form, his feet, the way he leaned forward. "Your turn," Jules encouraged. Harry took a deep breath and pushed off the ground. The cushioning charm on the broom activated, and he felt the ground drop away beneath his feet. A huge grin spread across his face. "Right?" Jules said, returning the grin. "It's amazing." "Yeah," Harry breathed. "Okay, how do I—" Suddenly, he heard a whoosh and a whoop, and when he looked up, Jules had vanished, speeding away over the house. "Prat!" Harry shouted after him, but Jules was already out of sight. He sighed and looked down at the ground, contemplating whether he should put the broom away and wait for James or Jules to join him. That would be the smart thing to do. But deep down, he felt a need to prove something to himself. He wanted to show that he was just as capable as Jules, that he wasn't a failure. Harry knew he wouldn't be as skilled at flying right away, but he also wouldn't be the one who couldn't fly at all. "Okay," he muttered, kicking off again, this time just lightly, so he was only about 2 feet off the ground. "Okay, nice and slow." He began to experiment with gentle movements, leaning one way and then the other, careful not to overcompensate. Harry had managed to master the basics on the broom. He could go up and down, turn both ways in place, and make large looping circles over the lawn. But then he heard a loud slam coming from the house. He looked up sharply, startled, but quickly realized it was just a door slamming. The sudden motion threw off his balance, and he had to flounder for a moment to stay on the broom. When he glanced back at the house, everything seemed unchanged. His gaze drifted to a small pond nestled among the trees on the east side of the house. He decided to aim for it. If he was going to attempt something more complicated, he'd much prefer to land in water rather than on dry ground. The pond was sizable, about the same dimensions as the library parking lot. Harry circled the pond a few times, then dared to climb higher and try some dives, always pulling up well above the water, but inching closer with each attempt. The speed of the broom turned the warm July air into a refreshing breeze against his face, and he felt invincible, as if he could outrun anything. A smile stretched across his face. He never wanted to let go of this exhilarating feeling. As he dove toward the pond, he edged closer to the water, spinning in a tight lap around it. Then, on a whim, he lifted one foot off the footrests and skimmed his toes across the surface. "Yah!" A blur of red and blue shot past Harry's shoulder, quickly followed by another. He twisted away violently, leaning toward the foot that wasn't on the broom. In an instant, he lost control and crashed into the water. He flailed and struggled, completely disoriented. Up and down lost all meaning. Water filled his ears, nose, and eyes. Memories flooded back of the time Dudley and Piers had spent an hour ducking him in and out of the water, holding him down until he thrashed desperately. That day at the lake 3 years ago haunted him, and he remembered that he couldn't swim. Just then a hand grasped his shirt and pulled him up out of the water. Harry coughed and gasped, thrashing in panic. He needed to get away, to escape whoever was holding him. "Harry! Harry!" someone shouted, and the shock of hearing his own name jolted him back to reality. He wiped the water from his eyes and shook his head to clear his ears, quickly noticing a group of children on the shore, laughing at him. The boy who had pulled him from the pond was slightly older, with bright red hair and a soaking wet blue shirt. "You okay, mate?" he asked. Just then, another boy on a broom landed smoothly beside them. Harry looked back and forth between the two in confusion. They were twins, the Weasley twins. "Sorry about that," Broom Twin said. "We didn't mean for you to go in," Pond Twin chimed in. "Just wanted to surprise you, really." "Consider me surprised," Harry replied stiffly. The twins were smirking, but there was a clever glint in their eyes, and the glance they exchanged hinted that they realized they had crossed a line. "You can't swim, then?" Pond Twin asked. "What tipped you off?" Harry snapped, wading out of the pond and glaring at the pack of laughing kids his age gathered near the house. Broom Twin landed beside him and handed Harry his clean sweep. "Oh, maybe just that you had a bloody panic attack." "Pretty big clue right there," Pond Twin agreed. Harry glanced between them. He knew he wouldn't have been able to tell them apart if one of them hadn't been drenched, although Broom Twin seemed a little wilder than the other. "Such a pity," Broom Twin said. "You've got a whole summer left. Be a shame to waste it. I'm Fred, by the way." "No, I'm Fred. You're George. Honestly, did Mum clock you on the head again?" They both snickered, but Harry stiffened at the mention of their mother. The twins noticed the change in his expression, and their laughter faded. "It was a joke, mate," Broom Twin said quickly. "She wouldn't actually—" He trailed off, and the twins exchanged another loaded glance. Harry caught a glance from the twins and realized they were starting to piece things together. "I'm Harry," he said, trying to keep his tone light. "I'd thank you for dragging me out of the pond, but you're the reason I was in there in the first place." The twin, who Harry couldn't quite tell apart, shrugged unapologetically. "That's fair. We can teach you," the other one chimed in. "A gesture of goodwill and all." Harry regarded them for a moment. He wasn't sure what to make of these two yet, but at least they weren't mocking him like the others. "Deal." The twin who had clapped him on the back, Broom Twin, grinned. "Come on, let's go find the rest of the kids." "I'm not a kid," Harry protested indignantly, even as he started back toward the others, reluctant as he was. The twins flanked him, identical expressions of mischief lighting up their faces. "Oh, little baby Harry doesn't like being called a baby, huh?" one teased. "Are you cranky?" the other added with a smirk. "Do you need your diaper changed?" "Only if I get to rub the used one in your face," Harry shot back. "Hey, hey, it bites!" Broom Twin exclaimed, reeling back dramatically with a hand pressed to his chest. "I like this one," Pond Twin said to his brother over Harry's head. Broom Twin smirked. "This will definitely be an interesting year." Harry decided he wouldn't hold a grudge about being dumped in the pond. They wouldn't have guessed that his reflexes were heightened enough to send him tumbling off his broom. They had fished him out of the water and hadn't even teased him too much about his inability to swim. But the others... Harry spotted a red-headed boy, a skinny younger version of the twins, reenacting Harry's panicked floundering. A girl, also a ginger, giggled, though it seemed mostly because she was infatuated with Jules, who was laughing so hard that Harry was surprised he could stay on his feet. Two other girls, looking like they came from a Southern Asian family, shifted nearby, sharing curious looks. A sandy, blonde, pudgy boy chuckled awkwardly alongside Jules and the redhead. "Think it's funny?" Harry asked coolly. "Bloody hilarious, that was," the redhead replied with a grin. "I'm Ron, by the way, Ron Weasley." "Way to make a first impression, huh?" Jules snickered. Harry didn't smile, and soon Jules and Ron's laughter faded. "That's our brother," the Broom twin said, pointing at Ron. "He's a prat. You can ignore him." "Hey!" Ron protested. "And that's our little sister, Ginevra," the Pond twin added, nodding toward the girl who wore a scowl. "Ginny!" she snapped. "If anyone calls me Ginevra, I'll hex them as soon as I get a wand." "Which is a year from now," Ron said dismissively, "like you'd remember." Ginny shot him a fierce glare. Harry raised an eyebrow. This girl had fire, that was for sure. He wouldn't bet on her forgetting who she wanted to hex. Ron was likely at the top of that list. "I'm Parvati," one of the other girls introduced herself. "And I'm Padma," the other added. "There are way too many twins around here," Harry muttered. Both girls half smiled, half grimaced. "Yes, well, we're easier to tell apart at least," Parvati said. "I'm an inch shorter." Harry turned to the last boy in the group. "Neville," the boy said, clearing his throat. "Neville Longbottom. Unfortunate last name." "A pleasure," Harry replied, glancing around the group. He tried to mimic how he'd seen one of Vernon's co-workers treat Petunia during a dinner visit. The man had made it clear he didn't find the experience pleasurable at all, and Harry aimed to convey the same message here. Neville blinked, and Padma and Parvati seemed to catch on to his subtle jibe, but it went right over Ron's head. The Weasley twins exchanged another knowing glance as they stood over Jules and Ginny's heads. "Let's head back to the house so I can change," Pond twin suggested. "I bet Harry would appreciate some dry clothes too. Then we can all grab brooms and play a bit." "Someone better teach Harry how to stay on the broom first," Weasley chimed in. Harry decided that Weasley had just made it onto his to-be hexed list. "I can do a drying charm," Padma said, pulling out her wand and waving it in a specific pattern toward Harry and Pond twin. "Adzice!" In an instant their clothes and hair were dry. Harry wiggled his toes, feeling they were still a bit damp, but he wasn't complaining. He made a mental note to look up that charm later. "But the trace!" Longbottom protested. Parvati rolled her eyes. "They ignore the trace for students before first year," she explained, clearly enjoying the chance to share her knowledge. "Besides, we're at a wizarding family home. If any trace goes off here, they wouldn't know if it was us or Lord Potter." "He's told you to call him James loads of times," Jules interjected. Soon, he, Padma and Parvati began bickering as they made their way back up toward the manor. Harry lingered behind. The twins had shifted their focus to teasing Ginny, flying circles around her head and showering her with leaves that seemed to appear from nowhere. Weasley joined in the playful banter with Jules and the girls, leaving Harry alone. "Sorry about all that," Longbottom said, falling back to walk alongside Harry. They lagged a little behind the rest of the group. "I'm terrible at flying too. It's not that big a deal." "I'm not terrible at flying," Harry thought, but didn't say. "Thanks." Longbottom glanced at him, then back at the other boys. You're just annoyed with Jules and Ron." Harry remained silent, which he realized was an answer in itself. "They're kinda—" Longbottom trailed off, clearly unsure how to finish that thought, and Harry didn't feel like trying to help him out. Continue the conversation. He'd been right about Jules's friends. "Is anyone else coming?" Harry asked after a moment. Longbottom shrugged. "I think this girl, Luna Lovegood, was supposed to come, but she doesn't do so well with being on time. Seamus Finnegan, Cedric Diggory, a few others." Harry winced. He didn't want more people around to watch Jules and Ron take turns teasing him, but it looked like he wouldn't have a choice. Jules yanked open the broom shed and began passing out brooms. The Weasley twins, it turned out, played for the Gryffindor team and had brought their own brooms. Weasley, Longbottom, Padma, Parvati and Ginny didn't have decent brooms of their own, so Jules lent them his. "I don't know why Jules put him on a clean sweep 10 to start with," Harry overheard someone whisper. He realized, leaning against the outside of the broom shed, that he could hear someone inside, just on the other side of the wall. Someone who sounded a lot like Pond Twin. "It's a racing broom," Broom Twin said, "or a Quidditch broom for a beginner." "Jules has never been the fastest broom in the shed," Pond Twin replied, which made both of them snicker. Harry might have laughed too, but he was too furious. There was a pause, during which Harry assumed they were communicating wordlessly somehow, and then Broom Twin continued. "No, you're right. It's too clever by half for Jules. Mind you, putting a beginner on that broom is something we might do. We did do it, remember Ginny? Except she flew it like she was born in the air. Jules Potter was doing pretty well before we scared him." Another pause. Harry was about ready to punch Jules. The twins seemed to think plotting to make him look ridiculous by putting him on a high-quality, hard-to-fly broom was too clever for Jules, and Harry was inclined to agree. It proved Jules was self-centered and inconsiderate. Harry tightened his grip on the broom until his hand ached. He added Quidditch to the list of things he was determined to beat Jules Potter at. But he knew he wasn't good enough yet to outshine his brother. So, when the others emerged from the shed and took to the sky, passing around a big red ball called a quaffle, while the Weasley twins zoomed around trying to knock it from people's hands, Harry remained cautious. He made wide turns, kept his speed down, and maintained a firm grip on the broom at all times. He was determined not to give anyone a reason to laugh at him, but he also didn't want to draw attention to himself. He aimed to fly just a little less skillfully than the Weasley girl, who was a year younger, but had at least spent some time on a broom before. Soon, Luna Lovegood arrived. She was a dreamy, blonde girl who seemed to draw vague contempt from most of the others, except for Ginny and Neville. Ginny appeared to consider Luna an odd friend, while Neville hovered around her, clearly fascinated by her quirky nature. Harry observed Luna's distant gaze as she told Jules he needed to dodge something called a rack spurt. He noticed the way Jules, Ron and Parvati made fun of her, and decided that Luna was just another kid who had probably been labelled a freak before. Harry wasn't particularly fond of Seamus Finnegan. The boy was brash, somewhat rude, and always bragging about his dad being a famous author. Dean Thomas was okay, as were Susan Bones and Ernie Macmillan, but Harry didn't like how they all hung on his brother's every word. Longbottom might be decent if he could overcome his shyness and visible insecurity. Eventually, Harry excused himself from the Quidditch game and settled down on the grass with Ginny, Luna and Neville to watch the others play. Luna was animatedly explaining a crumple-horned snorkack to a fascinated yet confused Neville, while Ginny frowned at the players. "Not a Quidditch fan?" Harry asked her. She huffed. "I love Quidditch, but Mum doesn't want me playing, and Ron will tell." Harry noted she mentioned Ron, not the twins. That fit with what he had observed. The twins were pranksters who probably thrived on causing trouble. "You were flying well, you know," she said, "before the twins scared you." He shot her a sideways glance. "Thanks." She nodded, her attention mostly on Jules as he performed loops and dives around Weasley and Finnegan, who were clearly struggling to keep up with his speed. Harry recognized the look. Ginny had a crush. He suppressed a smirk and lay back on the grass, shifting his focus from the game to the sky above. Jules's friends left around 1, following a rowdy lunch that left Harry feeling exhausted just from trying to keep up with the chaos. For the most part, he was ignored in the frenzy, except by Longbottom and Lovegood. Longbottom was curious about the Muggles, while Lovegood seemed to have a general interest in everything. Even the Weasley twins got sidetracked, poking fun at Jules, their brother, along with Finnegan and Thomas. Harry didn't mind. He found great amusement in watching Weasley and Finnegan endure the teasing. Apparently, Jules had some sort of special tutoring session on weekday afternoons for physical training, whatever that was. Afterward, he sometimes had dinner with friends. Since James hadn't returned from work yet, Harry had the whole house to himself for the afternoon. He settled in with one of his new books on wizarding etiquette, politics and history. Harry devoted the rest of his summer to ensuring he wouldn't fall hopelessly behind his classmates when school resumed. James and Jules gave him a tour of the house. Harry tried to mask how much he disliked both of them and asked questions about their home. To his surprise, nothing was technically off-limits, though James did warn him about going into any. The locked rooms were likely to trigger a sneezing fit for Harry due to all the dust. He quickly realized that his interest in the library matched that of James and Jules, which was very low. So he began using it as an escape. It quickly became his favorite spot in the entire house. Harry spent hours curled up in a cozy nook within the library. Having grown up in a cupboard taught him how to make himself comfortable in odd places and awkward positions. He could climb shelves like a monkey, tuck himself into corners, and crawl into small spaces, staying content for an hour or even 3. Although he didn't understand most of what he read, what he did grasp was absolutely fascinating. There was one section of the library that wouldn't even let him in. For a whole week, he attacked it with various unlocking spells from the books he'd bought at Flourish and Blots. Finally, in his next letter to Nott, he asked for help. Nott replied with a book on ward spells, both setting and breaking, along with a warning that it was illegal to own and that most of the spells were at least restricted. Harry suspected it was some kind of test. He made sure to thank Nott sincerely in his response, and mentioned that after 2 hours of work he had finally managed to access the restricted section of the Potter family library. The books there were definitely on the edge of dark. At least, that's what James Potter referred to as dark magic during one of his long rants about the dark side, the light side, and Death Eaters, rants he often fell into during the evenings. Harry would nudge him into these tirades, listening carefully to gather information that slipped out during James's anger. James would probably be furious if he knew the kinds of books Harry was discovering back there. Even though Harry couldn't comprehend most of them and didn't attempt many of the spells, there was something alluring about the promises contained within those pages. Promises of tricky curses, slow pain, and the ability to protect himself and take revenge on those who had hurt him. These ideas were incredibly tempting. After stewing over it for a few days, he decided that James and Jules never seemed to spend time in the library. Harry realized no one would notice if a few of these books went missing. After all, he was the heir to House Potter, which meant he had just as much right to the library's contents as James did. While he left most of the dark books on the shelves, his personal collection expanded significantly with tomes he borrowed from the Potter library. Things grew increasingly tense after Jules and Harry's birthday. The mysterious Ethan had apparently decided to reveal Harry's presence during a press conference. When James suggested the idea, Harry flatly refused. There was no way he was diving into the Potter family drama when he barely understood the wizarding world. He feared he would say something foolish, probably sticking his foot in his mouth so far he'd end up kicking his own tonsils. This disagreement led to a 3-hour argument, which Harry ended by locking himself in his room and burning 3 of his pillows to ash. The house elves replaced them without a word, and Harry hid away during the Boy Who Lived's birthday gala, which was one of the summer's biggest social events. The twins found him and spent some time together, the 3 of them aiming trip jinxes at random party guests from Harry's second-floor window, which conveniently overlooked the backyard and the majority of the celebration. Only when a red-haired woman noticed Ron Weasley face-planting into a rhododendron and glanced up at the open window did the twins retreat, leaving Harry alone with his books once more. He reassured himself that he wasn't lonely or jealous. Ethan turned out to be Ethan Thorne, the Potter family lawyer and one of James's good friends. He had become Jules's second godfather when Jules was 3, after the original godfather, Peter Pettigrew, had died. Harry inquired about his own godfather and discovered that he had once been named Hadrian Sirius Potter. However, after Sirius betrayed them to you-know-who and nearly cost Harry and Jules their lives, James made his other friend Remus Harry's godfather, and had Harry's middle name legally changed. Yet Remus hadn't. Harry hadn't been back to England in nearly 7 years. Instead, he was travelling somewhere in Europe or possibly Asia. He found it strange that a supposed best friend could be so out of touch with James, but he decided it wasn't worth his time to dwell on it. Ethan, on the other hand, was a different story. He was concerning. Harry didn't like how perceptive the tall, gangly man was. Ethan had large, watery blue eyes that seemed to catch everything, and he definitely didn't like Harry. During dinner, Harry made polite conversation, but eventually pleaded a headache as an excuse to leave early. Flying, at least, was incredible, and it quickly became the highlight of the time he spent with his father and brother. The 3 of them went flying a few times a week. Harry gritted his teeth through their tasteless jokes, but he filed away all their tips. He immersed himself in books like Quidditch Through the Ages, Exercises for the Beginning Flyer, and Basics of Broomsticks and Quidditch Training, The Fundamentals, studying drills he could practice during the afternoons and evenings when James and Jules were busy with their Boy Who Lived responsibilities. A lot of those responsibilities seemed to involve attending various ministry functions, occasional press conferences, and social calls at different people's homes. Jules had his mysterious training, which seemed mostly focused on indoctrinating him into the idea that anyone who didn't support House Potter, Gryffindors, or the ministry was evil. It also included lessons on how to dodge when bad guys were casting spells at him, as he was technically too young to be casting spells himself. Jules was a naturally gifted flyer and had much more practice than Harry. So, while Jules went on about the Patil twins and Ronald Weasley, Harry focused on copying him in the air. James seemed convinced they were destined to be the next Golden Gryffindor Quidditch players, following in the legendary footsteps of James Potter, then Charlie Weasley, then the Weasley twins, and now back to the Potters. Harry was careful to ensure he wasn't quite as good as Jules when flying. James eventually relented and taught them a few basic spells. They learned a color change charm, perfect for pranking someone by changing their hair color, a simple blocking spell to defend against incoming jinxes, and the jelly legs jinx. Harry made sure that Jules succeeded in casting them first, even though he could have easily outperformed his brother. It was comforting, in a way, to see that he was at least matching Jules' skill with magic, considering Jules had grown up as a wizard. At night, Harry swapped out his holly wand for his ash wand, practicing until he was too exhausted to cast another spell. From his book on wand lore, He understood that ash wood was associated with intelligence, planning, knowledge, and cleverness, while holly was linked to protection and fire. He became familiar with the personalities of the wands. The holly wand felt like an extension of himself, young, untested, eager, and curious. It thrived on casting new spells, and his magic felt unpredictable when he used it. In contrast, the ash wand exuded a sense of patience. Harry sensed it liked him, but was merely humouring him until he was ready to tackle more challenging spells. It seemed particularly eager to help him practice the jinxes and hexes he worked on late at night, drawing from books that Nott had recommended, ones he had purchased without James knowing, or even ones he had borrowed from the library. Harry's correspondence with Nott was steady yet lukewarm. Neither of them fully opened up in their letters. Harry suspected Nott was just as hesitant as he was to put anything in writing that could later be used against them. He became adept at reading between the lines and crafting convoluted replies that subtly conveyed his irritation with his father and his ongoing interest in dubious magic. Nott seemed especially intrigued by herbology. When Harry stumbled upon a book near the restricted section that detailed various dark plants, their uses and growth conditions, he dedicated 2 weeks to mastering the Geminio charm. His goal was to duplicate the book and take a copy with him to school. He planned to give it to Nott. Harry exchanged the book on ward spells with Nott, which had already proven useful, not only for accessing the library, but also for enhancing the wards on his trunk. It even helped him sneak into Jules' room one afternoon to poke around. Although he didn't find anything particularly interesting, it provided a nice distraction. He spent time with Jules' friends, and he found the Weasley twins hilarious. Harry thought that one day he might consider them friends. The same went for Ginny and Longbottom, if only Longbottom could stop stuttering and hovering awkwardly. Diggory was decent enough, but he was a bit too straightforward and predictable to hold Harry's interest for long. Most of the others at best were just boring, and at worst downright annoying. Particularly Ron Weasley and Seamus Finnegan. And of course, there was Jules Potter himself. Harry eagerly counted down the days until September 1st. Chapter 4. Welcome to Hogwarts. "Ethan!" James shouted, throwing his arms wide and embracing his shorter friend. Harry watched from the side, his expression carefully neutral. He had his trunk and school robes packed, Electra in her cage in his left hand, and his holly wand securely holstered on his right arm. He had stocked up on books from the Potter library, confident they would see him through the school year. He had even practiced the ward spells he intended to cast around his bed to keep the other boys in his dormitory at bay. Just a few days ago, he had completed a preliminary reading of all the first-year textbooks, and he planned to revisit the first chapter of each before his classes began. He and Nott had also arranged to meet on the train. All in all, he felt as prepared as he could be. James had decided to show Harry and Jules the Muggle way to the Hogwarts Express, insisting that running at a solid barrier with their eyes closed was what he considered fun. Harry would have preferred to apparate or use the flu network. As soon as they emerged on the other side of the barrier, Thorn appeared out of nowhere, wrapped his arms around James, and launched into a briefing about the various media outlets there to document the boy who lived's departure for Hogwarts. Amid the chaos of reporters, posed photographs, and fans clamouring for Jules's autograph, Harry managed to slip away. He nodded to Longbottom, Thomas, and a boy he didn't recognize before boarding the train. Inside, the atmosphere was just as hectic as outside, filled with the Potter's energy. Harry spent a good 15 minutes searching for either Nott or an empty compartment. Eventually, he found an unoccupied one, cast a locking spell on the door, and pulled out one of his Muggle fiction novels, courtesy of Dudley, and began to read. A few minutes later, someone knocked. He stood up, opened the door, and let Nott into the compartment. "I couldn't even break that locking spell," Nott said, greeting him with a grin. Harry smirked. "You're the one who sent me the book about ward spells. Did you think I wouldn't apply those lessons?" Nott raised an eyebrow, and Harry realized his message had hit home. He wasn't above using spells that skirted the edges of legality, and he had no issue with Nott for having owned and shared such a book. "In fact," Harry continued, settling into the seat across from Nott, "I found a book in the Potter library that I thought you might like." He pulled out a book on dark plants from his pack, where he'd kept it for easy access, and handed it over. Nott examined the cover before flipping through the pages. Interesting. I don't believe I've seen this one before." "Oh, good," Harry replied with a grin. That would have been rather tacky. Nott locked eyes with him, and they both understood the unspoken meaning of their exchange. Harry repaid his debts, and he had no more qualms about using so-called dark magic than Nott did. Nott nodded slowly, then smirked. "You're all right, Potter." "Likewise," Harry said, still grinning as he picked up his own book again. Nott glanced at it, and his eyebrows shot up. "Is that a Muggle novel?" "Muggle-raised, remember?" Harry shrugged. "They get their depictions of magic wildly wrong, but that doesn't mean it's not entertaining." Nott's interest piqued. "Can I see?" Harry handed it over, and their conversation quickly evolved into a lively discussion comparing Harry's knowledge of Muggle fiction with Nott's understanding of wizarding stories. After reading a chapter of Dragon Rider, Nott concluded it seemed intriguing, even if the dragons were completely unrealistic. Harry reminded him, "It's a book for kids, and besides, Muggles don't know anything about real dragons. How can they be held to any standards of accuracy?" Nott laughed and conceded the point. But their discussion came to an abrupt halt when someone rattled the compartment door. Nott glanced over, feigning boredom. "Oh dear, Potter," he said with a sudden lack of enthusiasm. The shift in his demeanour alerted Harry that something was off. "It's your brother. I don't think he's pleased to see me." Harry looked up to see an irate Jules Potter glaring at them through the glass of the compartment door. "I really should have closed the shade," he muttered. "Too late now. Better let him in before his head explodes with anger," Nott suggested with a smirk. Harry stifled a laugh at that image, and quickly cast Finite Incantatem on the door, cancelling the lock spell. Jules barged in, closely followed by Ron. "Harry!" he exclaimed. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Yes, that's me." Nott made a noise that sounded suspiciously like a suppressed laugh. Jules turned his glare towards Nott. "Nott," he said through gritted teeth. "Potter," Nott replied coolly. "Oh, good. I don't have to introduce you," Harry mumbled, hoping this wouldn't escalate into hexes less than half an hour into their train ride. "Harry, come on," Jules said, finally breaking his furious stare at Nott. Ron, standing behind him, looked ready to leap into action if things turned sour. "We've got a compartment in the middle of the train." Harry glanced at Nott, who wore a look of resignation, clearly expecting him to side with his brother. He looked back at Jules. "I'm good, thanks." "Harry," Ron said tightly, "that's Theo Nott." "Yes," Harry replied, "I know. We've been in the same compartment the entire train ride without introducing ourselves." Ron glared at him. "He's a Death Eater's son." "My father was acquitted," Nott said calmly. "So unless you think you, an 11-year-old, know better than the entire Wizengamot, I suggest you back off with those accusations." "Technically, you could sue him for slander," Harry added. Not shook his head casually. It's hardly worth it. Harry shrugged, as if it didn't matter to him either way. Fine, Weasley snarled. Be a prat, then. Harry, come on, Jules said. You've got to associate with the right sort. I'd salute you for that statement, Potter, if you weren't associating yourself with a Weasley, a new voice sneered. Oh, Merlin, give me patience, Not muttered. Harry shot him a questioning glance as Weasley and Jules turned to face the newcomer. Not shook his head and mouthed, "Watch." The speaker pushed his way into the compartment and sneered at Weasley. Harry couldn't blame him, honestly. The redhead had a smudge on his nose, and both he and Jules were wearing thoroughly messy clothes. Then Harry recognized this newcomer as the pale boy he had avoided in Diagon Alley. It was interesting that Not seemed to recognize his voice and wasn't too pleased that this blonde was here. "What's wrong with being a Weasley?" Weasley snapped. The blonde gave him a dismissive once-over. "Far too many freckles, obnoxiously red hair, hand-me-down robes to start with. And I've heard your parents can't even afford to get you younger lot your own wands. Is that true?" "And who are you?" Jules shot back before Weasley could launch himself at the blonde. Harry wished he'd brought popcorn. The blonde puffed himself up a bit. "Draco, heir of Malfoy House." "Oh, that explains a lot," Jules said, crossing his arms. "My father never lets us go to events your family's at. Death Eaters, the lot of you. And anyone who's not is still an inbred pure-blood git." "Didn't we already cover why that insult is a bad idea?" Not muttered, but only Harry seemed to hear him. Malfoy glared. "My father was imperious, Potter. Watch your tongue. And your heir to a house of inbred purebloods yourself." "Actually, he's not," Harry pointed out casually, not even bothering to stand up. Malfoy's gaze snapped to him, and he seemed to register the presence of two other people in the compartment. One of them looked almost identical to the boy who lived, except he was a bit shorter and scrawnier, which clearly caught Malfoy off guard. "Hadrian, heir of Potter House," Harry added, a hint of condescension in his tone. "I'm the older twin." "Since when does Julian Potter have a twin?" Malfoy demanded. "A magical accident a month ago," Not interjected. "Jules Potter's personality split, leaving all the intelligence in one body and all the reckless idiocy in the other. You can probably tell which is which." Harry couldn't help but choke back a laugh. Weasley frowned, but both Malfoy and Jules caught the insult. Malfoy looked taken aback, while Jules appeared furious. "Are you quite certain you don't want my help finding the right sort, Potter?" Malfoy sneered, clearly choosing the boy who lived as the more appealing target for his social climbing. "I think I'll manage," Jules replied tersely. Malfoy's sneer deepened. "Suit yourself." "Not," he said dismissively, then turned on his heel. Harry noticed two heavy-set boys who looked strangely like bodyguards following Malfoy down the hallway. "What a slimy little git," Jules snarled. "I bet you anything he's in Slytherin." Harry glanced at Not, who rolled his eyes. "Unfortunately, he's not wrong, on either count." "Huh. Well, no house would contain only people Harry liked, and honestly, he thought he'd prefer dealing with Malfoy over Jules and Weasley any day." "As if you really think that's unfortunate," Weasley said, turning on Not. "You and he probably have matching snake tattoos." "Last I checked, the Death Eaters don't recruit children," Not replied. Not said sharply, "Except possibly as human shields. Now can you please go? It's pretty clear Harry's not interested, and I'd like to get back to my book." "Have fun with that, Harry," Jules said darkly as he and Weasley finally left. Harry and Nott exchanged glances and burst out laughing. "Okay, how do you and Jules know each other?" Harry asked after a moment. Nott made a face. "He and I see each other at a lot of events, mostly for old pureblood families. We've never really gotten along." "Understatement," Harry replied. "And Malfoy?" "Son of an acquitted Death Eater," Nott said succinctly. "Same as me." He dropped that casually, but Harry could tell Nott was expecting a reaction that didn't come. That would indicate to Nott that he'd been a topic of conversation in the Potter household over the summer, and that Harry had known but chosen not to care. "I see him a lot more often than I do Jules," Nott continued. "We're not friends, but our fathers are, so we have to get along. He's a bit too preoccupied with himself, and he's jealous that I'm smarter than he is." Harry snorted. "He reminds me of my cousin." "The baby walrus?" Nott asked, sounding doubtful. Harry had described Dudley, Petunia, and Vernon a bit in his letters. "Not in looks," Harry said. "Although I wish it was so. It'd be so easy to poke fun at him. No, he's just so self-centered. Dudley's the same way. The world revolves around him." Nott smirked. "Yeah, that's Malfoy, all right." "Oh!" Harry looked up just as the door slid open. Neville Longbottom paused at the threshold, biting his lip. "Hey, Harry Potter," he said. "Jules said you were down this way, and, well, they're being very loud. He was complaining about how you two just wanted to read, and I was wondering, can I join you?" "Come in," Nott said. Harry glanced at him and saw that Nott gave Longbottom an appraising look. "We're not really reading, but I promise we're quieter than a compartment full of likely Gryffindors." Longbottom grinned. "That's all I ask." He sat down next to Harry and noticed the book resting on the seat beside Nott. "Hey, is that a Muggle novel?" "It's mine," Harry replied. "I was reading it, and he wanted a look." "Huh." Neville pulled out his own book, which appeared to be about herbology. Then he noticed the title of Nott's book, and froze. Harry tensed, remembering that Nott's book was definitely not standard first-year material. If Longbottom reacted poorly— "You like herbology, then?" Longbottom asked, looking a bit nervous but determined. Nott leaned forward, a gleam in his eye. "I do. This is a new book, though. I haven't gotten very far, but there's this one plant that produces sap capable of turning a wizard into a squib temporarily." Longbottom looked somewhere between fascinated and sickened. Harry returned to his potions book, keeping half an ear on their conversation to ensure Nott didn't overwhelm Longbottom. But it turned out that Longbottom was quite the herbology prodigy, thanks to his family owning numerous greenhouses and a significant portion of the magical plant industry. Once he got over his nervousness, he and Nott engaged in a lively discussion. Most of it flew right over Harry's head, but once he realized that Longbottom didn't conform to the dumb stereotypes like Jules and Weasley, he tuned them out. "Theo, darling," a voice crooned. Harry looked up to see a smirking 11-year-old girl with icy blonde hair. "Daphne," Nott said, sounding resigned. "Should have known you'd find me eventually." "Couldn't miss you," Daphne replied, sitting down next to Nott as if she owned the compartment. Another boy followed her in, short with curly brown hair, blue glasses, and a round face. Introductions were made. Daphne turned out to be Daphne Greengrass entered the compartment, hailing from yet another old pure-blood family that typically found their way into either Slytherin or Hufflepuff. Alongside her was Anthony Goldstein, her cousin by marriage. They had grown up together, and it was clear they bickered like siblings. Both expressed the usual shock that the famous Jules Potter had an older twin brother. Harry brushed off their curiosity with the rehearsed excuse that he had lived away from his family for security reasons. Before long, Daphne's friend Tracy Davis, a half-blood witch, joined them, followed by another witch named Sue Lee. Sue watched Daphne demonstrate a hairstyling charm and, intrigued, asked about it, seamlessly joining their conversation. Harry was taken aback by how easily their discussions flowed. At any given moment, at least 2 topics were being debated, and although the discussions occasionally escalated into heated arguments, no one truly lost their temper. Not sat nearby, appearing reluctantly interested in everyone's chatter, just as surprised as Harry that so many people could converse so easily. Harry raised an eyebrow at him, but Not merely shook his head in response. He turned his attention back to the animated argument between Goldstein, Lee and Davis about the possibility of enchanting a Muggle radio to work at Hogwarts. Daphne listened with an expression of hesitant interest. Harry guessed she had probably grown up with some of the anti-Muggle beliefs that James often talked about, but at least she wasn't starting a fight over it. Suddenly a piece of paper hit Harry's forehead. He caught it just before it fell. Not was pointedly avoiding eye contact, making it clear where the paper had come from. Harry discreetly unfolded it. The message was brief and straightforward. "To answer what I think you were trying to ask me, people tend to avoid me because of my surname." He nodded slowly, aware that Not could see the movement in his peripheral vision. He dropped the note behind his foot, and with a thought set it ablaze. No one seemed to notice. He twitched slightly, but fortunately he went unnoticed. Good. He didn't want to reveal just yet that he could perform wandless, wordless magic, no matter how simple his tricks were. Even James and Jules didn't know. "Excuse me," someone said. "Has anyone seen a cat? Some girls lost one, and I said I'd help her look. Oh, is that the second-year potions textbook?" Everyone looked up, blinking, to find a bushy-haired young witch standing firmly in the doorway. She gazed with interest at Not, who had just pulled the second-year potions book from his trunk to prove a point to Longbottom about a particular plant. "Yes," Not replied. "Is it good? My mum and dad wouldn't let me buy the second or third-year books. They said the first-year set would be enough. I've already memorized all the course books, of course. I just hope it'll be enough. I'm the first person in my family to have magic. It was such a surprise when the letter came. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Do you mind if I join you?" Harry struggled to process the rapid-fire stream of words. A sneer was already forming on Greengrass's face, and Not appeared somewhere between cold and bemused. But Goldstein elbowed Greengrass sharply in the ribs and said, "Yeah, sure, I think we can make space for one more." Harry, Longbottom and Lee shifted to create room for the newcomer on their side of the compartment. It was getting a bit cramped, but they managed. Greengrass and Not were noticeably cool toward Granger at first. It wasn't just that she came off as a bit of a know-it-all. Harry sensed she wasn't trying to be that way. Mostly, she seemed like an overachiever who was a bit desperate for friends. He had seen kids like her in Muggle school and knew she probably hadn't had many friends before. The smart ones always got picked on by people like Dudley's gang. So, while he found her chatter irritating, he was willing to put up with it. "To teach her a thing or two," Not replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. Harry chuckled, appreciating Not's growing openness. Just then, the compartment door swung open, revealing a tall, red-headed boy, likely an older Weasley. "We'll be at Hogwarts soon," he announced. "Best be changing into your robes." He paused, glancing at the wands resting on laps and textbooks spread open, where heated discussions had clearly taken place. "Budding Ravenclaws, I see," he said with a grin. Harry couldn't help but snort at the comment. The prefect caught his eye, and a flicker of recognition crossed his face, though thankfully he chose not to say anything. "See you all in school," he said, a proud, if slightly pinched, expression on his face, before stepping out of the compartment. As the others began to leave to find their trunks and change into their robes, the space gradually emptied until only Harry and Nott remained. Longbottom peeked in, asking if he could join them instead of sticking with Jules' group for the trip to the school. Harry stifled a laugh, assuring him he was more than welcome. Once Longbottom settled in, Harry and Nott packed up their books and wands, changing into their school robes while engaging in casual conversation about trivial matters. "What did you think of Granger?" Nott asked after a moment. Harry shrugged. "A bit annoying, but maybe we can train the know-it-all out of her. If nothing else, she'll be useful for studying." "I'd be willing to turn this crew into a study group," Nott mused thoughtfully. "I have to admit, I've never met a Muggle-born before." Harry was surprised for a brief second, then remembered Nott's family background. Of course, he hadn't had the chance to encounter Muggle-borns. "She's no less smart than us," Harry said, "just different social graces." "Someone's got to teach her a thing or two," Nott responded with a hint of mischief in his voice. "To instruct her in the etiquette," Nott huffed, "or Daphne's going to lose it within 2 months and hex that girl 8 ways from Sunday." Harry snorted at the thought of the icy Daphne facing off against the heartfelt Hermione Granger. "I have a feeling she might handle that a bit better than you expect." "I've been on the receiving end of a hex from Daphne," Nott replied firmly. "It's not a pleasant place, let me tell you." Harry insisted on hearing the story, which involved a Christmas feast and a bit of babbling brew slipped into Daphne's drink. Just as Nott was getting into the details, Longbottom returned, prompting Nott to start the story over. Then Goldstein appeared again, this time with Sue Lee in tow. By the time Nott finished recounting the tale, it was already time to disembark from the train. Harry felt a wave of anxiety as he left his trunk behind. It contained nearly everything he owned, but the others moved forward without hesitation. Taking a deep breath, he expanded his trunk to full size and placed it on the rack next to Nott's before following the others off the train. First years this way," a deep voice bellowed. Harry and Nott jumped a little as a towering figure, far too large to be an ordinary man, emerged from the steam of the train. He carried a lantern, and his face appeared kindly enough, but Harry couldn't shake the image of Uncle Vernon as the giant walked by, causing him to shrink back slightly. Nott glanced at him but didn't say anything. "I guess we're supposed to follow him," Nott said. Harry bit his lip and nodded. The giant led them to the edge of a lake, its waters darkened by the late hour, where a small fleet of wooden boats awaited. Harry, Nott, Longbottom and Goldstein climbed into one, while Greengrass, Davis, Sue Lee, and surprisingly Hermione Granger settled into the boat next to theirs. Granger chatted animatedly with Lee, completely oblivious to Greengrass's cold demeanour. Nott elbowed Harry, who turned to share a smirk with him over the Muggle-born witch's somewhat lacking social skills. "If she makes it across the lake without any kind of accident, I'll be shocked," Nott muttered. Harry kept an eye on the other boat, but he knew Daphne was too well-bred to try anything as crass as dumping Granger in the lake. Instead, she simply ignored the other girl for the most part. Davis bounced back and forth between Greengrass and the other two, clearly torn between her friend's snobbery and her obvious interest in whatever Granger and Lee were discussing. Nott and Longbottom got caught up in a conversation about herbology. Apparently, Longbottom's father had enjoyed the subject too, and used to tell the Longbottom matriarch about some strange plants that grew in the lake. Meanwhile, Goldstein chatted amiably about which of his family members had been in what houses, and Harry listened with vague interest. Everything came to a halt, though, when they rounded a slight peninsula and the castle came into view. It was stunning. Harry's eyes couldn't take it all in fast enough. He realized he was leaning forward and forced himself to sit up straight, but he couldn't contain his excitement, his hunger for this place. The school was grand and clearly ancient, with towers and battlements, and windows glowing with a warm, golden light. It felt both intimidating and welcoming at the same time. It seemed to say, "You are welcome here, but it won't be easy." The air practically hummed with magic. Harry's fists clenched. This was everything he had been dreaming of, and more. "Merlin," Longbottom breathed. Nott and Harry exchanged a glance. Nott tried to hide his awe, but he was just as captivated as Longbottom and Harry. Harry grinned at him, and after a moment of hesitation, Nott grinned back. Just then they spotted Malfoy walking along with his bodyguards and 3 other girls and a boy, all clearly focused on him. Harry rolled his eyes and caught Nott doing the same. "It's going to be so much fun if we have defense with him," Nott muttered. "It's basically a school-sanctioned opportunity to hex people." "Sounds bloody fantastic," Harry replied. "I can already think of a few people I'd love to aim at." Nott shot him a sly glance. "Let's see. Jules Potter, Ronald Weasley, and Malfoy?" "Aren't you the clever one?" Harry said, his tone dry. "Yes, actually. Thanks for noticing." Longbottom squinted at them. "If I didn't know better, I'd think you two disliked each other." "Oh, we do," Nott said. "Bordering on hate," Harry agreed, trying to stifle a laugh at how confused Longbottom looked. The moment he made eye contact with Nott, they both lost the battle and burst into laughter. Longbottom shook his head. "You're both nutters." "Takes one to know one," Greengrass retorted, leaning an elbow on the slightly shorter Goldstein's shoulder as she rejoined them, followed by the other girls from her boat. "We nutters have to stick together," Goldstein added with a grin. Nott opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by the sudden arrival of multiple ghosts soaring through the front of the room where the first years had been herded. Harry jumped, annoyed at himself for it. At least he hadn't shrieked, unlike a good third of the students. The ghosts made a big show of pretending to notice the first years, hinting at the sorting ceremony, before soaring away. "Well, that was subtle," Harry muttered, but only Nott and Goldstein heard him, or maybe they were the only ones who appreciated his sarcasm. Either way, Goldstein snorted and Nott smirked. A tall, severe woman entered the room and gave them a brief speech. Her hair was pulled back into a tight bun, as if it dared not escape. Harry felt a bit wary of her. Something about the sternness of her face reminded him of Aunt Petunia, but there was also a kindness and steadiness to her that made him feel a little more at ease. Petunia didn't seem so bad after all. She introduced herself as Professor McGonagall and began organizing the students into loose lines. Harry nodded goodbye to his friends and made his way through the crowd just as McGonagall reached Jules. "Professor?" Jules asked tentatively. She turned to him, looked down, and raised her eyebrows so high they nearly vanished into her hairline. "Mr. Potter and—" "Mr. Potter?" "Yes, ma'am," Harry replied, trying to be polite while ignoring the glares he was receiving from Jules. Fortunately, the room was a chaotic mess of first years attempting to sort themselves by surname, so no one really paid him much attention. "I was wondering, alphabetically, I should go before Jules. My name's Harry, but I'd prefer to let him go first. I know he's excited about the sorting, and people are going to point at me." "I suppose I can make an exception," McGonagall said, still clearly stunned by the presence of the Potter twins. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said as politely as he could manage, then elbowed his way into line behind Jules. "What was that for?" Jules hissed. Harry shrugged. "If everyone's talking about me, it'll take away from your dramatic moment, little brother." Jules looked caught between furious and confused. He clearly couldn't tell whether he'd just been insulted, which, of course, he had been, but there was no one around with enough subtlety to explain it to him. They might have bickered further, but McGonagall called for their attention and opened the door she'd come from, leading the line of first-years out into the great hall. Harry was so overwhelmed by everything he was trying to take in that he almost stumbled when the line came to a stop. Jules elbowed him with a frown. "Be careful," he hissed. With a massive effort, Harry managed to resist the urge to elbow Jules back. It would only escalate their tension, and they were on stage, being stared at by over 300 people. There was no time for sibling squabbles. At the front of the room, an old, battered wizard's hat sat on a stool, front and center. Harry began to wonder what was happening. He had read about the hat in Hogwarts, a history, but it wasn't moving at all. Just as he was starting to feel puzzled, the hat opened its brim and began to sing. To his surprise, it had a surprisingly good voice for a hat. Harry only half listened. The descriptions of the houses were accurate enough, as far as he could tell from his reading, but they were short and simple. His attention was more focused on the students. The table, draped in red and gold, was obviously Gryffindor, while Hufflepuff wore black and yellow. Ravenclaw was in blue and bronze, and on the far right sat Slytherin in green and silver. He guessed they had placed Slytherin and Gryffindor on opposite sides of the great hall for a reason. As the hat finished its song, everyone erupted in applause. Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a scroll in her hands. "Abbott, Hannah," she called. Harry watched as the blonde girl walked up to the stool and jammed the hat over her pigtails. "Hufflepuff!" The Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers. Harry noticed the glint of money changing hands, realizing that people must bet on which house would receive the first sorting each year. Next, Susan Bones, someone Harry recognized from Jules' get-togethers, went to Hufflepuff. A girl Harry thought he remembered Sue Lee mentioning, named Jessica Banderas, was the first to be sorted into Ravenclaw. When Davis was called and went to Slytherin, Harry was a little surprised. She had seemed more like a Ravenclaw, but he supposed he didn't know her all that well. Seamus Finnegan ended up in Gryffindor, which surprised Harry not at all. Hermione Granger took almost 2 full minutes to be sorted, but eventually the hat opened its brim and shouted, "Gryffindor!" Granger looked clearly relieved. Harry felt a mix of surprise and intrigue as he watched the sorting unfold. Anthony Goldstein was sorted into Ravenclaw, while Malfoy's cronies headed to Slytherin. Sue Lee also joined Ravenclaw, and Neville Longbottom found his place in Gryffindor. The sorting seemed to drag on even longer than Hermione's, making Harry's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. He wondered if the lions would devour Longbottom, or if he would finally show some of the courage he had displayed during his argument with Nott about plants. As Malfoy settled into Slytherin, Harry's anxiety grew with each name called. It wasn't so much the sorting that bothered him, it was the thought of everyone staring at him. "This is what you wanted," he reminded himself firmly. "You kept your existence a secret for a month. Now face it." When Nott was sorted into Slytherin, he appeared completely unfazed and casually made his way to join Daphne Greengrass, who kept a slight distance from Malfoy and his gang, including the stocky girl Harry had noticed earlier. It seemed Greengrass didn't have much affection for Malfoy either. Harry wasn't surprised. She valued class and subtlety, while Malfoy had neither, relying instead on his money and arrogance. Padma Patil was sorted into Ravenclaw, and Parvati followed her to Gryffindor. Harry struggled to focus on the sorting, too preoccupied with trying to discreetly wipe his sweaty palms on his robes. Finally, the moment arrived. "Potter! Julian!" The hall erupted into whispers. "Potter, did she say? The Jules Potter?" Jules walked confidently up to the stool, sat down, and placed the sorting hat on his head. Within seconds the hat declared, "Gryffindor!" Harry would have felt a sense of vindication, but he was too busy battling his own rising panic. The red and gold table erupted into cheers. The Weasley twins started chanting, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" The applause was enthusiastic, though the Slytherins seemed to be clapping mainly out of obligation. "Potter! Hadrian!" Harry lifted his chin, ensuring his blank mask was firmly in place, and approached the stool as confidently as he could manage. He tried to ignore the sudden surge of louder whispers and confusion around him. Picking up the sorting hat, he placed it on his head. Its wide brim slipped down, caught on his glasses, and then fell over them. Said a small voice in his ear. "Interesting. A fine mind, plenty of courage, talent, oh my goodness, yes. Wandless magic? At your age? Are you going to tell anyone?" Harry thought as loudly as he could. The hat chuckled softly. "It's hardly my place to reveal your secrets. Oh, look at that, such a thirst to prove yourself, and you don't forgive easily, do you? Yes, I think I know where you'll be great." Harry recalled Ollivander's words about being called a freak, and how James and Jules had just assumed he was weak and helpless, destined to be sent away. Yes, he thought, greatness, I want that. Well, in that case, better be Slytherin. The hat shouted the last word for the entire hall to hear. Harry bit back a grin as he stood up and removed the hat. The hall fell silent. He stubbornly ignored the shock around him, refusing to look at Jules or anyone else, focusing only on the black and green blur of the Slytherin robes. He was halfway to his new house table before the shock wore off, and applause erupted around him. The rest of the school quickly followed suit. Fortunately, McGonagall moved on briskly to "Roper, Sophie," just as Harry slid into a seat next to Tracy and across from Nott. "Well, this is certainly a surprise," said a snide voice. Harry glanced to his right while applauding for Sophie Roper's sorting into Hufflepuff. There stood the same pretty, dark-haired girl who had been with Malfoy earlier. "Parkinson, right?" he asked. He spoke carefully, not wanting to provoke anyone just yet. He understood just how shocking his sorting had been. "Pansy Parkinson at your service," the girl said, flashing him a cunning smile. On her other side, Draco Malfoy pretended to ignore them, but Harry could tell he was hanging on every word. "I can't say anyone was expecting you to be in Slytherin," Pansy continued, "or to even exist," Greengrass chimed in. She exchanged a look with Pansy, and Harry felt the temperature drop a few degrees. Pansy smirked. "That too." "I lived with relatives until a month and a half ago," Harry replied coolly, "for security reasons." "What relatives?" Pansy asked, her interest piqued. He could already sense her type. Girls like her thrived on gossip and rumors, using what they knew to climb the social ladder. It would be unwise to get on her bad side, but he didn't like her, nor did he appreciate the way she hung on Malfoy's every word. "My mother's Muggle sister and her husband," he said flatly. The reaction was immediate, like dropping a bomb on the table. "Muggles!" Malfoy exclaimed, losing his feigned indifference. The others, who had already learned about him on the train, looked visibly shocked. Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, the stocky girl, and Pansy. "I hope you washed the taint off," Malfoy added with a sneer. Harry rolled his eyes. "It's not as if it's contagious." The stocky girl curled her lip. "So I suppose you grew up Muggle-born." Harry was sorely tempted to wondrously lift the pitcher of water from the middle of the table and pour it over her head, which would make his point quite nicely, but he held back for now. "I suppose," he said indifferently. Malfoy sneered again, and Harry began to think that expression was his default. "A Slytherin with a Muggle childhood. Wait until my father hears about this. You'll probably disgrace all of us with your primitive ways." Harry glanced around his end of the table. Nott, Greengrass, and Davis were clearly waiting for him to handle this on his own. He could already sense that Slytherin was a house filled with power plays and internal politics. If he didn't confront this challenge, they would all see him as weak and likely shun him. Fine. He had faced worse bullies than Malfoy. "I did plenty of reading over the summer," he said pleasantly, "enough to know that it's a poor idea to antagonize the heir to an ancient and noble house on the first day of term. A lesson some of us could apparently stand to learn." Malfoy flushed bright red. "You think you're so clever, Potter?" he snarled. "No," Harry replied flatly, "just right." He turned back to Nott, hoping no one could see how nervous he felt, wishing that had been enough to keep him from becoming Malfoy's verbal punching bag. Greengrass was watching him like a cat that had mistaken something for a mouse, but suddenly realized it had claws. Davis was grinning, and Nott looked approving. Ron Weasley, unsurprisingly, followed Jules, Finnegan, and Dean Thomas into Gryffindor. With Zabini Blaze being placed in Slytherin, the sorting was complete. Zabini took a seat between Crabbe and Nott, on the opposite side of the table from Harry. He was tall and dark-skinned, with a cutting white smile and an expression that suggested he was always laughing at an inside joke the rest of them were too ignorant to understand. "Zabini," Malfoy mused. "Not the Black Widow's son." Zabini's smile shifted from cutting to lethal. "On the chance that I am, Malfoy, are you really willing to piss me off?" Malfoy grumbled in response. Harry raised his eyebrows at Nott, who mouthed, "Later," just as a warning. A tall man in a flowing silver robe, paired with tastelessly purple attire, stood up and gestured for silence. "Welcome," he exclaimed, beaming as if nothing could bring him more joy than seeing all their faces. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Thank you." He sat back down. Harry stared at the high table before turning to his classmates. "Is he a bit mad?" "Bloody disaster of a headmaster, if you ask me," Davis sighed. "And yes," Nott added, "he's off upstairs. Of course, he's also one of the most powerful wizards alive today, arguably the most powerful, and rumour has it he's the only person the Dark Lord ever feared." "And he's a school headmaster?" Harry said in disbelief. "If I were that good a wizard, you can bet I'd be doing anything except hanging around this place teaching." The others chuckled, but their laughter was soon interrupted by the arrival of a feast that made Harry's jaw drop. "Tuck in, Potter," Nott said with a smirk. "I love magic," he declared fervently, serving himself a generous portion of roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. As they settled in to eat, conversation mostly faded as they devoured everything on the table, including all the desserts once the main course was gone. Malfoy seemed content to retreat into his own conversation with Parkinson, while Harry stuck with Nott, Davis, Greengrass, and to some extent Sabini, who preferred to remain quiet and aloof. Harry began to feel warm and sleepy from all the food he had eaten, and sipped on ice water to keep himself alert. His new housemates didn't seem like the kind he could let his guard down around. Not yet. Especially not with the girls and Malfoy and his cronies. Finally, he dared to shift his attention back to the high table. He had been determined the entire time to act as if his sorting wasn't a dramatic event, which, of course, Harry tried not to sneak glances at the reactions of those around him. Professor McGonagall sat between a very short man and a tall man with slightly greasy, dark hair. Since the first years were seated at the table closest to the staff, Harry had a clear view of the professor at the end, who wore a turban and appeared exceedingly nervous, especially whenever the black-haired man spoke to him. "Who's got the turban?" Harry asked. Nott looked over at the table. "New defense teacher." "They say the job's cursed," Parkinson chimed in with a smirk. "No one has held that position for more than a year in over a decade." "His name's Quirrell," Nott said casually. "Apparently he had a bit of a scare with a vampire and now walks around with garlic in his turban." They all stared at him. "What?" Nott questioned. "My cousin's a Ravenclaw 4th year." Harry glanced back at the high table just in time to meet Quirrell's gaze. A sudden, sharp pain seared through his scar. He winced briefly before regaining his composure and pushing the pain aside. "Are you all right, Potter?" Nott asked. Harry met his gaze firmly. "Fine. Who's the professor who looks like he wants to poison me?" He had a pretty good idea, recalling James's furious rants about someone named Snape, nicknamed Snivelus, who had apparently gone to school with James and his friends. According to James, Snape was a greasy, slimy Slytherin git. Jules had apparently been instructed to not accept any bias from the mysterious professor. Harry had steered clear of those discussions, privately deciding that anyone James Potter felt the need to label so harshly couldn't be all that bad. Greengrass glanced at the black-haired man, who seemed to be alternating between glaring at the Gryffindor table and at Harry. "Professor Snape," she confirmed, validating Harry's suspicions. "Our head of house and the potions master here." "He really doesn't seem to like you, Potter," Malfoy remarked. Harry sneered and glanced back at the table. "Well, he seems to like my brother even less, so I'll take my chances." Nott and Greengrass took turns sharing what their older relatives had told them about the various teachers, while Zabini, Harry and Davis listened intently. Dumbledore dismissed them from the hall with a few warnings, notably that the Forbidden Forest was off-limits. "Never would have guessed," Nott muttered sarcastically, earning smirks from Harry and Zabini. Dumbledore also mentioned that a specific corridor on the 3rd floor was strictly out of bounds, with the penalty of death, which left Harry wondering just what kind of school he had entered. "Slytherin first years," someone said firmly. "Come with me, please." They looked up to see an older girl and boy waiting for them, both wearing silver badges adorned with a stylized P. Prefects, Harry assumed. The first years shuffled out of their seats and fell in behind the prefects. Harry lingered at the back, ensuring no one could slip in behind him. Nott casually let Malfoy pass him to walk alongside Harry, a gesture that didn't go unnoticed by anyone, except perhaps the silent figures who seemed to consider themselves Malfoy's shadows. As they walked, the prefects introduced themselves. "I'm Gemma Fawcett, and this is Tony McDougal, 6th-year Slytherin prefects." They explained that the major wizarding exams were held at the end of 5th and 7th years, which meant the 6th-year prefects were responsible for guiding the first years. Harry paid close attention to their commentary about landmarks that would help them navigate the twisting corridors of the dungeons. He definitely didn't want to get lost down here. They also mentioned secret passages, which Harry made a mental note to explore at the first opportunity. "That there is our founder, Salazar Slytherin," Fawcett said proudly, pointing at a large portrait of a sharp-faced, dark-haired man holding a large snake. The figure in the portrait raised a scornful eyebrow, as if judging the newcomers. Harry raised an eyebrow at the older students and turned away. "Most of the other houses would assume the entrance to our dorms is behind the painting. If any of you correct that misconception, you can expect one of the upper years to hex your mouth shut while you sleep." Harry blinked, processing that warning. "All right then," he thought. "The entrance is actually down here," Tony said, winking at them as he pointed to a blank stretch of wall. He then indicated a wall sconce across from the concealed door, which had a tiny snake engraved on the side, hidden from anyone who didn't know it was there. After sharing the password with the wall, Firedrake, the stone rumbled away, revealing the entrance to their common room. Harry had thought he wouldn't be impressed, especially after seeing Potter Manor, but he was. The common room was filled with chairs, tables, and couches. It could have felt oppressive, but the fire crackled merrily in the massive hearth, and the white-gold glowing wizard lights shimmered from the chandeliers and wall sconces all around. One wall was lined with books, while another was entirely made of glass, offering a view into the depths of the lake. Harry imagined it would be stunning during the day, but at night all he could see was the blackness outside the windows. A large bulletin board, mostly empty, awaited on the wall next to the entrance. "Welcome home," Fawcett said with a grin. A few upper-year students were already settled at the chairs and tables, ignoring the first years. Others came through the entrance, skirted around the group of young students, and headed into a passage to Harry's left, which he guessed led to the dorms. "First years, this way," McDougal instructed. They settled into a series of sofas and chairs scattered around the fire, all facing Fawcett and McDougal. 4 other students joined them, introducing themselves as the new 5th-year prefects, Ava Pusey and Lucas Roberts, along with the 7th-year prefects, Emily Taylor and Spencer Wright. The 5th and 7th years then took their seats, allowing Fawcett and McDougal to continue. McDougal led the orientation. "I know you're all tired, so we'll keep this short," Fawcett said. "Welcome to Slytherin. The people in these dorms will be your second family for the next 7 years. After your biological family comes loyalty to the school, and within it, loyalty to Slytherin House. Professor Snape, our head of house, has certain standards," McDougal continued. "Grades, for those who don't know, are as follows: O for outstanding, E for exceeds expectations, A for acceptable, P for poor, and D for dreadful. On the owls in your 5th year, you can actually receive a T for troll, but that pretty much only happens if you sleep through the test or someone hits you with an illiteracy jinx." Harry made a mental note to look up that hex. "If you're struggling in a class, come to one of us," Fawcett advised. "Start with me or Tony, and if you can't find us, reach out to one of the 5th or 7th year prefects. We'll arrange tutoring with someone from the upper years. We work together to keep everyone up to scratch. We'll pass out your schedules and maps of the castle in the morning," Fawcett continued. "We'll lead you to your dorms tonight and to the Great Hall in the morning, but after that you should be able to find your way around. If you get really lost, poke the maps with your wands and say Slytherin, and they'll guide you back to the common room. One last thing, McDougal said. The Slytherin rules. Rule 1. House unity above all. Whatever squabbles and power plays you have, keep them to yourselves. Never bicker with another Slytherin where another house can see. You should be warned that most of the other houses don't like us much, Wright interjected. We get along well enough with Ravenclaw in the classroom, and most of the Hufflepuffs at least understand what it's like to be stereotyped. But a lot of the school, especially Gryffindor, will expect you to be a bunch of fools. Don't go picking fights and giving them a reason to be right, he said, pausing for emphasis. At least, don't act foolishly. If they're being prats, feel free to respond in kind. Just do it with class, Ava Pusey chimed in, causing laughter to ripple through the other prefects. Anyway, McDougal continued, Rule 2. Don't get caught. We're Slytherins, which means we do what it takes to succeed, even if that means bending the rules. But remember, we're also the House of Cunning. If you're going to break a rule, you'd better have a solid reason and a plan to make it work. Rule 3. If you do get caught, shift the blame to someone else, but make sure that person isn't a Slytherin. Rule 4. Uphold academic standards of excellence, just like we discussed. Rule 5. No dueling in the common room or the dorms. We don't want to deal with broken furniture, and nobody enjoys the smell of burned hair lingering in the common room. Rule 6. No non-Slytherins in the common room, ever. The password changes every week, and it will be posted on the bulletin board on Mondays. Don't share it with anyone outside of our house. Rule 7. What happens in the dungeons stays in the dungeons. They paused, scanning the faces of the first years. Harry had never seen a group of 11-year-olds look so serious. All right, Fawcett said at last, looking pleased. You're all probably exhausted. Girls, follow me. Boys, stick with Tony. Harry fell in line with Nott, Malfoy, the beefy lads, and Zabini. Tony guided them through the winding passages of the boys' dorms, explaining how the castle opens and closes rooms for each student. There are 6 of you, which is the most we've ever put in one room, he said. You're here now. The doors are all labelled with your year, so there's no excuse for barging into another dorm. We respect each other's privacy, no peeking into the upper years' dorms, and we won't invade yours. The same goes for each other's. Trunks and wardrobes are over there. If you need warding spells, come talk to me or Wright. Bathrooms are at the end of the hall. Keep them clean and don't leave your toiletries lying around. Clear? The prefect scanned the room, and the first-year Slytherins nodded in agreement. He pushed the door open. Inside, the room was long and rectangular, larger than Harry had expected. 3 beds lined the left side, and 3 beds lined the right. Harry paused for a moment, contemplating his options. Should he choose the bed by the door for an easy exit, or the one at the back for a bit of privacy and protection from his roommates? The choice was made for him when Zabini and Crabbe claimed the beds closest to the door. Harry quickly made his way to the back corner, selecting the bed next to Zabini. Nott was beside him, and Goyle occupied the bed across the aisle. Malfoy settled in between Crabbe and Goyle, launching into a tirade about how he shouldn't have to share a room with anyone. He went on about how he'd be complaining to his father about this situation, mentioning that his father had said the head boy and girl got their own rooms, and how he planned to secure one in a few years. He even bragged that his father had told him there were secret passages in the Slytherin dorms for those clever enough to find them. Harry and Nott exchanged glances, and Harry had to look away to stifle a laugh. As soon as he sat on his bed, he heard a pop, and his trunk appeared at the foot of it. A wave of relief washed over him. He hadn't realized how anxious he'd been about being separated from it until he saw it again. He watched Malfoy unpack his belongings into the wardrobe beside his bed and decided there was no point in doing the same. The wardrobe section of his trunk was just as functional, plus it would give him a quick exit if needed. He changed into his pajamas and began murmuring warding and silencing spells around his bed. He sometimes had nightmares that made him talk and shout, even though he never remembered them. There was no way he was going to let his dorm mates hear him. Harry had to be cautious. He didn't want to be overheard or caught sneaking up on anyone while they were sleeping. The book on wards that Nott had given him was complicated, filled with spells that were far beyond Harry's current magical abilities. However, he had managed to master a simple one that transformed the curtains around his bed into a barrier. He also learned another spell that would trigger a loud wail if anyone but him tried to touch his bed. There were other spells he could potentially weave into his wards, like the body-bind jinx or the stunning jinx, but he hadn't yet mastered either Petrificus Totalis or Stupefy, let alone the more complex warding spells. The book mentioned that stunners required a stronger and more mature magical core than most wizards under the age of 13 or 14 possessed. On the other hand, the body bind could probably be cast by a skilled first-year student. He made a mental note to practice it soon, perhaps on Weasley. Nott and Zabini were both busy casting their own wards. Malfoy frowned at them as he crawled into bed, clearly annoyed. It seemed he hadn't thought to learn any ward spells. Neither of the two muscle-bound boys had, which wasn't surprising. Harry nodded good-night to Nott and Zabini before climbing into his bed. As soon as he settled onto the mattress, his silencing spell took effect, cutting off all sound. He would need to find a way to let sound in but not out, instead of having a two-way spell. His bed was even larger than the one he had at Potter Manor, complete with a heavy duvet, silk sheets, and a canopy with rich, dark green curtains. He watched as Nott simply pointed his wand at the curtains to close them, and Harry mimicked the action. They slid shut obediently. "I'm at Hogwarts," he thought with delight. "I'm going to learn magic," and those words had never sounded so wonderful. Even after a month at Potter Manor, he hadn't shaken the ingrained habit of waking up early. When Harry pulled his curtains apart, he gazed out the window that overlooked the lake, which formed the back wall of their dormitory. The darkness outside remained unchanged since the night before. Harry glanced at his digital watch, which read 5:43 in the morning. He strapped on his wand holster, pulled his holly wand from beneath his pillow, and slid it into place. After gathering his toiletries, he headed to the bathroom. In just 5 minutes, he managed to shower, brush his teeth, and attempt, unsuccessfully, to tame his hair. When Nott and Zabini arrived for breakfast, they found Harry already seated at the Slytherin table, munching on a piece of toast while reading The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts. "Morning, Potter," Nott said as he slid onto the bench beside him. "Harry?" Harry replied absently. It was common practice at school, especially among purebloods, to use surnames until permission was granted to use first names. After spending half the summer exchanging letters and being sorted into the same house, he thought he could allow Nott that familiarity. Nott paused for a moment. "Only if you'll call me Theo." "Done." Harry pushed the pitcher of water toward Theo without looking up. "I'm insulted," Zabini chimed in, though he didn't sound very offended at all. "No first names for me?" Finally setting his book aside, Harry raised an eyebrow. "We met yesterday." Zabini smiled, his expression almost angelic. "Yes, but we shared a dorm last night, Potter. Surely that counts for something." He paused dramatically. "I can go first. Please. "O famous brother of the boy who lived, would you do me the honor of calling me Blaise?" Okay," Harry said, a bit confused. He had never met anyone quite like Zabini Blaise before. Theo sighed. "Fine, I guess we're all on a first-name basis now. Wonderful to have that sorted. Someone get me food already." "Somebody's not a morning person," Blaise remarked, shoving a basket of still-steaming toast toward Theo. Theo scowled. "What tipped you off?" "Mainly the stinging hex you sent at Malfoy." Harry choked on his toast, trying to suppress a laugh. "Toast?" Theo asked with a sly grin. "You what?" He was going on and on about his father, complaining about how he can't have his own broom. "I was sick of it," Harry replied, rolling his eyes. "Nailed him right in the arse," Blaise chimed in, clearly satisfied. "I've never heard a human make a noise that sounded so much like a large rodent before." Harry scowled at them. "Next time not. Do it when I'm around to watch." Theo snickered. "Don't wake up at such an unholy hour then. How did you even manage to get up before the sun?" "Old habits," Harry said curtly. Theo paused, sensing the weight behind Harry's words. He had picked up enough from Harry's letters and their conversation in Diagon Alley to suspect that life for the Dursleys had been far from perfect. Blaise glanced between them, clearly catching the underlying tension. "And where, precisely, did you develop that habit?" Blaise asked, when neither Harry nor Theo offered any further explanation. Harry shrugged. "My Muggle relatives expected me to cook breakfast." Blaise's expression darkened. "A wizard slaving away from Muggles, that's bloody appalling," he muttered. Harry found himself curious about Blaise's views on Muggles and Muggle-borns. Greengrass seemed to look down on them, while Davis didn't seem to care, which made sense given that he was a half-blood. It was becoming clear to Harry that there was an unspoken seventh rule among Slytherins. Those who tolerated or accepted Muggles and Muggle-borns didn't make a fuss about it, while the blood purity supremacists avoided tossing around terms like mudblood or filthy Muggles or blood traitor in every other sentence. The exception was Malfoy, who, despite being a Slytherin, seemed to lack even a teaspoon of tact. This meant that while Harry liked Blaise, or at least thought he did, they definitely weren't close enough to delve into that conversation. He hadn't really talked about it with anyone. Harry discussed the situation with Theo as they enjoyed breakfast, speculating about their upcoming classes while the great hall gradually filled with students. He felt a sense of satisfaction when he saw Longbottom and Granger enter together. Both nodded at him and Theo before making their way to the Gryffindor table. "Fraternizing with the enemy, Potter?" Blaise remarked lazily. Theo shot him a half-hearted glare. "We met them on the train. They're both all right, as long as they can steer clear of the contagious Gryffindor stupidity." "If anyone can avoid catching stupidity, it's Granger," Harry replied dryly. "Hopefully she can teach Longbottom some backbone, and he can teach her a bit of etiquette." Blaise glanced between them and the Gryffindor table. "That girl's a Muggle-born." Harry nodded nonchalantly as if it didn't matter. Blaise, however, wasn't fooled by his casual demeanour, but chose not to press the issue. "Longbottom, they're an old family, right?" Blaise continued. "Pure blood for at least 14 generations, I think," Theo confirmed. "Could do worse for a Gryffindor ally, I suppose." Blaise scrutinized them both. "You do realize it'll be tough to maintain any kind of social standing in Slytherin if you're friends with a Gryffindor Muggle-born." "I'm not an idiot," Harry retorted scornfully. Blaise shrugged and returned to his food. Just then, Malfoy sauntered in precisely 3 minutes before 8, when breakfast officially began, flanked by Parkinson, Bulstrode, Crabbe, and Goyle. Greengrass and Davis followed closely behind, occupying the space between Malfoy's group and Harry, Blaise, and Theo. Not 30 seconds after they settled down, Snape descended from the dais, clutching a stack of parchments. His expression was as cold as ice, and his voice was pitched low enough that everyone had to remain perfectly still and silent to catch his words over the rising breakfast chatter. He instructed them to arrive at class on time and to conduct themselves with decorum. Stay out of trouble. Snape's warning was laced with a particularly nasty sneer aimed directly at Harry. Maintaining a blandly polite and respectful expression, Harry kept his hands neatly on the table, trying to project an air of non-threatening calm without actually bowing. With one last sneer, Snape distributed their schedules and then stalked off. Harry quickly glanced at his. Herbology with Ravenclaw, defense with Gryffindor, and transfiguration, Nott said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Today's going to be fantastic. Chapter 5. Carving a Place. Harry found himself feeling a bit bored during the first 2 days of class. Herbology, transfiguration, charms, and defense were all focused on safety, classroom rules, and theory. The only part that piqued his interest was defense with Gryffindor, but even that was muted by Quirrell's presence. Even Malfoy only managed to throw a few sneering remarks. Harry brushed off the glares from Finnegan and Weasley, nodding in acknowledgement to Longbottom and Granger when he spotted them. Herbology was somewhat easier. He and Theo usually teamed up with Lee and her new friend Lisa Turpin, while Blaise, Greengrass, Davis and Goldstein worked at the table next to theirs. While he didn't particularly enjoy herbology, his years of yard work for the Dursleys had at least made him comfortable around dirt. The singing flowers, however, were definitely a new experience. On the 3rd day of class, he finally settled down to write a letter to James. James, you're probably not happy about me being in Slytherin. I hope it won't cause too many problems between us. I still want to try to be a family. I promise I'm not getting indoctrinated with blood purity ideas. Theo Nott doesn't hold with that, and if anyone else does, they keep it to themselves. Except Malfoy. But I think Jules and I both agree he's a git. Classes are good so far. I really like transfiguration. McGonagall is tough, but she's good at what she does. Defense is a joke. The whole room smells like garlic. Slytherin and Gryffindor have it together. Could you tell Jules to keep Weasley from trying to hex me under the table? It's getting annoying having to cast a shield spell every 3 minutes during class. Harry. He scanned the letter, satisfied with its length and tone, and made his way to the owlery during lunch. He left Theo and Blaise behind, caught up in a debate about something that had come up in herbology with Sue and Lisa, who had joined them at the table. The average student. Harry stepped into the owlery, the familiar scent reminiscent of Aelop's emporium filling the air. Perched high near the ceiling was Electra. "Hey, Electra," he called. She let out a soft shriek and swooped down to settle on his shoulder. "Good girl," he murmured, gently stroking her head and back. The falcon responded with a quiet cree sound and playfully nipped at his hair as he prepared to tie the letter to her leg. "Take this to James, please. I'm not sure if he'll respond, but maybe wait a few minutes to see if he looks like he's going to write back." He wasn't entirely sure how much she understood, but Electra let out another cree before launching into the air with a flurry of efficient wing beats, disappearing out the open window. Harry leaned out to watch her glide southward, taking a moment to admire the beauty of the Hogwarts grounds, basking in the September sunlight. Then a realization struck him. He was going to be late for the study session he had agreed to attend during their free period. Without hesitation, he dashed down the stairs. Halfway to the library, he heard Peeves' unmistakable cackle echoing through the halls, spouting something about bottles of ink. Harry immediately sensed trouble. The sound grew progressively louder, prompting him to turn back and jog to the nearest classroom. He tried the door, but it wouldn't budge. "Alohomora," he hissed, but it remained stubbornly shut. "Dissolvere incantatem aperiportus," he called out, and this time the door clicked slightly. With a determined shove, he pushed it open, slipped inside, and quickly shut it, just as Peeves zoomed past in the corridor. Harry sighed in relief, but his moment of peace was short-lived. "Well, looky here," someone said from the shadows. He spun around, wand drawn, heart racing. It was the Weasley twins, grinning mischievously at him. Broom twin. He had finally learned to tell them apart, even if he still mixed up which one was George and which was Fred, was tucking a piece of parchment into his bag. The twins were definitely sneakier than most students. Most Gryffindors were known for their bravery, but after dealing with the Dursleys and the Slytherins, Harry had become quite skilled at being sneaky and spotting it in others. "If it isn't Ickle's snaky Potter," Broom said with a sly grin, "what mischief are you up to?" "Running around with fourth years unlocking spells," Pond chimed in. Harry shrugged. "I was hiding from Peeves, and a friend taught me those." "What did you use? A periportus?" Broom asked. "With dissolvere incantatem," Harry replied. "Impressive," Broom said. "For a first year," Pond added. Harry shrugged again. "So, are you hiding from Peeves too, or are you up to something else?" He glanced at the clean box on the otherwise dusty table behind the twins. They exchanged mischievous smirks. "Why, Potter," Broom began. "We're offended you would even suggest," Pond continued. "That we're capable of mischief," Broom finished. "We're just minding our own business," Pond said. "Completely innocent," Broom added. Harry snorted. "I'm fairly sure you've never been innocent." Their smirks widened, but they remained silent. "Right," he said. "Well, if you have Pranker's block, I have it on good authority, thanks to some eavesdropping Hufflepuffs named Susan Bones, who just happened to be friends with Lisa Turpin of Ravenclaw, who worked at the same herbology table as Harry, that a certain Cedric Diggory plans to sneak out tonight and meet up with a Ravenclaw of unknown identity. And I heard somewhere that you and Diggory aren't exactly fond of each other after something that happened during a Quidditch match last year." That story had been shared multiple times over the summer, at least 3 times within Harry's earshot. By the time he finished speaking, the twins' smirks had blossomed into full-blown grins. "See you around," Harry said, making sure Peeves was gone before he slipped out of the room and hurried to the library. He was meeting Theo, Blaise, Greengrass, Davis, and whichever of the Ravenclaws Goldstein could round up. Harry found himself grappling with the wickedly complicated theory behind transfiguration. The next day he didn't hear back from James, and that left a cold knot in his stomach, no matter how hard he tried to convince himself that his father's opinion didn't matter. He also tried to ignore the nagging feeling that he was secretly searching for Electra's dark wings and the orange spots on her head among the flurry of owls delivering post during breakfast on Thursday morning. Theo and Blaise, who were aware of the letter, shot him unreadable looks, but Harry chose to ignore them. His family drama was his own to deal with. "Study group after classes?" Harry asked. Greengrass sniffed. "I suppose you lot could be useful." "Come off it, Daphne," Theo retorted. "You wouldn't have gotten the matchstick transfiguration down if it weren't for Harry and Blaise." "You wouldn't have either," she shot back. "At least I'm not pretending I didn't find it useful." Harry tuned them out and glanced at Davis, raising an eyebrow. She shrugged. Might as well. I'm having trouble in charms. Harry admitted to himself that he was struggling with charms too. Transfiguration theory was devilishly complicated and as challenging for him as it was for anyone else. Yet he was able to handle the practical work just fine. He was the second Slytherin to transform his matchstick into a needle right after Blaise. It mostly came down to exerting sheer will on whatever you were transfiguring, and willpower was something Harry definitely possessed. They had managed to persuade Goldstein, Sue and Lisa to join them, and Harry thought he could convince Justin Finch-Fletchley and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff to come along as well. He'd spent a pleasant 15 minutes chatting with them in the school-wide study rooms on the second floor on Wednesday after class. They both seemed decent. He had taken a liking to Susan Bones, but according to Lisa, Jules Potter and Ron Weasley were spreading rumours that Harry was a dark lord in the making, and Susan had taken that to heart. Either way, he was building alliances in Ravenclaw, and had a couple of potential allies in mind. "Let's consider Longbottom," Harry suggested casually. Blaise looked up from his tea, raising an eyebrow. "I've heard he's absolutely terrible at anything involving a wand." Harry shrugged. "He still comes from an influential family." Greengrass and Theo paused their argument to listen in. "And he's a prodigy in herbology, which, frankly, Blaise, you and I both need help with," Harry continued. "I can help," Theo interjected, looking slightly offended. "You're terrible at teaching," Blaise replied flatly. "Here's some advice. If you're trying to explain something, cut back on the sarcastic insults and give a bit more actual help." "Well, it's hard when all of you are so clueless." "Do you have to bicker with everyone, Theo?" Davis chimed in. "Some of us are trying to be productive." "And it's not like you need the practice," Harry added, earning a laugh from Davis and a smirk from Greengrass, which was about as close as she ever came to showing real amusement. "I suppose Longbottom does come from a powerful family," Greengrass said thoughtfully. "If he surprises everyone and turns things around, it'd be smart to be on good terms with him." "We're lucky," Blaise said with a frown. "He's the one decent Gryffindor, and you four met him on the train." "Speaking of Gryffindors," Harry muttered, watching as Weasley, Finnegan and Jules entered the hall. They immediately shot their usual glares over at the Slytherin table, ready for their morning ritual of staring at Harry. He simply nodded back politely and returned to his breakfast. Blaise shook his head. "You're too nice to that lot." "I'm not going to make a show of sibling rivalry," Harry replied. "If Jules wants to start a fight in here, that's his choice. I'm not going to make it for him." "That gives you the social high ground," Greengrass observed thoughtfully. "I had my doubts about you, Potter, but you think like a strategist." "Slytherin," Harry said with a grin, feeling more at ease with the group. He was beginning to understand them better. While he knew he couldn't let his guard down completely, he felt comfortable enough to be less reserved than he had been at the start. "Why, Miss Greengrass, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me." She smirked and looked away. After breakfast, Harry spotted Longbottom, who was hurrying to herbology and clearly running late. Harry knew he was risking being late to Transfiguration himself, but this might be his only chance to catch Longbottom alone. He didn't want to extend the invitation during defense, with all of Gryffindor watching. "Longbottom," he called out. Longbottom turned, looking distinctly nervous. "Yeah? Don't look at me like that. I'm not going to eat you," Harry reassured him. "There's a study group happening with some of us from the train. We're meeting in the library after our joint defense class today. All the first years have a free period. Want to come?" Sure," Longbottom replied. "And maybe bring Granger," Harry added. He couldn't exactly bring that up at the breakfast table without stirring up topics better left untouched among the Slytherins. But he wanted Granger there for two reasons. First, because she was some kind of prodigy if she could memorize the textbooks, and second, because he wanted to challenge Greengrass and maybe Blaze's comfort zones. "But if anyone asks, I didn't specifically mention her, okay?" he said. Longbottom frowned. "Why?" Harry sighed. "Not all the Slytherins are as dismissive of blood politics as Not and I are. No one at the study session is going to make a fuss about it, but I can't just ask them to include Granger. You're accepted. She's not, officially, but if she shows up with you—" He let the thought hang in the air. "I'm so glad I'm not in Slytherin," Longbottom muttered, then looked terrified. "I didn't mean—" "No offence taken. Just suggest to Granger that the two of you come join some of the kids from the train in the library." "See you in defence," Harry said as he headed off, barely making it to Transfiguration on time. Defence against the dark arts was interesting today. The Slytherins and Gryffindors exchanged snide remarks across the aisle until Quirrell started class. Once he began, the tension hung in the air, thick and silent. Weasley couldn't resist shooting stinging hexes at Harry, but Harry took advantage of Quirrell's turned back to retaliate with a whispered "jelly legs, Jinx." Weasley and Finnegan spent a frantic few minutes flipping through their textbooks, desperately searching for the counter-curse, which at least kept them occupied for the latter half of the class. As soon as the lesson ended, Harry dashed to the library. He carefully arranged the tables for their study group, ensuring there were 2 extra chairs at the end of the table farthest from where Greengrass and Davis had sat last time. He figured he could avoid throwing Hermione right into Greengrass's lap from the start. It worked like a charm. Harry shot a glare at Theo, who was eyeing the seats he had in mind for the Gryffindors, and Theo took the hint. He and Blaze settled in to Harry's right. Justin plopped down cheerfully to Harry's immediate left, while the other Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws mingled on the other side of the table, with Greengrass and Davis positioned on the opposite side of Blaze. Longbottom and Hermione were the last to arrive. Greengrass shot them both an icy glare, but Finch Fletchley, Sue and Anthony welcomed them warmly, making up for it. "Nicely done," Theo murmured in Harry's ear as they all pulled out their charms textbooks. Harry smirked back at him. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Sure you don't," Theo replied with a knowing grin, and he let the matter go. Surprisingly, Finch Fletchley was the one who picked up on Harry's scheming. After they left the library, he pulled Harry aside. "That was decent of you," he said. "What exactly was so decent?" Harry asked, intrigued. "I know you arranged for Granger to come," Finch Fletchley said bluntly. "I know you probably have some Slytherin motivations that I'm not seeing, but you just got half the Slytherin first-year class to sit down with 2 Muggleborns without a single blood purist comment. From everything I've heard, that's really unusual. By the way, Jules Potter thinks you're some kind of evil sociopathic maniac. He's been telling the entire Gryffindor and Hufflepuff houses that daily, but I think he's being stupid, and I plan to tell him so." Harry felt his entire plan being exposed, especially in front of Blaze, who he had hoped to keep out of the loop for a little while longer. But that was typical Hufflepuff behavior, so open, except when they weren't. "I didn't know you were Muggle-born," he said, choosing a neutral response. "And I'd appreciate it if you didn't go around telling everyone about today." He hoped Finch Fletchley would understand that this would complicate Harry's position in Slytherin. So far, most of the upper years seemed content to ignore the first years, but there were definitely some blood supremacists who could make his life difficult if they chose to. Finch Fletchley nodded. "I understand." "What, did you think Finch Fletchley was an old pure-blood name?" Theo asked. Blay remained silent. Harry shrugged, conceding the point. He hadn't really thought about it, to be honest. "Speaking of which," Finch Fletchley continued, "you Slytherins are so bloody formal, and my last name is a pain to say. Can we all just go by first names already?" Harry shrugged again. "I will. Can't speak for anyone but myself, though. See you around." He turned and walked away, deliberately leaving it up to Theo and Blay whether to reach out to the Hufflepuff. "Call me Theo," he heard, followed by a cheerful goodbye echoed from the Hufflepuff, but Blaze opted out. Harry suppressed a sigh as the other boys caught up to him, walking with Theo in the middle. It felt like progress. "So that was deliberate," Blaze said, his voice carefully neutral. Harry glanced over at him, noticing the sharpness in Theo's eyes as he tracked the exchange closely. "I didn't actually know Justin is Muggle-born," Harry admitted, leaving the rest unsaid, which was as good as confessing that he had arranged for Granger to be there. Blaze took a moment to consider this. "She's a good witch," he finally conceded. "If someone teaches her some manners, I can tolerate it." That was about as much as Harry had hoped for. Plus, the look on Greengrass's face was priceless, Blaze added with a grin, "and I can definitely get behind needling her icy royal highness." Laughter erupted from Harry and Theo, breaking the tension. The next morning, Harry decided to approach Granger. He'd noticed she either entered the Great Hall alone or with Longbottom most days. Both seemed to be loners in Gryffindor. Honestly, Harry didn't care much about their social lives, but he knew the promise of friendship would be a strong motivator to bring them into the study group, and that was all he needed. He lingered at the base of the grand staircase until the main Gryffindor crowd passed by, ducking back before Jules or Ron could spot him. Just in time, he emerged to catch Granger and Longbottom, who were trailing behind the rest. "Granger," he called out. Both she and Longbottom turned, surprise etched on their faces. "Potter," Longbottom responded. Harry nodded to him. "Longbottom, mind if I borrow Miss Granger for a minute?" Longbottom looked a bit taken aback. No, I don't mind. I'll save you a seat, Hermione," he said, walking into the great hall while casting several backward glances. Granger eyed Harry cautiously. "What do you want?" she asked, though her tone was not unkind. "Come here," he said, slipping down a narrow side hall that wound beneath the stairs. They were still within shouting distance of the front hall, but out of sight for all but the most dedicated searchers, or perhaps someone with night vision. He took a deep breath and looked her in the eye. "Okay, don't take this the wrong way, but your social skills need some work," he said firmly. She looked annoyed. "Oh, really?" "I'm guessing you went to a school that valued classroom participation," Harry replied. From his experience with Muggle schools, he knew that good teachers appreciated active involvement, and it was clear Granger had received a solid education. Her expression shifted from annoyance to curiosity. "I did. How did you know?" "I was raised by Muggles," Harry explained. "We might have covered this on the train before you joined us, but I only discovered the wizarding world in July. I spent most of the summer reading, and there are a lot of little social nuances that Muggle-borns tend to miss. I'm effectively a Muggle-born myself, except I had a crash course in wizard etiquette over the summer, and you clearly didn't. I think it would be easier for you if you at least acknowledged that." Granger looked furious for a moment, before taking a deep breath and visibly accepting that he was right. "What would you suggest?" she asked. "For starters, stop raising your hand in class so much," he said bluntly. I know it's a big thing in Muggle public schools, but here people might think you believe your classmates are too stupid to know the answer. Wait to be called on. And in study groups, try to sound a little less like you're pointing out everyone else's flaws and more like you're helping them improve." Granger frowned. "I had no idea about the hand-raising thing." She suddenly blushed. "I've been doing that all week, haven't I?" "I definitely noticed it in defense," he said, softening enough to smile at her. "That's the biggest thing. And look, it's obvious you know the material. And you're pretty brilliant. I know what it's like in Muggle public schools, but here you don't need to try so hard to prove it to everyone all the time." "Fine," she replied. "I'll consider it." "Ask Longbottom for help," Harry suggested. "His family's old, but he's too shy to say anything to you, even if he notices the same things I have." He was almost certain he had. It's like travelling to a foreign country. Preparing yourself for cultural differences, even just a little, goes a long way. I'm not saying you should change your principles or anything, but just try to study the culture a bit. "Do you have any book recommendations for helping a Muggle-born fit in at Hogwarts?" she asked, a sudden gleam in her eye. Harry recognized that look. Theo had the same expression when they started discussing books, and he was pretty sure he did too. "Several," he said. "I specifically searched for that section at the bookstore before the start of term. I think there's another study session planned for tomorrow. I can bring a few for you to borrow." "I'd like that," she said, smiling cautiously at him. "Thanks." "You're most welcome, Miss Granger," he replied with his most charming smile, the one he used on teachers when he wanted something. She looked a bit stunned. Harry figured it was quite a change from the reserved demeanour he usually displayed around anyone who wasn't a Slytherin. Granger took a few steps before turning back, frowning. "Aren't you coming?" Harry shook his head. "Slytherin politics," he said bluntly. "I'm not walking into the Great Hall with a Gryffindor Muggle-born. Too many of the upper years might decide to hex me in the halls." She looked sad. "Don't pity me," Harry said sharply. "I'd rather deal with Slytherin politics than face the Three Stooges." "I assume you mean Seamus, Ron, and Jules," she replied. "How clever of you." She gave him a surprisingly condescending look for an 11-year-old, and Harry watched as Hermione flounced into the hall. After a few minutes, he followed her in, sliding almost unnoticed into his seat between Theo and Blay. "How'd that go?" Blay murmured. "I had to tell her directly that she comes across as a know-it-all and needs to work on her social skills," Harry replied. He wasn't surprised that Blay and Theo had picked up on his approach. "Blunt," Blay commented dryly. "You'd have to be, with a Gryffindor," Theo added quietly. "If you tried subtlety, you'd still be trying to get your point across by lunch." Harry and Blay shared a laugh. That afternoon marked their first potions class, and Harry felt a knot of nerves in his stomach. Snape seemed to contemplate cursing him into oblivion every time their eyes met, and as a Slytherin he was expected to excel in potions, especially alongside Gryffindors. The thought of dodging stinging hexes from Weasley while trying to manage a volatile brew was daunting. The night before, he had meticulously reviewed the first 4 chapters of his potions textbook. As the two groups lined up in the corridor outside the potions classroom, Harry deliberately ignored Jules and his lackeys, who now seemed to include Parvati Patil, a girl with mousy brown hair, and Dean Thomas. Instead, he greeted Hermione and Neville politely before turning back to chat with Theo and Blaise. At precisely 1:30, the door creaked open. The Slytherins took the hint and filed in first, carrying their cauldrons and potions kits, quickly claiming the workstations on the left side of the classroom. They worked 4 to a table. Harry, Theo and Blaise settled at 1, while Davis, Greengrass, Parkinson and Bulstrode occupied another. Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle took the last one. The Gryffindors entered, creating a much louder commotion as they set up their cauldrons and workspaces. Parvati and the girl with brown hair ended up at the same table as Hermione and Neville, which made for an interesting dynamic. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and it was clear that none of the students were particularly happy. Snape swept into the room, his black robes swirling dramatically around him. He spun on his heel at the front of the class and glared at them all. Harry had never seen a group of 11-year-olds so quiet. "Lavender Brown," Snape said, reading from a scroll. "Here," Lavender replied meekly, her brown hair falling slightly over her eyes. Snape moved swiftly through the attendance list, pausing before he reached Harry's name. He hesitated again when he got to Jules. "Julian Potter," he finally said, "our new celebrity." Malfoy and his cronies snickered, while Harry, Blaise and Theo exchanged subtle smirks. "Here," Jules said, clearly furious at being labelled as the celebrity. Once Snape finished the roll call, he snapped the scroll shut and surveyed the room. His expression was unreadable, yet somehow he conveyed utter disappointment in all of them. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion-making," he began, launching into a dramatic, well-rehearsed speech about the potential glories of brewing. But just as quickly, he derailed his own monologue by calling them all dunderheads. "Potter," he snapped, then corrected himself, "the younger." Jules' face flushed with anger at the reminder that he was technically the younger twin. Harry thought to himself that maybe this class wouldn't be so terrible after all. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Snape asked. Jules glared at him. "I don't know, sir." "Fame clearly isn't everything," Snape sneered. "Let's try again. Where would I find a bezoar?" Harry noticed Hermione's hand twitching slightly. He caught the aborted motion and grinned, and Blaise shot him an appreciative nod. Meanwhile, Jules remained at a loss. "I don't know. Maybe if you combed your greasy hair out of your face, you'd be able to see for yourself," Jules shot back, a sudden grin breaking across his face. "Sir," he added, a touch of sarcasm in his tone. Harry's mouth dropped open in surprise, but he quickly controlled his expression. The atmosphere in the classroom was thick with tension as Professor Snape surveyed the room. He held an air of composure that Slytherins were known for, but at least he wasn't alone in that regard. Finnegan and Weasley were clearly delighted, while the rest of the Gryffindors looked pale, and many of the Slytherins wore expressions of outright shock. Snape's eyes glimmered with cold triumph. 15 points from Gryffindor for such blatant disrespect, he announced. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "The difference between shampoo and olive oil," Jules suggested, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Another 15 points from Gryffindor," Snape shot back. "I see why my dad calls you Snivelous," Jules sneered, his expression matching that of a true Slytherin. Harry thought he could hear a pin drop in the silence that followed. 20 points from Gryffindor, Snape replied, his voice cold. Jules opened his mouth to respond, but Granger interjected, looking outraged. "Excuse you, some of us are actually hoping to learn potions today," she snapped. "So if you'd kindly be quiet and let us move on, that would be fantastic." "She's got a spine," Theo whispered, his eyebrows raised in surprise. "She's in Gryffindor," Blaise murmured in response. Snape turned his gaze to Hermione. 5 points to Gryffindor, he said slowly. "Mr. Potter, are you quite finished?" Jules didn't seem finished at all, but he scowled and wisely fell silent. Snape's attention shifted to Longbottom, who looked utterly terrified. "Let's see if anyone else bothered to crack a book before coming to class," he said with a sneer. "Mr. Longbottom, can you tell me the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" They're the same plant," Longbottom stammered, "also known as aconite." 5 points to Gryffindor," Snape declared, sweeping his malevolent gaze over the Slytherin side of the room. Harry could feel the weight of his own nervousness as he braced himself for what would come next. Beneath a cool mask, Snape's black eyes gleamed as he addressed Harry. "Potter the Elder," he said, "can you answer either of the questions posed to your twin?" "I can, sir," Harry replied evenly. "Bezoars are found in goat stomachs and can be used to cure most poisons. Powdered asphodel and an infusion of wormwood are the key ingredients to a powerful sleeping potion." 5 points to Slytherin," Snape said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "What a fascinating study on the result of nature versus nurture. Can anyone tell me where in the textbook the answers to these questions can be found? Mr. Malfoy?" "The draft of Living Death is detailed early in the first chapter," Malfoy drawled. "I believe it serves as an example of basic safety techniques. Bezoars were mentioned in the list of useful items to have around a potions laboratory in case of emergency. Aconite is one of the first entries in 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi." "Look at that. He actually studied," Blaise whispered, feigning shock. "Another 5 points to Slytherin," Snape said, waving his wand at the board. Instructions appeared, written in chalk. "Today we will be brewing the Boil Cure potion to assess your basic potions capabilities. Begin." Harry and Theo exchanged slightly nervous glances as they started to lay out their supplies. Harry's summer potions experiments, though limited and untested, had paid off. The reading he'd done helped. He and Theo worked well together. Theo understood the ingredients better, while Harry excelled in the process and the combinations. Something about the delicate balance of one ingredient with another reminded him strongly of cooking. He was actually enjoying himself, right up until Longbottom accidentally melted Granger's cauldron. Within seconds, acid green smoke filled the classroom, and the Gryffindors scrambled onto their tables to avoid the malevolently hissing potion that spread across the floor. Longbottom moaned in pain as angry boils erupted across his face, neck, arms, and legs. Granger. "Idiot boy!" Snape exclaimed, waving his wand to clear away the remnants of the potion. "I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking it off the fire. Finnegan, get them to the hospital wing." Finnegan looked all too relieved to escape the dungeon, leaving Thomas to brew on his own. Harry kept his head down for the rest of the class, confident that he had produced a potion that nearly matched the perfect outcome. It was just as good as Malfoy's, and closer to the ideal orange shade than anyone else's, at least. When Harry handed in his vial, Snape examined it with an unreadable expression before placing it with the others without a word. As they cleaned up their workstation, Theo taught Harry a useful cleaning spell. They stowed their cauldrons and potions kits in the assigned slots in the storage room and joined the rest of the Slytherins for the climb out of the dungeons and up to dinner. Of course, the following week they had to attend flying lessons with the Gryffindors. "I can't believe this," Harry muttered. "Are they trying to start fights all the time? Why do they force the houses that hate each other into group activities?" "Inter-house unity?" Theo suggested, maintaining a perfectly straight face. "We've already demonstrated that," Blaise chimed in acerbically. He'd overslept and was still in a terrible mood, even now that it was afternoon. In fact, I'm pretty sure we've already found and adopted the only remotely decent Gryffindors in our year. Speaking of which, nice job taming Granger, Harry. She's been much easier to deal with this week." Harry nodded, barely listening anymore. He was too excited about the prospect of flying again. The first years lined up next to the brooms on the ground, shuffling around in search of the best ones. Malfoy was talking as usual, complaining to Parkinson and the beefcakes about the quality of the school brooms, and how his father, who was a school governor, would be hearing about this, just the usual nonsense. Harry glanced at the broom by his feet and had to admit, albeit reluctantly, that Malfoy had a point. The broom did look rather sad and battered compared to the Potter clean sweeps. "What's the matter, slimy potty?" Weasley sneered. "Scared you'll fall into the lake this time? I hope you've learned to swim." Blaise frowned at Weasley. Theo, who had heard about the lake incident, shot a glare in Weasley's direction. "Really?" he sneered. "Slimy potty? Did you spend all morning coming up with that one?" Harry focused on Weasley, held out his hand and said, "Up," trying to keep his anger in check. The broom leaped eagerly off the ground and landed firmly in his palm. "You were saying, Weasley?" Harry asked, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Weasley looked taken aback, then outraged. "Look at the way his ears turn red when he's mad," Blaise observed, as if examining a rare specimen. Jules grabbed Weasley's shoulder before he could lunge across the gap separating the Gryffindors from the Slytherins. Jules looked furious, and Finnegan was glowering at Blaise, but just then Madame Hooch arrived, preventing any escalation. She moved along the lines of first years, correcting Malfoy's grip and Weasley's foot position while nodding approvingly at Harry, Jules and, interestingly, Davis, who Harry hadn't realized had broom experience. They were just about to attempt a gentle push-off when Longbottom suddenly shot up into the air with a screech. "Merlin," Harry sighed, watching his Gryffindor ally slip off the broom and crash to the ground with a thud. Madame Hooch rushed to his side, muttering something about a broken wrist before helping Longbottom to his feet and barking at the rest of them to stay put while she attended to him. "Did you see his face? The great lump!" Malfoy jeered, his voice dripping with mockery. Crabbe and Goyle laughed along with him, while Parkinson and Greengrass exchanged smirks. Harry would have considered it bad form to join in on the teasing under any circumstances, but since he regarded Longbottom as something of a friend, it became an easy decision to use wandless magic to yank sharply on Malfoy's ankles. Malfoy tumbled face first to the ground. "Draco!" Parkinson shrieked, rushing to help him up. Malfoy rolled over, spitting out grass, his face livid. "Who did that?" he demanded, glaring around. Meanwhile, the Gryffindors were busy laughing. Harry made a point of keeping his open, wand-free hands visible to Malfoy. "Look!" he said suddenly, pretending to spot something in the grass. "That fat little crybaby dropped his remembrall." He recalled Longbottom carrying the thing around. It always seemed pretty useless to him, but it was a gift from Longbottom's grandmother. Of course, Longbottom had to go and lose it, complicating Harry's life unnecessarily. He kept his sigh internal, focused, and plucked the remembrall out of Malfoy's hand. Malfoy turned red and snatched it back, only for it to slip out of his grasp again. "I don't think it likes you much," Greengrass said snidely. Harry felt a surge of appreciation for her. He didn't even like touching other people without a good reason, but she usually managed to take Malfoy down a peg or three. "Shut up," Malfoy shot back, reaching for the remembrall once more. It zipped away again, evading him. "I'll take it," Jules said, elbowing Malfoy aside in his eagerness to grab the little red sphere. And when Harry knocked it against Jules Potter's forehead with enough force to hurt before sending it out of sight, He could easily dismiss it as just part of the chaos that ensued from Malfoy and Jules fighting over the thing. "Where'd it go?" Weasley shouted, glancing around anxiously. Jules and Malfoy seemed to be locked in a heated argument, hissing back and forth. Harry and Theo quickly intervened to calm the escalating tension between Parkinson and Parvati Patil before their words could turn into curses. Just then, Granger yelled something about getting in trouble, and Harry spun around to witness a startling sight. Jules Potter and Malfoy soaring into the air on their brooms. "I had no idea flying lessons would be this interesting," Blaise muttered. "I might have actually looked forward to this." Harry squinted and noticed Malfoy tossing something into the air. Jules' wand. How on earth had he managed to get a hold of that? Jules immediately took off after his wand, while Malfoy returned to the group and dismounted from his broom. Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of reluctant admiration as Jules deftly caught the wand, pulling up just in time to avoid crashing into the grass. His brother really was a talented flyer. "Julian Potter!" McGonagall's voice cut through the chaos like a knife. Jules immediately looked pale, as though the blood had drained from his face. McGonagall stormed into view, radiating fury, and Harry felt a thrill of anticipation. Hooch had warned of expulsion for anyone who failed to follow her orders to stay grounded. While Harry doubted they would expel the boy who lived so soon into the term, it would certainly be intriguing to see how far the rules would bend for Jules Potter. "Never, in all my time at Hogwarts, how dare you, might have broken your neck." McGonagall was nearly speechless with shock and anger as she approached Jules like an avenging angel. "It wasn't his fault, Professor," Patil protested. "Enough, Miss Patil," McGonagall snapped, her fury palpable. "Julian Potter, come with me this instant." Jules fell in line behind her, his face now a sickly shade of green. "But Malfoy—" "I said enough, Mr. Weasley," McGonagall interrupted, adding the final touch to Harry's growing sense of amusement. Concerned, Harry dragged a terrified Jules Potter back into the castle. Later he found Longbottom and Granger in the library. "How's the wrist, Longbottom?" Harry asked, sliding into a chair next to him. Longbottom jumped. "How do you do that?" he squeaked. "Slytherin secrets," Harry replied dramatically. Granger huffed. "Honestly, Neville, you're just concentrating on your textbook. It's not some dark spell." "My wrist's better, thanks," Longbottom said, rubbing it. "Madam Pumphrey fixed it up." "Good to hear. Oh, before I forget," Harry pulled the Remembrall from his pocket and handed it to Longbottom. "You dropped this when you fell." "How'd you get it?" Longbottom asked, amazed. "We heard all about how it scooted away from Jules and Malfoy." Harry shrugged and opened his potions textbook. "I went back and looked. He had actually whisked it out of sight and into his hand behind his back while everyone was distracted by McGonagall. But Longbottom didn't need to know that." "Thanks," Longbottom said. Harry started reading, pretending to ignore them. The silence lasted all of 3 minutes before Granger blurted, "Have you heard what McGonagall did?" Harry looked up with feigned surprise. "Oh, you mean with Jules? No, not yet. It's only been a few hours. The gossip mill doesn't reach from Gryffindor to Slytherin quite that fast." Longbottom looked a bit nervous. "Hermione—" "He's going to find out eventually," Granger said decisively. "Harry, she made Jules the Gryffindor seeker." Harry lost the battle to pretend he didn't care and stared at Granger in outrage. "She bloody what?" "Yeah," Longbottom said miserably. "It's supposed to be a secret, so don't go blabbing that one around." Harry was already considering how he'd let slip to Parkinson that his brother was the new seeker. Harry tried to discuss the new Gryffindor seeker without implicating Longbottom and Granger. Of course not. But seriously, he must be the youngest seeker in a few decades, he said. A century, actually, Longbottom chimed in. How? Apparently rules don't apply to Julian Bloody Potter, Granger snapped. Harry frowned at her. Such language, Miss Granger. She glanced at Longbottom, who attempted to glare back at her. Granger pursed her lips, and Longbottom tilted his head, waiting for her response. She looked away, and Harry decided to intervene, sensing the awkwardness between them. Clearly you've got a secret that Longbottom wants to share, and you, Granger, are trying to keep it to yourself. That suggests it has something to do with potential conflicts of house loyalty. Do you want to spill it, or keep playing this clumsy game of eyebrow wiggling? Granger shot him a glare, while Longbottom let out a heavy sigh. Apparently Malfoy has challenged Jules and Ron to a wizard's duel, Longbottom revealed. Of course he has, Harry replied wearily. It's almost definitely a trap. Any chance you can convince Moron Exhibits A and B not to go? Longbottom and Granger exchanged worried looks. You really think it's a trap? Granger asked, uncertainty creeping into her voice. It's a very Slytherin thing to do, Harry said. I could ask Malfoy, but if the duel's tonight, that wouldn't help. And no, I'm not sneaking out to play interference. I prefer my evenings without a side of detention, thanks. Speaking of which, it's near curfew and I have a long walk back to my dorm. As soon as he returned to the Slytherin common room, Harry spotted Pansy Parkinson and made his way over to her as subtly as he could manage. He paused by the end of the couch where she was sitting. Harry flipped through an extremely dull book on the history of cauldron making that rested on an end table. Parkinson, he muttered under his breath. To her credit, Pansy didn't look up from her own reading, maintaining a relaxed posture. She'd clearly been trained well. Potter, she replied just as quietly. You didn't hear this from me, he said, lowering his voice. According to Ron Weasley's bragging, Jules Potter's been named the new Gryffindor Seeker after today's display. That caught Pansy's attention, although Harry suspected it wouldn't attract too much notice. She still kept her head down. What? She hissed. It'd be a shame if the Slytherin team didn't hear about this, Harry mused. Gryffindor would have such an unfair advantage. And I bet Jules would be annoyed to find out that his best mate's carelessness let the secret slip. I don't need you to tell me what to do with this, Pansy snapped softly, though she shot him an appraising glance. Harry smirked, closed the book on cauldron making, and walked away as casually as he could manage. He had to hand it to Malfoy for a clever plot. Even if he didn't like the other boy, credit was due. The next morning, the news spread like wildfire throughout the school. Jules Potter was the new Gryffindor Seeker. The entire Slytherin Quidditch team was up in arms, along with half of Ravenclaw's. Even Cedric Diggory set aside his bitter rivalry with seventh-year Terence Higgs to protest the bending of the first-year Brooms rule for Jules' sake. They got nowhere, though, because Harry could see, even from his exile at the Slytherin table, that Albus Dumbledore considered Jules Potter a saint in the making. Fred and George Weasley followed Jules around all day, keeping a protective eye on him, and glowering at anyone who dared to look his way. Harry caught them in the entrance hall, and learned Harry had been assigned babysitting duty by the Gryffindor team captain, and neither he nor the other person involved looked particularly pleased about it. As Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain, made his way out of the great hall after lunch, he paused to thank Harry quietly. Not that anyone will hear it from me, he said, but I know you tipped off the Parkinson girl. Appreciate it. With that, he swaggered away, quickly flanked by Pusey, Bletchley, and Bowl. Harry couldn't help but grin. Having Marcus view him with a hint of approval instead of outright disdain felt like a step in the right direction. "Harry!" someone hissed. Harry paused, scanning the corridor. He was familiar with this place. He had sneaked out 3 times already to explore the castle on his own. Just 2 nights ago, he had discovered a secret passage that connected the first-floor common study spaces to the charms corridor on the 3rd floor. It made it easy to spot Jules Potter and Finnegan lurking in the shadows. "Look at you, being all sneaky," Harry said, sauntering over as if it were perfectly normal to meet his estranged brother in a dark corner just 30 minutes before curfew. He tensed his right arm, ready to flick his wand from its holster. "Are you sure you were sorted correctly, brother mine?" he teased. Jules flushed, while Finnegan shot him a glare. "Shut it," Jules growled. "I know it was you who told everyone." "I'm fairly sure that was Weasley. I only heard about it this morning at breakfast from the 3rd years." "Yeah, well, Ron swore he didn't say a word outside the common room, and since he's not in the House of Liars, I'm going to believe him." Jules' voice rose with every word. "Keep it down, will you?" Harry said irritably. "Not all of us can use celebrity status to dodge the rules. I had nothing to do with your little secret getting out." That was a lie. You can blame Gryffindor's lack of discretion for that one. Technically, that was the truth. "Now, if you don't mind, I have places to be," Harry said, trying to keep his cool. "You'll get yours at the match, you Slytherin filth," Jules growled back. "Oh, and if you could stop trying to convince people I'm a dark wizard, that'd be fantastic," Harry replied with a hint of sarcasm. "Especially since I'm 11. "Well, you hang out with Death Eaters," Jules shot back. "Again," Harry said, adopting a tone as if explaining something very simple to a small child. "We are 11. It's not like we'd even be of use, so we're hardly targets for dear old Death Eaters. And on top of that, do you honestly think I'd be happy growing up running around killing people?" He paused for a moment. "And since you clearly can't see what's in front of your face, I'm hardly on good terms with Malfoy. I'm on shaky footing with Greengrass, Parkinson, and Bulstrode at best. Just because we don't hex each other every 5 seconds doesn't mean we get along. Good night." Seething, he stormed down the hallway. It was 2 days later when Granger and Longbottom finally got around to telling him about the trapdoor and the 3-headed dog, after Harry thought to ask about the wizard's duel. "We're pretty sure it had something to do with this," Granger said breathlessly, waving a newspaper in front of him. Harry took the newspaper from her wildly waving hand and skimmed the article about the Gringotts break-in. Apparently, the thief had targeted some of the most secure old family vaults in Gringotts. Yet nothing had been stolen, and the author seemed to imply that the target wasn't gold. Harry frowned, recalling the package James had collected for Dumbledore. The Potters were obviously close with the headmaster. He was constantly stopping Jules in the hall to ask about classes and such. Harry had seen James's distinctive great horned owl deliver letters to the headmaster at least 3 times. It wasn't surprising that Dumbledore would trust James Potter to guard something valuable in his vault. Something that, if Granger was to be believed, might now be under the watch of a monster in the 3rd-floor corridor. Harry told Jules and Longbottom to stay out of it, insisting that whatever was happening was tied to Dumbledore's plans and had nothing to do with first-year students. However, he was fairly certain they wouldn't listen. After all, Jules and Weasley had both been involved, and they'd never let it go. He decided to seek out Hannah Abbott, who adored magical creatures, and asked her what she knew about Cerberus. As Halloween approached, things calmed down a bit, but Harry felt a sense of dread. This year, he was painfully aware that it marked the anniversary of his mother's death. The only silver lining to his insomnia was that he became quite adept at sneaking around after dark, familiarizing himself with the halls of Hogwarts week by week. He discovered numerous secret passages that most people didn't know about, including one that led from just outside the Slytherin common room to the kitchens, but only on Thursdays between 1 and 3 in the morning. This gave him ample opportunity to practice with the ash wand. Though he still used the holly wand in front of everyone, the ash wand seemed to call to him in a way he couldn't explain. He developed a solid repertoire of low-level hexes and jinxes, and started teaching himself the Protego spell. The shield charm, much like a stunner, required more magic than he realistically possessed at 11, but he persevered through headaches and frustration until he could cast a shaky shield for a few seconds at a time, once every hour. In addition to that, he made a point of staying ahead in charms, the subject he found most challenging. If it weren't for his late-night practice and the support of Sue, Anthony and Granger during study sessions, he would have struggled to keep up. On top of all his homework, Harry delved into the books he had from the Potter library and Flourish and Blots. He quickly developed a habit of plugging his ears with wax to drown out the soporific sound of Professor Binns' voice, and focused on reading history books during History of Magic. Before long, Theo and Davis followed his lead, and even though Granger looked, Harry was scandalized at the thought of not paying attention in class. He noticed that Jules had started checking out history books from the library too. Potions remained one of his favorite subjects. He could easily ignore Snape's lurking, looming and leering. Honestly, the man wasn't even as threatening as Uncle Vernon. At least, Harry was mostly sure Snape would never hit him. That allowed him to focus completely on brewing. Theo didn't have what Snape called the touch, but he was mostly content to let Harry lead the way, especially since it meant Theo and Neville would help drag Harry through his herbology homework. They worked well together, and on top of that, Snape often humiliated Jules, Finnegan and Weasley, which made Harry genuinely look forward to the class. He should have known it wouldn't stay that way. On the day of the Halloween feast, the Slytherin and Gryffindor first years trooped down to the dungeons after lunch and filed into the classroom. Harry set up his things with Theo and Blaise as usual, ready to attempt the energy potion. Then Snape swept in, cloaked in an even thicker cloud of malevolence than usual. "Potter," he snapped. "Potter Major. You'll be working with Longbottom today. I'm curious how Longbottom will do without Granger hissing instructions in his ear." Longbottom winced. Harry did his best to keep his face blank, but his dismay was probably visible to the Slytherins. "Have fun with that," Malfoy snickered quietly. Blaise and Theo exchanged sympathetic looks but said nothing. "Weasley," Snape continued, "move up here to the front. Mr. Malfoy, you'll be joining him. Miss Parkinson, take Weasley's place with Mr. Thomas." Poor Dean Thomas looked like he'd rather drink the sludge Longbottom had created last week than work with Parkinson, whose grin promised trouble. Harry set his potions kit down on the table next to Longbottom's cauldron with more force than necessary, trying not to think about all the ways this was bound to go wrong. Parkinson working with a Gryffindor, Weasley and... Without one of the more level-headed Slytherins or Gryffindors at the same table, Malfoy's presence was particularly daunting. On top of that, Harry was worried he might ruin his O average in potions with whatever disaster Longbottom could potentially create. As students shuffled around, gathering supplies and pouring water into their cauldrons, Harry seized the moment. "Longbottom," he hissed, gripping the other boy's shoulder tightly. "I have an O in this class right now. I'm not about to lose that because of whatever brewing curse you have. You'll do exactly what I tell you when I tell you to do it. Other than that, you don't touch the cauldron, the ingredients, the table, or your wand. Got it?" Longbottom gulped. "Yeah." "Fantastic." Harry released him and forced a charming smile. "Chop the valerian root, please. Even chunks." Longbottom nodded vigorously and began cutting. Harry watched as he mangled a few slices and stifled a sigh. "Okay, let me," he said, elbowing Longbottom aside. Part of him wanted to slow down and show Longbottom the proper grip on the knife, but he had no time for patience. He was doing the work of two people this class, apparently. His hands moved in a frenzy, and he was grateful he had gone over the potions textbook so many times. By now, he had a decent feel for the patterns of ingredients and processes, allowing him to make educated guesses about potential disasters. When Longbottom somehow dumped too much powdered snake fang into the cauldron, it turned an alarming shade of pink. Harry quickly grabbed a pinch of crushed beetles and tossed them in before things got worse. The colour stabilized, and he added more beetles in tiny amounts until it returned to normal, until the quiet magic of it felt right beneath his hands. They were the last group to finish, but Harry managed to cork a vial of energy potion just in time. Harry thought the potion he had just completed was nearly as good as anything he could have managed with Theo. He handed it to Longbottom to pass to Snape, but as he watched his Gryffindor friend's trembling hands, he made sure to cork a few extra vials before vanishing the contents of the cauldron. This turned out to be a wise decision, as Longbottom somehow managed to trip and drop his vial, shattering it on the floor. Harry noticed Malfoy snickering and tucking his wand away, and he resolved to address that later. He quickly helped Longbottom to his feet and passed one of the extra vials to Snape. So focused had he been on preventing their potion from exploding that he only later heard about the detention served to Jules Potter and Ron Weasley for cheek, as well as the fact that Dean Thomas had walked out looking shell-shocked and hadn't spoken for an hour. Harry was only mildly curious about what exactly Parkinson had done to him. As they left the classroom, Harry joined Blaise and Theo, but he didn't bother trying to follow their conversation. His brain was numb with exhaustion. "He's bloody useless," he heard someone grumble. "A disgrace to our house. And Granger's no better. Insufferable know-it-all. No wonder she hasn't got any friends." Without thinking, Harry whipped around, wand drawn. "Volculius," he whispered, pointing his wand towards the voice as he spun around. Ron Weasley stumbled back, hand clutched to his chest where the stinging hex had hit him. This happened just as Longbottom tripped over his own feet, and Granger pushed past them, tears streaming down her face as she vanished up the staircase. "I think she heard you," Harry said coldly. "You git," Ron spat, reaching for his own wand, only to find Blaise's wand hovering steadily in his face. Jules and Finnegan began to move too, but Theo drew his wand to cover them, and to Harry's shock, so did Parkinson. Their other classmates had already moved ahead, and didn't seem to notice the escalating tension. "Stalemate," Harry said calmly. "I really wouldn't. Weasley here said something rude. He got his. Can we all move on?" Jules scowled, but somewhere in his thick skull a neuron fired, and he had the sense to retreat. His friends followed, casting backward glares. Parkinson lowered her wand and turned her attention to Harry, who tried not to feel nervous. He was mostly successful. "You're a lot more interesting than I expected, Potter," she said with a smirk. "Thanks," he replied, giving her a smile that had a sharp edge to it. Without looking back, Parkinson strode into the great hall. Blay and Theo started to follow her, but Harry suddenly realized again that today was the anniversary of his mum's death. In that room filled with hundreds of people, Jules' stupidity and Slytherin word games, he felt he didn't have the energy for any of it. "You guys go ahead," he said finally. "I need some air." "What?" Blay looked confused. "Harry, it's the Halloween feast." "Idiot," Theo interjected. "Think, Sabini." Blay fell silent for a moment. Then he exclaimed, "Oh." "Yeah, oh," Theo muttered. "I'll come with you, Harry. I'm not that hungry." Blay looked torn. "Go on," Harry insisted, waving him off. "I know how you are about food." "I'll bring some desserts down to the dorms for you," Blay promised. Theo watched Harry impassively for a few seconds. "Want to walk for a bit?" Harry shrugged. That sounded better than going down to the common room and sitting, so they began to wander, Theo a steady, quiet presence at his side. The sharp-edged boy managed to settle himself for once and walked along in silence. Harry felt annoyed with himself for how much comfort that brought him. He wondered when he had come to consider Theo a friend and not just an ally. He questioned if he even knew enough about friendship to understand it, what friendship truly meant. They must have been walking for about 40 minutes when the sound of running footsteps jolted Harry out of his thoughts. Without even exchanging a glance, he and Theo instinctively drew their wands in unison. Suddenly, Neville Longbottom hurtled around the corner and collided with them, sending all three boys sprawling to the floor. "Potter, not! What? Never mind. Troll, dungeons, gotta find Hermione," Longbottom babbled, his voice shaking. Harry pushed himself up from the ground. "Longbottom!" he snapped, trying to regain control of the situation. "Pull yourself together." The terrified Gryffindor quickly closed his mouth and stood up straight. What happened? Harry took a deep breath, channeling his best impression of Snape's authoritative tone. Quirrell burst into the hall. "There's a troll in the dungeons. Parvati said Hermione was crying in a bathroom on this floor. She doesn't know about the troll, so I have to warn her." "So you sneaked away from the Great Hall to handle this yourself instead of, I don't know, telling a prefect, maybe?" Theo snarled, clearly exasperated. "Gryffindors." "We're here already," Harry replied, trying to keep the focus. "It'd be faster to grab her and head back down to the Great Hall. Wait, what about the Slytherins?" "They're staying in the hall." "Perfect. The bathroom's this way. Let's go." With that, Harry took off at a quick jog, and Theo fell in behind him, still grumbling about Gryffindors. Longbottom stumbled along after them. As they turned a corner, Harry suddenly froze. A massive, beastly, humanoid figure lumbered down the hall, pausing halfway in and halfway out of a doorway. For a brief moment panic gripped him, thinking the creature had heard them. But then it continued into the room. Theo lunged forward to slam the door shut, and Harry quickly whipped out his wand, casting "Colloportus." A scream echoed from inside the room. "That's the girls' room," Longbottom choked out. In a rush of urgency, Harry cancelled his locking spell with such force that the door blew in off its hinges, slamming into the troll's back and momentarily distracting it. Hermione was cowering on the floor in the back corner of the bathroom, which was a plus. The downside was that the troll's attention was now focused on the boys. "Longbottom, get Hermione," Harry snapped, drawing on Snape's influence. Something in his tone jolted Neville into action. He fell to his knees and crawled under the sinks while the troll bellowed and advanced on Harry and Theo. "You have a plan, right?" Theo hissed. Harry bit his lip. "Kind of." He lifted his wand, recalling their charms lesson from that morning. Wingardium Leviosa. A large chunk of broken ceiling tile floated up off the ground. The troll stared at it, bewildered. Harry flicked his wand, concentrating as hard as he could, and smashed the tile against the troll's head. Bits of stone flew off. The troll didn't seem inconvenienced, but at least its anger was redirected toward the wall. It swung its club and struck the wall with a deafening thud. "Top this," Theo said with a wicked grin, casting his own levitation charm, this time on the troll's club. The club floated up into the air, hovered for a moment, and then slammed down on the troll's head as Theo slashed down with his wand. The troll bellowed again and staggered back. Neville and Hermione scrambled out from under the sinks, making a break for the door. The troll noticed the movement and hurled a chunk of broken wall at them. It landed just to Hermione's left, sending stone pellets ricocheting into her legs. She cried out in pain and collapsed hard onto the tile. Harry stumbled as Neville crashed into him, and they both went down. Harry's wand clattered to the floor a few feet away. "Bloody hell," Theo muttered, and then he was levitating Hermione up and forward. Neville dove for the door, and if they could just get out of this room alive. But Harry could see the troll aiming with another piece of rubble, and this time it looked far too alert to miss. His wand was still 10 feet away. Harry turned to face the troll and thought, "Fire!" Instantly, its tattered clothing ignited in flames. The creature roared in agony and stumbled back as it tried to regain its footing. Even its thick skin wasn't entirely resistant to fire. Gritting his teeth, Harry focused on the fact that this monster had tried to hurt him and his friends. He caught the acrid scent of burning hair and the echo of pained roars around him. Realizing that his wand could get lost in the chaos, he quickly grabbed it and returned it to his hand. With a firm voice, he cast Incendio, watching the flames rise higher. "Potter!" someone shouted, yanking him backward out of the room. Harry blinked hard, choking and then retching as the stench of burning flesh filled the air. "Oh, that is nasty," he heard Theo say, as if from a great distance. "Have some compassion. He just saved our lives." Hermione's voice rang out, shrill with fear and adrenaline. Harry stared blankly at the puddle of his sick on the floor, feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Why was he feeling this way? Oh, right. He had just performed a lot of wandless magic. Hopefully, he could attribute his condition to shock. "Mr. Potter," a stern voice interrupted his thoughts. Harry recognized it immediately and knew he needed to listen. He snapped his head up and straightened his back. "Yes, sir," he replied. Snape blinked, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before his usual sneer returned. "Would you care to explain yourself?" "I didn't want to go to the banquet," Harry said numbly. Halloween." "His mum," Theo interjected calmly, stepping in when it was clear Harry had lost his grasp on words. Harry felt a surge of gratitude for his friend. "We were wandering around. Longbottom found us and told us there was a troll in the dungeons, that Hermione was crying in the bathroom and wouldn't know about it, and that the Slytherins were waiting in the Great Hall. We figured it'd be faster to grab Hermione and Let's head back down to the Great Hall and send a prefect to fetch her," Theo suggested. If Harry hadn't been so exhausted, he might have admired how skillfully Theo spun the story to make their decision seem justified. Just seconds later, McGonagall, Flitwick, Quirrell and the headmaster rounded the corner. Theo had to retell his account, and the teachers clucked and fussed over 4 first-years who had taken down a mountain troll, and burned it alive, no less. Quirrell stammered that the troll was definitely very dead. Harry couldn't muster any feelings of regret. or much of anything really. He was simply too tired. The headmaster looked at Harry with twinkling eyes and assured him that any 11-year-old would be worn out and in shock. Casting Incendio, a third-year spell, was impressive enough. He insisted Harry shouldn't feel bad because he had been in shock and didn't know what he was doing. But Harry wasn't so out of it that he would reveal the whole truth. He had burned the troll alive, mostly with wandless magic, casting only one Incendio, and he had known exactly what he was doing. Professor Snape handed Harry a small vial. Harry drank it down and felt a little better. "Energy potion, sir?" he croaked. Snape almost stopped frowning. "Yes, in fact. It was very neatly brewed, especially considering your handicap from today." Longbottom, standing behind Snape, scowled at being labelled a handicap. Meanwhile, McGonagall fussed over him and Hermione, bustling them away toward the tower. "Points," Harry said, recalling something about points from earlier. "Yeah," Theo replied with a smug grin. "We got 20 points for Slytherin. Gryffindor got 10, just because of Longbottom's courage or whatever." "He deserves it," Harry said. "It was foolishly brave to come alone," Snape said with a tone of superiority, helping Harry and Theo to their feet. "Yeah," Harry agreed, "but he came for a friend," Harry said. Snape rubbed his temples. "Mr. Potter, you are in shock and not thinking clearly. Mr. Knott, help him back to the dungeons and get him into bed. He'll likely sleep the entire night." "Yes, sir," Theo replied. "Thanks, Professor," Harry said, struggling to recall Snape's title. The potions master looked like he was fighting to keep from rolling his eyes. "Preferably before the rest of Slytherin House beats you down there and turns Mr. Potter's condition into fodder for the rumour mill, Mr. Knott." "Right. Yes, sir," Theo said, and began to guide Harry down the corridor. Harry let himself be led, grateful for the support. Chapter 6. Christmas Interactions. Predictably, the entire school spent 4 days wildly speculating about the first-floor bathroom that smelled like rotten meat, the troll that hadn't actually been in the dungeons, and the supposed involvement of Harry Potter, Theodore Knott, Neville Longbottom, and Hermione Granger. Harry and Theo fended off questions from their housemates by claiming they got caught in the crossfire when a Gryffindor did something foolishly brave for a friend. The other Slytherins snickered and readily accepted this excuse. To be fair, it was true. The Ravenclaws, on the other hand, asked sharp questions. Justin observed Harry closely as he retold the story, his eyes glinting with cleverness. Harry was pretty sure that at least Justin and Sue could tell he was downplaying the events. He was very much doing so, since he didn't want to gain a reputation as someone who burned trolls alive in bathrooms. Thankfully, they didn't push him, and he appreciated that. Theo proved to be the trickiest to handle. "I thought I saw you drop your wand," he remarked one day, out of the blue, while they were working on an essay for charms. Harry hoped his hand's slight flinch went unnoticed. "Yeah, but I picked it up again, obviously." Theo stared at him with glinting eyes and ceased his questioning. In all this, Harry had nearly forgotten about his ongoing feud with Jules. He was forcibly reminded in defense class a week after Halloween, when Jules loudly initiated a conversation with Weasley, who repeatedly drew attention to Jules' status as a seeker. He highlighted how young Jules was, how everyone said he was spectacularly talented, and how he was going to lead the Gryffindor team to the Quidditch Cup for the first time since Charlie Weasley left. Afterward, Harry spent 3 hours in the library researching various anti-jinx protections on Quidditch brooms and contemplating how one might conceivably bypass them. The following Saturday marked the first Quidditch game of the season. The entire first-year Slytherin cohort packed into the stands. The students stood together, united in their excitement. Even Malfoy and Harry's rivalry — Harry still remembered how Malfoy had tripped Neville in potions — was set aside in favour of cheering for Slytherin House. Dressed in green and silver, they were a sight to behold. A fifth-year student passed by, teaching them a charm that sprayed green and silver confetti from their wands. This quickly turned into a playful game of spraying confetti into each other's hair. Malfoy looked particularly dismayed when Greengrass dumped a generous amount of confetti onto his perfectly slicked-back blonde hair. Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins, took to the microphone to announce the Slytherin team. Flint, Pusey, Wright, Higgs, Bletchley, Derrick, and Bowl. The Slytherin section erupted in cheers, joined by some support from Ravenclaw. Then came the announcement for the Gryffindor team. Wood, Spinett, Bell, Johnson, Weasley, and Potter. This received even louder cheers from the other students. Harry rolled his eyes at the obvious favoritism, but soon lost himself in the game. The teams were neck and neck for what felt like ages. Flint fouled Jules in a collision that Harry couldn't help but think would probably leave his brother with some bruises. Spinett nailed the penalty shot, much to Harry's disappointment. The Gryffindor chasers moved like a well-oiled machine, and their keeper was a maniac. The Weasley twins had certainly earned their nicknames, the Terrible Twins or Weasley Terrors, among the Slytherin crowd. Then there was Jules, who looked small on his broom compared to Terence Higgs, but clearly had a natural talent for flying. As if every moment of Jules Potter's life had to be dramatic, someone began hexing his broom. And that someone turned out to be Professor Quirrell. Harry quickly aimed his binoculars at the teachers' section as soon as Jules' broom went haywire, knowing that only an adult skilled in the dark arts could jinx a well-warded, high-end broom. Harry's heart raced as he spotted Quirrell, maintaining eye contact and muttering under his breath. But there was Snape, too. Harry had his wand at the ready, prepared to take drastic action when he noticed Hermione slipping into the space beneath the stands. "Merlin," he muttered. "She's too clever for her own good." Hermione rushed forward, knocking Quirrell headfirst into the teachers in front of him. Harry quickly checked on Jules, whose broom had suddenly stopped bucking. Meanwhile, back in the teachers' section, Hermione set fire to Snape's robes before disappearing into the back of the raised viewing area. Jules spat out the snitch and waved it triumphantly in the air, and the match descended into chaos. Theo turned to Harry, who was ignoring the pandemonium and focusing his binoculars on the teachers' section. "What just happened?" he asked. Harry lowered the binoculars and met Theo's gaze, then Blaise. Quirrell just tried to kill Jules Potter. Hermione set Snape on fire and saved Jules' life. Both boys blinked in disbelief. "Come on," Harry said suddenly, noticing that Hermione and Neville were following Jules, Weasley, and Finnegan off the pitch. "I'm pretty sure they all think Snape is a would-be murderer. We need to set them straight." The Slytherins easily tracked their Gryffindor allies and rivals to the gamekeeper's hut. Harry had been here once for an incredibly awkward tea he'd rather forget, and he hadn't been invited back since. This time, he didn't even knock. He paused just long enough to recognize Hermione's voice inside before pushing the door open. Jules sprang to his feet. "You slimy snake." He paused, taking in Theo, who was surveying the room with a look of glorious contempt, and Blaise, who wore his trademark smirk, the kind that said he was laughing at a joke no one else understood. Harry could see Jules' anger escalating, teetering into speechless with rage territory. "I'm going to guess you're mad because you think my head of house just tried to kill you," Harry said, attempting to mirror Theo's calm demeanour. "How do you know that?" Finnegan demanded. "Were you in on it?" "Really?" Harry sighed. "Fratricide? Come on, Finnegan. It's not like Slytherin has nightly meetings to plot the untimely deaths of Gryffindors." "Believe it or not, we actually have more important things to do than obsess over you," Theo chimed in. "Like studying, which most of your lot could really use." Hagrid looked alarmed as tensions began to rise. "Hey, let's keep it civil, all right?" "Of course," Harry replied, forcing a pleasant tone. That was something he excelled at, acting cheerful when he wasn't feeling it at all. "Harry, Theo, we don't just think Snape tried to kill Jules," Hermione interjected. "I saw him. He was holding eye contact and casting non-stop all the signs of jinxing a broom." "I know," Harry said. He paused for a moment to smirk at Jules. "But what you didn't notice is that Professor Quirrell was also holding eye contact and muttering spells." "That only tells us one of them was jinxing the broom and the other was casting a counter-jinx," Hermione countered. Harry nodded. "Exactly. Which is why, as soon as you knocked Quirrell face first into Professor Sprout in your mad dash for Snape, I checked on Jules. His broom was fine after Quirrell's concentration broke, and before you distracted Snape by setting him on fire." "Nice touch, by the way," Blaise added. He had warmed slightly to Hermione once she learned to temper her brilliance and calm down in class. "Hold up," Finnegan said. "Hermione, how come you're on a first-name basis with Not?" "How come you get to control who her friends are?" Theo shot back. Neville blinked, clearly confused. It seemed the freedom to choose your friends was a concept that was foreign to him. Harry was taken aback by Theo's defence of Hermione. He suspected both surprise and a touch of loyalty. Finnegan flushed a dull crimson that reminded Harry of his uncle and stammered, "Because you lot are nasty, that's why." Hermione snapped back. "We fought a troll together. If that doesn't put us on a first-name basis, then I don't know what would." "Also, Finnegan, that was ages ago," Harry added. "Do try to keep up." He glanced around the room. Weasley looked stunned, Hagrid was left confused into silence, and Jules appeared deep in thought. "Questions? No? I'll be going then," Harry said. "Wait," Jules interrupted suddenly. "Harry, Snape was out skulking around on Halloween. We think he was going after whatever's hidden in the third-floor corridor." "You mean beneath the Cerberus?" Theo asked, his eyes widening. Jules shot to his feet. "You know about this?" "Well, it was an educated guess," Theo replied. "Thanks for the confirmation." Harry turned his attention back to Hermione and Neville. "You know something else too," he said. "Something you're hiding." Hagrid may have let slip that it has something to do with Nicholas Flamel," Hermione admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Hagrid leaned forward, suddenly angry. Harry flinched back a step, instinctively masking his expression. The room felt half as small as it had a moment before, and he fought the urge to bolt. He stared resolutely ahead, ignoring the concerned looks from Blaise and Theo. "You were supposed to forget about that," Hagrid exclaimed. "Sorry," Hermione replied, though she didn't sound very apologetic. "I've heard enough," Harry declared, turning to Jules. "As a first year, you have no business going near whatever's happening in the third-floor corridor, or interfering with the plans laid by people who are much older and smarter than you, or just smarter. Meaning don't mess with my plans either. Later, Hermione. Neville." Getting out of the hut felt like a breath of fresh air. Harry felt an enormous sense of relief as he, Blay and Theo made their way halfway up to the castle. Blay suddenly coughed and said, "I'm guessing you'd prefer I not tell them that Nicholas Flamel is the creator of the Sorcerer's Stone." Harry choked at the mention. Theo laughed. "There's that Slytherin discretion for you." "I think I can guess what the dog is guarding," Harry replied darkly. "Should we take this to Snape?" "He hates you," Theo stated bluntly. "He might hate your brother more, but he definitely hates you. It would be better if Blaise or I brought it up." "But you should come," Blaise added, "to answer questions. Just, stand there and look sorry for existing." "Oh, great," Harry said with a sigh. "I don't even have to pretend." "Has anyone ever told you your sense of humour is rather dark?" Theo drawled. Harry paused for a moment. "No, actually." "Well, your sense of humour is rather dark," Theo replied. Noted. As soon as they entered Snape's office, Snape's scowl deepened. "Yes?" "Sir," Theo said respectfully, "we thought you should know that Jules Potter, Ron Weasley and Seamus Finnegan are aware of what the Cerberus on the 3rd floor is guarding, and they know it's connected to Nicholas Flamel. They're also partially convinced that you tried to kill Jules Potter during the match today." Snape carefully laid his quill down on his desk and turned his full glare on the three of them. Harry suddenly felt grateful he had let Theo take the lead on this one. It was as if Snape could see straight into his mind. "How did you come by this information?" Snape asked, his tone icy. Theo explained that their Gryffindor acquaintances, Granger and Longbottom, had shared what the others had learned about the Cerberus. He mentioned Harry's observations from the student section, Hermione's attempt to set fire to something, though he left her unnamed, and finally, Hagrid's latest slip. He concluded with, "Blaise knows a bit about alchemy, Professor, so we're pretty sure the thing the Cerberus is guarding the Sorcerer's Stone. Hermione Granger is clever, and I wouldn't be surprised if they figure it out eventually, but we didn't say anything." "Thank Merlin for small mercies, then," Snape sighed, casting an unreadable gaze at Harry. A prickling certainty washed over Harry, urging him not to maintain eye contact with Snape for too long. He quickly looked down. 5 points to Slytherin for your discretion, and for thinking to bring this to a professor. Potter, a word. Nott and Zabini, you may go." "We'll wait outside," Blaise muttered as they made their way out. Harry braced himself as the door clicked shut behind his friends. For a few long seconds Snape remained silent, and Harry's gaze remained fixed on the edge of the desk. Then Snape broke the silence. "I've noticed that you don't seem to receive owl post, Mr. Potter." That caught Harry off guard. He probably didn't hide his surprise, suspicion, and irritation well. "No, sir," he replied. "Is there a reason you're refusing to meet my eyes, Potter?" Snape's voice dripped with condescension. I try to follow my instincts, sir." His instincts were screaming at him to avoid eye contact. Interestingly, they weren't responding with fear to Snape's anger, not like they did with Hagrid. He was afraid of Snape, of course, but not more than any self-respecting Slytherin would be. Another heavy pause hung in the air. "Your instincts are clearly not inherited from your father, then," Snape remarked dryly. That felt like a test, a probe for a reaction. Harry understood what was happening. Snape was trying to ascertain the relationship between Lord Potter and his heir. He kept his expression carefully blank. "I've only known him a few months, sir. I really couldn't say." You may go." Harry nodded and left as quickly as he could, without appearing to run. As he stepped out, he could hear the bickering between Weasley and Malfoy intensifying as November rolled in. The winter holidays crawled closer, and Gryffindor was in an uproar of high spirits after their recent Quidditch victory. Weasley took it upon himself to revel in the glory, despite having played no part in the win. His pride was inflated, even more so than Jules', which was quite the feat. At least Jules seemed to have settled on a truce with Harry. They managed to ignore each other in class, while ensuring their fellow housemates didn't hex each other into oblivion. Harry figured if he pretended not to notice some of Malfoy's whispered spells aimed at the Stooges down the corridor, he could always argue that he didn't really associate with Malfoy. So, Jules had shifted from the to-do list to the watch list, leaving Malfoy firmly at the top of Harry's priorities. Malfoy had been insufferable, especially towards Neville, and strutted around the common room like a peacock. He even annoyed the fifth years, pretending he was the top of the pecking order among the first years. The truth was, he wasn't, but he hadn't tried to boss anyone around except for his own crew. As long as he didn't make the first move, Harry was content to stay out of Slytherin's power struggles and let Malfoy cling to his delusions. However, when it came to Neville, Harry couldn't just stand by. "I know for a fact you finished the essay on powdered spine of lionfish 2 days ago, and we don't have any other potions homework," Theo said flatly. "So I'm a little confused as to why you've spent 4 hours with 4 potions books, all of which are third-year level or higher." Harry didn't look up. He had nearly claimed an entire table in the library, covered with scribbled calculations, predictions and notes from an experimental brewing session the previous evening that had stretched on for 3 hours. "Aren't you observant?" he muttered absently. "You're not going to explain what this is, are you?" Theo asked. "Nope." Theo sighed heavily, and just then Blay wandered over and caught the sigh. "What was that for?" Blay asked. "Harry's been spending too much time with Snape," Theo said mournfully. "He's gone all cryptic." Blay surveyed the table and replied, "That looks horribly boring. I'd much rather go back to my charms practice. Theo, you coming?" "Wouldn't miss it," Theo said, though his attention lingered on Harry. Harry chose to ignore them both. He had work to do before double potions with the Gryffindors tomorrow. He deliberately dropped his cauldron while pulling it out of the storage space, causing a loud clatter. This earned him a derisive scowl and a sneering order from Snape to work with Longbottom. Pretending to be annoyed, Harry got Neville started on carefully smashing snap pod seeds with a mortar and pestle. He kept half an eye on Neville, a small fraction of his attention on his own work, while the rest was focused on Weasley and Malfoy. They almost always ended up brewing together whenever Snape got annoyed with Harry and paired him with Neville. Today they were brewing the numbing potion, which came out as a thick green-grey paste that could be spread on the skin for a powerful, temporary loss of sensation. Harry had spent a lot of time studying the ingredients in detail, brewing the potion, and experimenting with adding or removing certain components until he found the right combination. It was a relatively minor change, but it would yield dramatically different results. No, stir slower," he muttered to Neville. "Add a quick reverse stir. Here, like this." He grabbed Neville's hand and guided him into a single anti-clockwise stir before pushing him back to clockwise. The potion, which had been veering away from the olive green it should be at this point and heading toward a sickly mustard yellow, returned to its proper hue. "Thanks," Neville muttered, continuing to stir, this time more slowly. Harry felt relieved to see that 2 months of drumming potion knowledge into Neville's head during their study group meetings, which happened several times a week now, were finally starting to pay off, if only slowly. He glanced over at Malfoy and... Harry tuned out Weasley and Malfoy's heated argument and quiet insults, focusing instead on the shade of the potion. It was an olive green with just a hint of grey. Perfect. He tilted his head, concentrated, and as Weasley turned to grab a knife and Malfoy glanced down at his book, Harry discreetly lifted 3 toad livers and a cup of Brazilian spotted slug slime from Weasley's open potions kit. The ingredients slid into their cauldron without a splash. Harry bit his lip. That was the easy part. The toad livers would counteract a tricky combination of 3 other ingredients that created the numbing effect, while leaving the base effect, targeting nerve cells, intact. The slug slime would do the opposite of the previous ingredients. It would react with the leftovers and the toad livers to send targeted nerves a message of brutal pain. Harry had tested it on himself and knew it wasn't a pleasant experience. Now he had to ensure Weasley and Malfoy got to share in the fun. That would be the challenging part. On a whim, he glanced over at Jules and Finnegan's cauldron, which was bubbling away merrily, nowhere near the drab olive grey the potion should be at this stage. Harry checked on Neville and was pleasantly surprised. While Neville's potion wasn't quite the right colour and probably wouldn't do much actual numbing, he had managed to follow the instructions without supervision and hadn't blown up his cauldron. An inert potion was better than an explosive one. It was ironic that while Harry was studying how to cause potion disasters, Neville was finally figuring out how to avoid them. With a quick flick, he added a little extra calcite to Jules' cauldron, causing it to hiss and spit a few yellow sparks. While everyone was distracted, Harry turned his focus back to Malfoy and Weasley. A large chunk of mashed wormwood lifted itself out of Malfoy's potions kit and into their cauldron. The next step awaited. Chaos erupted in the classroom as Malfoy and Weasley's cauldron exploded, showering both of them with the modified numbing paste. Neville jumped in shock at the sudden commotion. Harry watched as his targets began to yell in pain, frantically trying to wipe the potion off, which only smeared it further across their faces. Malfoy took the brunt of the mess, with some of it getting into his eyes, while Weasley was also heavily splattered. Lavender Brown, Parvati Patil, and the muscular boys nearby caught some of the fallout, joining in the chorus of complaints about the burning sensation. Harry glanced down to see that Neville had knocked over their own cauldron, scrambling back from the spreading, numbing paste. What had once been a manageable mess was now reacting with leftover ingredients on the work table, bubbling ominously and turning a nasty shade of hissing purple. To add to the chaos, Bulstrode and Parkinson's cauldron spilled as well. A loud bang from Snape's wand suddenly silenced everyone except for Weasley and Malfoy. Snape waved his wand, vanishing the potion that covered them. As the potion disappeared, the shrieks of pain faded, leaving the 2 boys hiccuping in distress. Malfoy looked utterly dishevelled, with actual snot on his face. Snape then force-fed each of them a calming draught, cleared away the spilled potions, and inspected the rest of the class who had gotten a bit of spray. He declared the day a failure, stating that no one would be graded. Now, instead of one essay on the properties of calcite, they would also have to write about the history, brewing process, and applications of the numbing potion to make up for the lost lesson. Once the rest of the class began scrubbing down their workstations and putting everything away, Snape turned his attention back to Weasley and Malfoy, sitting them down and glaring at them. "Mr. Weasley, Mr. Malfoy, did either of you add toad liver to this potion?" "What?" Weasley stuttered, bewildered. "Toad liver? No." "Why would we have added toad liver?" Malfoy asked. "It's not one of the ingredients, sir." Snape ignored him. Brazilian spotted slug slime? Mashed wormwood? Harry felt his respect for Snape's potion skills deepen. No, Malfoy and Weasley replied, looking more confused than ever. Snape turned to the rest of the class, his scowl darker than anything Harry had ever seen. "It seems," he said with a quiet malevolence, "that we have had a deliberate and carefully planned act of sabotage today." Harry kept his expression neutral. He avoided looking at Theo or Blaise, knowing they would have the good sense not to stare at him. "You will all submit your wands for examination with prior incantatem from the last hour," Snape announced, his gaze lingering on Harry. "And if I find any evidence of magical interference with Weasley and Malfoy's potion—" His voice trailed off menacingly. The message was clear. When it was his turn, Harry solemnly presented his wand to Snape. He was careful to avoid eye contact as Snape touched his own wand to Harry's and said softly, "Priori incantatem." Ghostly shapes emerged from Harry's wand, revealing the practice he had done that morning with switching spells, the counterspell for the Jellyfinger's jinx, and a quick reparo he had used to fix a torn page in his notebook. Nothing that would suggest he had been magically levitating potion ingredients around the classroom. At last, Snape let him go. "This is acceptable," he said, as though each word had to be dragged from him. "Who did you use the Jellyfinger's counter for?" "Longbottom, sir." Harry still needed to figure out who had cast it. Neville thought it was an upper-year Ravenclaw, but wasn't sure. Snape pressed his lips together. You may go." "Thank you, sir." Harry slipped out of the classroom, only to be immediately confronted by Blaise and Theo, who glared at him in silence. Harry made his way to a nearby unused room. "You did that," Theo said flatly. Harry crossed his arms. "What makes you so sure?" "Beyond the fact that you've been obsessively researching potions for 3 days, and Snape was clearly impressed with how clever and pointed that sabotage was," Blaise chimed in dryly. "Circumstantial evidence," Harry replied, a term he had picked up from Aunt Petunia's crime TV shows. Theo shrugged. "I saw you glaring at Malfoy's cauldron right before a couple of toad livers and some slug slime ended up in it, wandlessly." Harry glanced between them, debating his next move. He had hoped to keep his wandless magic a secret for a bit longer, and felt a twinge of annoyance at himself for not being more careful. "So what if I did?" he said slowly. "It was brilliant," Theo said. "I'm not upset about the sabotage. It was well done, and Malfoy's a prat. Very Slytherin of you. Just wandless magic?" "I had a lot of time on my hands when my stupid relatives locked me in a cupboard for days on end," Harry replied flatly. Blaise, who didn't know much about Harry's life with the Dursleys, blinked in shock. "Once I figured out that the weird things happening around me were linked to me, I started trying to control it." "Do something," Blaise urged. Harry clenched his fists, focusing. Last period had been tiring, and he hadn't slept much in the past few days, but Blaise slowly levitated a few inches off the floor, yelping in surprise. "Put me down!" "That wasn't a very Slytherin reaction," Harry said, lowering him back to the ground. Theo's mouth hung open slightly. "Harry, do you understand how rare this is?" "I looked it up," Harry said, wishing they would stop making such a fuss. It wasn't like he had defeated an unbeatable curse. "Brother, this is just stubbornness mostly," Harry said, trying to downplay his abilities. "It's pretty rare, but I can't do more than a few really basic things. I end up with terrible headaches and feel exhausted if I push myself too hard. In fact, I'm getting a headache now." "Still," Blaise replied, his tone earnest, "the fact that you can control it at all." Harry didn't like the way they were looking at him, a mix of admiration that felt dangerously close to awe. He didn't want to inspire awe, at least not from them. He wanted Theo and Blaise as friends, if that's what they really were. "The troll!" Theo suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Blaise frowned. "What?" "I knew you didn't have your wand." Theo snapped his fingers, connecting the dots. "No wonder you were so tired. I can cast Incendio just as well as you, and it doesn't leave me completely loopy. You set the troll on fire wandlessly, didn't you?" "Maybe," Harry replied slowly, feeling the weight of their attention. Blaise whistled in surprise. "Don't go getting a big head," Theo cautioned. "Just because you're some kind of wandless prodigy doesn't make you better than us. You're still terrible at charms and history of magic." "Everyone is terrible at history of magic," Harry protested, but the tension lifted. He felt immensely relieved that they managed to move on without treating him differently. The next day, Harry cornered Malfoy in the bathrooms. "Potter," Malfoy sneered as he noticed Harry leaning silently against the wall by the door. "What do you want?" Harry smirked. "Good to see you've come back from the hospital wing, Malfoy." Malfoy glared at him, clearly still irate from the time Snape had marched him and Weasley up there to check for any side effects from their potions mishap. "What do you care?" Malfoy shot back. "I don't," Harry said flippantly. "Just giving you a warning. In the spirit of Slytherin house unity and all. I'd focus on Weasley and the other Potter. Stay away from Neville Longbottom, and if I were you, I'd stop calling Granger a mudblood to her face. Otherwise things might get painful." Malfoy's expression shifted from confusion to shock, then to anger, and finally a hint of fear crept in. Harry flashed him a grin, sharp and confident, a trick he'd picked up from Blaise. Malfoy's face paled slightly. "See you at dinner," Harry said cheerfully, turning away. He felt a prickle on his shoulders as he walked away from Malfoy, but no hexes followed him. His gamble had paid off. "How'd that go?" Theo asked when Harry rejoined him and Blaise in the common room. "I think he'll focus his squabbles on the Gryffindors, who are actual prats from now on," Harry replied, already pulling out his books. He had a charms essay to write and astronomy work to finish before class. Potions should go a lot smoother without Malfoy needling Longbottom every 10 minutes. "And we get to watch the Malfoy versus Weasley show," Blaise added with a grin. "It works out beautifully." In mid-November, he wrote to James again. It had been a long time since he'd tried to reach out to his father, and with Jules still giving him the cold shoulder and Christmas approaching, he figured it was time to take action. "James, I haven't heard from you all term. I'm going to assume you're mad at me for being in Slytherin. If not, please let me know why you never wrote back, and you can ignore the rest of this paragraph. I didn't choose this house, the hat put me here, and when I argued, it wouldn't listen." Technically, that was a lie, but Harry was willing to bend the truth a little if it meant keeping decent relations with his father for now. "Some of the Slytherins are decent. Theo Nott's a good guy. He's not prejudiced like some of the others. Blaise Zabini isn't a huge fan of Muggleborns, but he's coming around. I still think Malfoy's a git. He's always being followed. There are these two muscle-bound guys named Crabbe and Goyle. Honestly, is being huge and stupid a genetic trait in their families? I'm part of a study group that meets a couple of times a week. We've already been kicked out of the library 4 times for being too loud, mostly because Theo and the Ravenclaws get into heated discussions. Theo loves to argue, and the Ravenclaws enjoy debating. The other members of the group are Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis, Neville Longbottom, Hermione Granger, Justin Finch-Fletchley, Sue Lee, Anthony Goldstein, Hannah Abbott, and sometimes Lisa Turpin. It's almost painful to admit that my study group includes students from all 4 houses, including 2 names James would recognize as Muggleborns, and several others who are probably half-bloods. But I wasn't sure my point would come across if I didn't lay it out bluntly. James was a Gryffindor, but he lacked tact. Neville, Hermione, Theo, and I actually took down a troll on Halloween. Theo and I were just wandering around when Neville burst in, babbling about a troll in the dungeons and how Hermione was in the bathroom and wouldn't have a clue. We decided to grab her on our way back to the Great Hall, but it turned out the troll wasn't in the dungeons. It was on the 1st floor and nearly killed us. Somehow we made it out, and even earned house points for it. I bet you've already heard about it from Jules, but the Quidditch match was incredibly dramatic, and he flew really well. He's definitely talented. I plan to try out next year, but I doubt I'll be as good. Another awkward thought crossed my mind. There's a list going around for anyone who wants to stay over the holidays. I'm going to assume you don't want me at home since I haven't heard from you all term. If I'm welcome at Potter Manor for Christmas break, please owl me back, and I'll take my name off the list. For now, I'm marked as planning to stay. To stay here, Harry said. Theo snatched the letter out of Harry's hands and read it aloud. That's nicer than he deserves, he muttered, passing it to Neville, who scanned it and nodded in agreement. The 3 of them were sitting in the library, waiting for the rest of their study group to arrive so they could prepare for the Transfiguration mid-year exam. Harry grabbed the letter back. I'd rather have somewhere to go over the summer, thanks. If he won't have you at home, you'll be welcome at a bunch of places, Theo replied. He hesitated for a moment. Including my house, but our fathers aren't exactly on good terms. It could get complicated. Neville looked confused. Wouldn't he be happy to take in Harry then, to make James mad? Not necessarily, Harry said. I'm in Slytherin, but I'm still a Potter, and the Notts and the Potters don't get along. He couldn't believe he was once again explaining these subtleties to Neville. It'd drive my father even farther away from me if I went to one of his sworn enemies' houses for the summer. Plus, it would cause tension between you and your father if you insisted on giving me a place to stay. That would be rude of me to ask. It's best for everyone involved if I don't know. Maybe I could stay at the Leaky Cauldron for a few months. I could ask Goldstein. He's always talking about how empty his house is over the summer. You could stay with me, Neville stammered. If you need to. I'm sure Gran would love to have you. Harry met Theo's eyes as Neville blushed and looked down at the table. It was almost too easy. You sure, Nev? He asked uncertainly. I wouldn't want to inconvenience you. It's not, Neville said, looking immensely relieved. Perhaps he had been expecting Harry to laugh him into silence. Really, the house is huge and empty, and there aren't that many kids around. Plus, your dad wouldn't be able to complain. I've been— Thanks, Neville, Harry said, his sincerity genuine, though he was expressing it more than usual. I can't tell you how much this means to me. I've been really worried about next summer and about Dad not wanting me at home. He bit his lip. Neville patted him awkwardly on the shoulder. That's what friends do, right? Help each other out? Yeah, Harry replied, grateful. Theo winked at him, and Neville turned back to his Transfiguration book, his ears a bit red. Harry exchanged a faint smirk with Theo. James Potter never replied. Harry tried to convince himself he didn't care as he signed his name on the "Staying at Hogwarts" sheet with a flourish. Theo and Blaise exchanged glances. "Oh, come on, I know you lot want to go home," Harry said, more sharply than he intended. "You could come with either of us," Blaise suggested. "Right, stay in Italy with you and your mother, who my father hates, or go stay with Theo, whose father mine hates even more." Harry shook his head. "We've already gone over all the reasons those won't work." They had discussed it in detail, going around in circles, before settling on the Longbottoms as a safe option, and working out how to ask Neville for a favour in the politest way possible to maximise their chances of success. His friends paused, looking concerned. "For Merlin's sake," Harry said, "seriously, I'll be fine. There's a whole gaggle of Weasleys staying, and apparently Potter's hanging around to keep Ronald company," Parkinson said, sitting down abruptly at their table in the common room. "You might actually want backup, which is why I'm staying here." Harry eyed her warily. He wasn't quite sure what to make of Parkinson. She was too clever to be over there hanging on every word out of Malfoy's mouth. Harry contemplated the implications of Parkinson's offer. Either she was hitching her social chariot to his, playing a long game, or had some kind of family obligation that bound her to Crabbe and Goyle, like their connection to the Malfoys. "I don't know if I'd trust you to watch my back, Parkinson," he said slowly. "I'm hurt," she replied with a smirk. "We Slytherins stick together, after all." Harry narrowed his eyes at her. "It won't be so bad," she continued. "I hear you're on good terms with the Weasley twins." There it was. "I am," Harry admitted, fighting back a smirk of his own. "Let me guess, you want something from them in exchange for being my backup over the holidays?" Parkinson sighed dramatically. "And after I went to all the trouble to lead into it." "I'm not in the mood for word games," Harry said dismissively. "What's the bargain?" "They have an uncanny ability to creep around," she explained. "If you can find out who Lucas Roberts' secret girlfriend is from them, I'll put my name down and back you against the Weasleys." Harry cocked his head, considering her offer. "It's not a bad exchange, actually," Blaise chimed in. Parkinson pouted. "You say that like you're surprised I can drive a good deal, Zabini." "Merely surprised you made it with Harry," Blaise retorted sharply. "He's got something I want," she said with a grin. "Pull with the terrors." "Deal," Harry agreed, and they shook on it. 3 hours later, after trading for a jinx that would yank someone's trousers down, an interesting spell he had learned from a Slytherin 4th year, Harry walked back into the Slytherin common room. He passed Parkinson without so much as a glance as he headed toward Theo and Blaise. However, a particularly observant person, like Theo not, would notice a small piece of paper slip from Harry's hand and land neatly on Parkinson's half-finished Charms essay. Parkinson quickly swept it into her hand, pretending to roll her essay into a neat scroll. Elizabeth Osborne tucked the scroll into her bag as she read it. A keen observer would notice that, despite Pansy Parkinson's skill at masking her emotions, especially for a 6th year, she looked positively gleeful as she gathered her things and left the common room. Theo glanced at Harry, who had deliberately turned his back, and shot him a subtle wink. Harry endured Malfoy's pointed remarks about not having family to return to for 2 days. When he sensed a hint of a cold shoulder from Greengrass and Davis, he realized he needed to address the situation before his standing in Slytherin, always somewhat precarious, took a turn for the worse. The next time Malfoy made a snide comment, Harry turned around and coolly replied, "At least none of my relatives are in Azkaban, Malfoy. I'd take my family over yours any day." Malfoy was quick to retaliate, firing the first hex. Harry dodged and countered with a spell he had learned from the twins. Almost immediately, Malfoy lost the ability to speak any language but Swahili, rendering him unable to cast spells. One of the prefects warned them against dueling in the common room, but the admonition lacked seriousness since the duel was over almost as soon as it began. Harry had learned long ago that most conflicts could be resolved with magic, provided nothing but the participants sustained any damage. Fuming, Malfoy stormed away, and Harry received approving nods from Gringotts, Blaise, and, surprisingly, third-year chaser Adrian Pusey, who had been sitting nearby. Blaise and Theo boarded the train with nearly the entire school, heading south to meet their families, and promised to write at least once over the holidays. On the first morning back, Harry and Pansy found themselves in the common room after breakfast, accompanied by only 2 other students and no homework. Pansy decided to teach Harry wizard chess, thoroughly trouncing him in the process. Apparently, it was tradition for one of the 7th-year prefects to stay over. During the holidays, if any other Slytherins were around, it was Spencer Wright. He was busy studying for his newts, yet still found an hour or two to coach the first-years in chess. "We'll keep doing this during the holidays, just so I don't have to listen to you argue with your pieces all the time, Potter," he said coolly. Harry appreciated the effort and decided he would send Spencer a box of chocolates for Christmas. However, his Christmas shopping proved to be a challenge. Theo was easy. Harry simply filled a box halfway with Theo's favourite sweets and topped it off with a set of Muggle novels about Greek gods, featuring a boy whose father was Poseidon. To avoid any scrutiny from Theo's father, he transfigured the covers to resemble volumes 1 through 5 of a complete compendium of Brazilian flora. Blaise was next. He received another box of candy and a wand holster similar to Harry's, but nicely engraved with snakes and a stylized BZ, since he often admired how convenient Harry's looked. Beyond that, though, Harry was at a loss. On the second day of the holidays, he sat down in front of Pansy at breakfast, his expression determined. "I need advice on Christmas gifts," he said bluntly. "You have the best grasp of what people would like, and frankly, I've never been in a position to give or receive gifts before." Pansy eyed him keenly. "And what do I get in exchange?" Harry played his trump card, which he had negotiated the night before. "Immunity from the Weasley twins for the rest of the year," he said instantly. She coughed mid-bite of toast and shot him a glare, probably annoyed that he made her do something so unladylike. "How did you manage that?" she demanded. Harry smirked. It hadn't been too difficult. He had heard from his Hufflepuff friends that Fred and George had charmed Cedric Diggory's broom to coat its grip in oil whenever Diggory got near a snitch. It was an open secret, but the twins managed to avoid consequences, scot-free. He had simply threatened to inform Percy Weasley about the prank if the twins didn't grant immunity to someone of Harry's choice. "Let's just say having connections in other houses has its perks," he said. "You in?" "Done," Pansy replied instantly, just as Harry had anticipated. A week ago, any Slytherin who walked through a certain door on the 4th floor ended up with brilliantly red hair for an entire day, and there wasn't much that Pansy valued more than her hair. She pulled out a quill and parchment, pushed her breakfast aside, and fixed Harry with an expression that made him question whether giving her the chance to offer advice was a wise decision. After all, that was one of her favorite pastimes. "For starters, let's figure out who you're getting gifts for." He flatly refused to reveal what he'd gotten for Blaise and Theo. The Muggle novels were a complication he didn't need, and he couldn't very well disclose Blaise's gift without mentioning Theo's too. They worked their way through Harry's list of acquaintances. He decided to send sweets and simple personalized letters to Hannah Abbott, Justin, Anthony, Sue Lee, and Lisa Turpin. For Hermione, he skipped the sweets since her parents were dentists, and instead found a homework organizer that was charmed to remind her of due dates and proofread any essays she put into it. He even jotted down a copying charm on a piece of paper and tucked it into the front cover. For Neville, Harry and Pansy settled on sweets plus an actual collection of books detailing the weirdest plants discovered on each of the 7 continents over the last 5 years, which made Harry chuckle. He refused to explain the joke. The girls were trickier. Harry stood firm against buying jewelry until Pansy bluntly reminded him about what he'd read regarding pure-blood culture and insisted he buy each of them a bracelet. Reluctantly, he let her choose the bracelets, since he had no idea what was tasteful and what wasn't, and made sure that neither gift was overly expensive, and Harry sent them off along with a selection of sweets and slightly more formal Christmas letters. The twins were an easier task. He placed a large order with Zonko's joke shop, wrapped the box without even opening it, and couldn't help but smirk at the thought of all the mischief the twins could create with its contents. Everyone knew the Weasleys were short on gold, and he highly doubted either twin could afford such a splurge from Zonko's on their own. Pansy looked disapproving, but since she was already on the safe list, she couldn't exactly complain. Harry stewed for a while before he finally brought up his father and brother with Pansy. He didn't want to air his family's dirty laundry, but it wasn't a secret that he had strained relationships with his biological family. After all, he was spending Christmas away from them. So, he took a deep breath and decided to share. They argued for an hour before settling on a gold cloak pin for James, shaped like a lion, and a red scarf with a warming charm for Jules. Their truce continued with enjoyable meals, chess lessons with Wright, and more games played just between the two of them. Harry got progressively, if slowly, better at chess. He also began sneaking out to fly in the mornings before breakfast. Thanks to his insomnia, he had become quite skilled at moving around the castle undetected, and figured he knew the secret passages better than any of the other Slytherin first-years. Pansy, now just Pansy apparently, caught on almost immediately and proposed another agreement. She would bring any particularly interesting tidbits she learned to Harry, spread rumours as he wished, and keep any secrets she discovered to herself for the rest of the year, in exchange for an hour a day throughout the break to show her his secret passages. He agreed, keeping only the most secretive, obscure, and useful information to himself. He fully expected her to be selective about what information she shared, regardless of their agreement. Agreement they had established. It was the Slytherin way. Harry quickly realized that while Pansy might not be the most skilled witch with a wand, she was brilliant, and a little terrifying, when it came to the gossip mill. She was just a first year, yet it seemed like she had dirt on half of Slytherin House. Harry did his best to avoid Ron and Jules. Fred and George were always around, and he was almost certain Fred was the slightly wilder twin, though he couldn't be sure. They managed to walk the fine line between hilarious and irritating. Harry picked up a few entertaining jinxes from them, and in return taught them one of the simpler ward spells from the book Theo had sent him last summer. It was maybe the 4th closest to legal in the book. The twins shot him knowing smirks when he warned them not to let a teacher catch them casting it. They soon roped him into a snowball fight. Pansy opted out, so Harry teamed up with the twins against Ron, Jules, and Seamus, who lost spectacularly. Harry knew that was mostly due to the almost psychic bond between the Weasley twins, but he couldn't help feeling satisfied when he wandlessly smashed a snowball into Jules' face. He finally left when the twins decided to charm snowballs to bounce off the back of Quirrell's turban. Harry wasn't keen on spending the holidays in detention. On Christmas Eve, Wright pulled Pansy, Harry, and the 4th year Eva Price aside. He informed them that all their gifts would be in the common room since there were only 4 of them, and it was Slytherin policy to never let anyone celebrate Christmas alone. Price simply nodded and left. Wright sternly made Harry and Pansy sit back down and spent an hour and a half drilling them on basic spells to detect harmful enchantments, cursed objects, and booby-trapped or malicious gifts. "We're Slytherins," he said. "We make enemies. It's not unheard of for Gryffindors to send nasty bits our way, which completely violates the 'in the spirit of the holidays.' If anyone does that, come to me. We'll figure out who it is and how to get them back once term starts up again." "Unofficial Rule 9, Pansy said with a smirk. "Always get even." Wright grinned. Harry was reminded forcefully that he'd made prefect in Slytherin House for a reason. Exactly. He thought it was all a bit foolish, since he probably wouldn't be getting gifts anyway, but he committed himself to learning the spells with vigour. Any new wand work was an advantage. The next morning he rolled out of bed at his usual hour and headed to the common room with a book, fully expecting to be the first one there. Instead, he was confronted with a new version of Pansy. Her entire face was lit up with excitement, and she was literally bouncing on the sofa. "Who are you, and what have you done with Pansy?" he asked. Pansy would never be so unladylike as to bounce. "Oh, stuff it, Potter," she replied. "It's Christmas. Honestly, if I didn't think I'd get hexed, I'd have already gone to wake Wright and Price so we can open presents." That was when Harry noticed 4 piles of gifts by the hearth, and one of them had a package facing him with "Harry Potter" written on it in bold black script. His eyes widened. "I got presents." "Well, what were you expecting?" Pansy snapped. "You bought gifts for loads of people." I guess I didn't think about it," Harry admitted sheepishly. "I've never gotten presents before. Well, once I got a coat hanger and an old sock." Pansy stared at him. "The Muggles didn't treat you well, did they?" Harry shrugged, suddenly feeling awkward. He didn't want to break unofficial Rule 8. When it came to blood politics, live and let live. As far as he could tell, being Muggle-born didn't make you any worse a wizard or witch. It just gave you a culture shock handicap to overcome. Harry had been subtly helping Justin and, in a more direct way, guiding Hermione through this for months. He didn't believe all Muggles were as terrible as the Dursleys. Statistically speaking, that just didn't add up. However, standing up for Muggles often resulted in jinxes flying at your back while entering or leaving the common room. So Harry usually opted for clever and quiet retaliation whenever a first-year dared to use the term mudblood. "They weren't great," he admitted after a moment. "My aunt and my mum didn't get along, and my aunt took it out on me. Most of the kids at school seemed all right, though. My cousin? He's a beast. Looks like a pig trying to pretend to be a boy." Pansy shook her head. "I can't believe they let a pureblood grow up Muggle. It's a tragedy." "I'm not technically pureblood," he reminded her. "My mum was Muggle-born." "Still, she had magic," Pansy replied. "That's a step above Muggle right there. And by all accounts, she was a brilliant witch. She had more newts than anyone in her year. Your family on your father's side is as pure as they come." Harry had learned this over the summer during his cultural research, and it still made him uncomfortable to think he would be as inbred as Malfoy if James Potter hadn't chosen to marry a Muggle-born. Quickly he changed the subject. "Have you started checking for booby traps?" "I tried," Pansy said. "Didn't find anything. I'm not sure if that's because there's really nothing there, or if I just didn't do the spells right. Charms are about the only wand work I'm any good at." "I'm terrible at it," Harry confessed. "Come by our study group sometime. If you help us out with charms, we'll swap for everything else." She shrugged as if it didn't matter, but Harry could see a flicker of interest in her eyes. He began running through the checking spells on his own pile of gifts. Harry tried to suppress the queasy, excited feeling in his stomach at the thought that someone had bothered to send him gifts. He turned his wand towards Pansy's pile without being asked. Today he was using the ash wand, as it seemed to handle jinxes, curses, ward spells, and anything remotely grey or dark much better than his holly wand. The holly was more suited for transfiguration, charms, and shields. Just then Eva Price stumbled into the common room, her hair messy and her eyes half closed. She mumbled a good morning and made herself a large mug of tea from the set in the corner. By the time Wright joined them, Price was on her third cup and looked a lot more awake. Wright sat down and eyed the first-years, who were clearly excited, yet doing their best to act like well-mannered Slytherins. "It's Christmas," he said, as he shredded the wrapping paper off his first gift, smirking at them. "To hell with manners." Harry and Pansy needed no further encouragement. They both dove into their piles of gifts. Harry's was the smallest, but he couldn't bring himself to care. He was still in shock that he had received anything at all. Neville had sent him a book about rare potions, authored by a great-grandfather who had been the last potions master in the Longbottom family. Another book came from the twins, and this one was enchanted so that if you pressed a bit of parchment in it, that parchment would disguise itself as another page of the textbook until you wanted it back. Greengrass, whose family, Pansy mentioned in a low tone, owned a clothing design retailer, sent Harry a massive box of clothing. He took that to mean his fashion sense needed some improvement. Peeking inside, he could tell the clothes were all high quality, charmed to grow at least 2 sizes with him, and in tasteful colours and styles. He couldn't wait to go through it all later. Davies sent him sweets and a hat pin shaped like a curling silver snake. Theo had somehow managed to get hold of a pair of shoes that were enchanted to resize, to fit the wearer perfectly and make no noise while they were worn. "I've got my own set," his note read, "and now Blaze has one too. Should be useful for sneaking up on Longbottom." Blaze, in turn, gifted Harry some sweets and a handsome raven feather quill. He received even more sweets from most of the members of the study group, along with a pack of ballpoint pens from Hermione. She had cleverly spelled them to pretend to be quills when you said, "I'm a wizard." Excited, he showed the gift to the other Slytherins, none of whom had ever seen a pen before, and were reluctantly fascinated. Wright even traded a package of dung bombs for one of the enchanted pens. "Bloody useful for taking notes in class," he said. "With Newt year coming up, I can't believe no one's shown me these things before." Price sniffed dismissively. "I suppose the Muggles had to get some things right." Harry was rather surprised to find a book on Quidditch chaser solo drills lying unlabelled and unwrapped in his pile of gifts. He cast a few extra spells on it to ensure it wasn't something else disguised as a book that most first-years would drool over before finally picking it up. "You think no one's noticed you sneaking out to fly in the mornings, Potter?" Wright remarked. "The team's going to need more decent chasers next year, and Malfoy's more suited to Seeker than you are. I've been watching. You fly like you were born to it. I'm going to drill you ragged for the rest of the holidays. No way am I graduating without someone who can at least try to replace me." Harry tried to hide his excitement at that prospect. Gaining the favour of the 7th-year prefect and star chaser would help reduce the wary or outright hostile looks he received from the upper years. If he could get on the Quidditch team next year, he'd feel even more secure. Plus, it was a chance to fly. He probably didn't fool anyone. Reverently, Harry set the book aside and... Harry grabbed the last package, an oddly lumpy thing wrapped in brown paper. He opened it and paused. What in Merlin's name? Inside was a sweater, knitted from soft wool. It looked homemade and wonderfully warm, a rich green colour adorned with a silver H on the front. "Sweet Merlin, what did you do to get a Weasley sweater?" Price snickered. Harry held it cautiously by the shoulders. "Is that what this is?" "The Weasley matriarch makes them every year for all her kids," Price replied with a sneer. "I didn't know you were on such good terms with the blood traitors, Potter." "Just the twins," Harry said. "Mostly I think they find it amusing to watch Ron Weasley turn red whenever he tries to pick a fight with me and can't come up with any comebacks." Price shrugged and lost interest. "Don't wear that," Pansy said in a low voice. "I'm not an idiot," Harry muttered, setting the sweater aside. "Only in my dorm. It looks really warm." Pansy eyed it critically. "I suppose." He definitely surprised her with the filigree necklace he'd bought from the same catalogue she used to find gifts for Greengrass and Davis. "Harry," she exclaimed, immediately starting to extract it from the box. "How did you know I liked this one?" "I saw you keep flipping back to the page," Harry said smugly. "You left the catalogue in the common room. I was worried you'd already asked your parents for it." "They say one piece of jewellery from them a year until I'm 13, Pansy said, rolling her eyes. Harry was still getting used to the more vibrant version of Pansy he'd seen since the holidays started, especially now that the rest of their year had gone home. For the first time, he wondered if she had her own reasons for not wanting to return to her parents for Christmas, and was using their arrangement as an excuse to stay. "And I already picked out a different one for that." For his part, Harry was pleased with the soft leather, fur-lined. Harry picked up the waterproof gloves Pansy had given him and placed them with the rest of his gifts. As he looked at the pile, a warm feeling spread inside him, almost enough to push away the nagging reminder that he hadn't received anything from his father or his brother. Pansy and the others clearly noticed, but thankfully none of them had the poor taste to mention it. In that moment, he felt a fierce gratitude for being in Slytherin, where everyone understood that family dynamics could be complicated and knew when to give someone space. Even Neville might have tried to bring it up, and Harry would have had to fight the urge to silence him with a hex. Sure, his knowledge of hexes was only on par with a mediocre second-year student, but it was still more than what Neville could manage. Not to mention, he didn't want to risk damaging Neville's already fragile confidence. Losing his temper with him would not end well. The meals at Hogwarts were always enjoyable, but the house elves had truly outdone themselves for the Christmas Eve feast. Harry ate until he was completely stuffed, and then pulled a wizard cracker with Pansy. "Oh, look, a chess set!" she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Excellent! I'll take the wart-growing kit. I can use that on Bullstroke, and then you can stop borrowing my spare pieces. They're starting to complain that I don't like them. Oh, sweet Merlin!" Harry followed her horrified gaze and nearly choked on his treacle tart. While they were distracted by the popping wizard crackers and their desserts, the professors had been enjoying themselves too. He caught a glimpse of Dumbledore wearing a flowered bonnet instead of his usual hat, with 2 white mice perched on his shoulders. Just then he witnessed a red-faced Hagrid lean in and kiss McGonagall on the cheek. Harry braced himself for her to hex him, but instead she giggled. He turned to Pansy, feeling slightly queasy. "Tell me I imagined that." "If you had, I'd be worried about your mental state," she replied, her expression mirroring his own disturbance. The rest of the holidays passed in a bit of a blur. Harry sat down with Pansy to tackle their homework. He breezed through his potions and defence assignments, nailed the Transfiguration practical, and approached the essay with enough determination to finish it in just 2 hours. He spent an evening recording his astronomy observations and struggled with his charms work for another 2 hours before Pansy took pity on him and stepped in to help. In return, he proofread her potions essay and let her review his. "You explain things so much better than the book," Pansy complained. Wright took to drilling Harry every morning from 5 to 6, and again at night from 8 to 9, with Pansy tasked to keep an eye on the Gryffindors and intervene if any of them decided to venture out to the Quidditch pitch. Wright worked Harry hard, but he had never had so much fun on a broom in his life. With each training session, Wright seemed to grow more grimly pleased. In the afternoons, Wright cast "Notice Me Not" charms on both himself and Harry, allowing them to lurk in the stands and spy on the Weasley twins, Ron, Jules and Finnegan, as they ran drills. Wright kept up a low, running commentary on their performance. "We're going to keep doing this, Potter," he said determinedly 3 nights before their classmates returned. "Every morning up at 5 and behind the castle by 5:30. I can drill you for exactly 45 minutes, and then you can work on your own for another 30. Not on the pitch. The Gryffindor captain's a maniac, and he's out there all the time charming quaffles to fly at his face. We'll stay over the lake." Harry readily agreed. The chance to fly on a decent team broom instead of the school ones made the grueling practices worth it, and he knew he'd need all the help he could get to catch up to Jules before next year, not to mention Malfoy, who would undoubtedly be trying out for the team as well. It wasn't even really Harry had always woken up around 5 or 6 most mornings, so the early start didn't inconvenience him much. He took a moment to reflect on how he spent his time outside of class. He realized he could cut back on the hours he dedicated to playing exploding snap and gobstones in the common room. Instead, he could dedicate that time to homework, shifting his late-night study sessions to practice with the ash wand, something he had previously done in the quiet mornings before anyone else stirred. It would be a challenge, but he felt it was manageable. After all, it was definitely no worse than some of the rough months he had spent with the Dursleys, and here he actually enjoyed everything he was doing. That very night, Harry decided to try out the gift Theo had given him. He was thrilled to discover that the shoes were sturdy, with grippy soles and excellent support. Best of all, they made no sound, no matter how fast he ran. It felt almost eerie to feel his feet pounding against the ground without any noise save for his own breathing. He became so absorbed in the sensation that he nearly collided with Peeves. Fortunately, the poltergeist had his back turned, giving Harry a precious 2 seconds to dive into the nearest classroom and freeze. As Peeves' cackling laughter faded into the distance, Harry exhaled slowly, taking a moment to assess his surroundings. The room appeared to be unused, reminiscent of the one where he had first encountered the Weasley twins at the start of the school year. Dusty desks and forgotten empty bookshelves were haphazardly pushed into the corners. What caught his attention, however, was a huge, ornate mirror, almost twice his height, and set in a beautifully crafted golden frame, standing right in the middle of the room. "Bizarre," he muttered, stepping closer but careful not to examine its surface too closely, in case it was dangerous. Peering at it from the side, he noticed words engraved at the top, backward letters that made him pause. After staring at them for a moment, he muttered to himself, and found himself irresistibly drawn in as he deciphered their meaning. "I show not your face, but your heart's desire." That could be useful. Harry was just about to look into the mirror when he heard a scuffle of feet in the corridor, followed by a muffled curse. Instantly he ducked down behind a desk in the corner and held his breath. "Ow, get off me, Ron!" Oh, Merlin! It was Jules and Weasley. Harry clamped his hands over his mouth to stifle a laugh. He peered around the edge of the desk and saw Jules stuffing a bit of cloth into his bag. Meanwhile, Weasley was scrambling in front of the mirror, where he suddenly froze, his jaw dropping. "Jules," he said in a strangled voice. "Jules, What do you see?" Jules asked eagerly. I'm alone. Not like yours. I look different, though. I'm older. And I'm head boy." Harry couldn't help but think that was about as likely as him getting re-sorted into Gryffindor. "What?" Jules exclaimed, incredulous. He seemed to share Harry's skepticism. "Yeah, and Quidditch captain. I'm holding the house cup and the Quidditch cup." Suddenly he turned to Jules, excitement lighting up his face. "Do you think it shows the future?" "How can it?" Jules snapped back. "Harry's in Slytherin, not Gryffindor, and I saw him wearing red robes." Harry paused to consider that. Jules' heart's desire involved him being in Gryffindor? It was almost nice. Deep down, he felt a longing for that, for family, for him and Jules to be brothers as they should have been, instead of caught in this toxic rivalry. He pushed that feeling down, burying it in the shadows. He had a new family now, Slytherin. It might be dysfunctional, where you had to ward your bed and play mind games with every breath, but it was still a family. He had friends who would watch his back, and the potential for greatness. That was what he wanted. "I wonder why it shows your family and not mine," Weasley grumbled. "Look again, see if it's the same." They shuffled around, switching places. "Yeah," Jules breathed, almost as if he were in a trance. "Yeah, we're standing outside the manor. My dad's there. He looks so proud. And Harry's with me. Except he actually looks decent and not like a git. He's wearing Gryffindor robes, and I'm holding a broom and wearing my Quidditch gear, and he looks happy for me." "So nice to know you only want me around as a member of your fan club," Harry drawled, sauntering out of his hiding place. Weasley and Jules both drew their wands. "Guard us!" Harry shouted, deflecting what appeared to be a body-bind curse and a jelly-legs jinx. "What are you doing here, you snake?" Jules sneered. "Wow, you do that face almost as well as a Slytherin," Harry said, feigning surprise. "I'm here because, apparently, sneaking out at night is a genetic trait." "Did you hear," Weasley demanded suddenly, "what we said?" Harry grinned, loosening the damper he kept on his eye colour just a bit, knowing his eyes would shine an eerie, bright green in the dim light. "Quite a shallow heart's desire of yours, Weasley." The other boys blinked in surprise. "Honestly, didn't you figure out the clue?" Harry said, pointing to the top of the mirror. "Read it in reverse, ignore the spaces. I show not your face, but your heart's desire." Jules looked caught between longing and fury. So what we saw?" Harry shrugged. "You shouldn't have eavesdropped." Weasley snapped, his ears burning. "Now we know yours, but we don't know yours." "Go on, Harry," Jules urged. "Or are you not wizard enough to handle it?" Harry blinked once. He couldn't have known just how nervous his eerie composure was making the other boys. In Slytherin it was normal, even expected, to be in control all the time. With his upbringing, Harry was better at it than most first years. But to the Gryffindors, he felt as if he were from a different world. His mind was racing. He recognized that he was being manipulated. The effort was clumsy and painfully obvious. Yet Harry was furious at the suggestion that he couldn't handle whatever he might see in the mirror, and he was also deathly curious about it. Jules and Weasley didn't seem to show any signs of distress, aside from possibly being a bit snappier than usual, but they could be quite annoying even on their best days. With his face betraying boredom while he internally wrestled with nervousness and curiosity, Harry walked around the edge of the mirror to gaze at his reflection. For a fleeting moment, he thought he was looking at James. But then he realized this wasn't James. It was an older version of himself. In his early 20s, probably, he wore purple wizengamot robes and the ring of Lord Potter on his finger. Theo, Blaise, and Neville stood beside him, all of them radiating happiness and confidence. This version of Neville had traded his pudginess for muscle and his timidity for a good-natured ease. Blaise was as sharp-tongued as ever, and Theo wore that familiar smirk. The older Harry's hair was just messy enough to be stylish, yet more controlled than Harry had ever seen on himself, James, or Jules. He met the real Harry's gaze and shot him a wicked grin. For a brief moment, an intense mix of joy and longing twisted painfully in Harry's stomach. He quickly tore his eyes away. He didn't want to sit there and stare at a dream. That would lead him nowhere. "Powerful mirror," he murmured, casting a respectful glance at it before stepping aside. "Well?" Jules prompted. Harry lifted his chin and met his brother's gaze. "It seems your ideal future involves having me as a lackey, little brother, but mine doesn't include you at all. It's just me and my friends, healthy and happy, and somewhere in our 20s. "And you said mine was boring," Weasley scoffed. "I said shallow, not boring. You're apparently hungering for the Quidditch Cup as your ultimate goal. Really? I suspect it's far more complicated, my boy." All three of them jumped at the sound of the voice. Harry's reaction was the most intense. He spun around, wand drawn, and dropped into a crouch, his shoulders tensed in anticipation of an impending blow. It was just Dumbledore, shimmering into view from where he had been standing invisibly in a corner. "Mr. Weasley," he said gently, "I believe you want to achieve all the things your brothers accomplished individually. You want to set yourself apart by accomplishing it all instead of just a part. Mr. Potter and Mr. Potter, well, it seems your childhoods have influenced what you see in the mirror as well." By the time Dumbledore finished speaking, Harry had stowed his wand and wiped the expression from his face. His eyes were on the floor, faking respect. "Headmaster," Jules stuttered, sounding terrified. I'm sorry, we—" "No apology necessary," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "I will not take any points tonight, provided you all return immediately to your dormitories. The Mirror of Erised is a powerful magical artifact, and I can't blame any of you for being drawn to its allure. Although, Harry, I must commend you for your willpower. Few can so easily step away from their first glance into the mirror." "Thank you, sir," Harry said stiffly. "Rest assured it will be moved after tonight," Dumbledore added, a hint of sternness creeping into his voice. "Many have wasted away staring into the mirror at their heart's desire. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live." With that, he ushered the three boys out the door and closed it firmly behind them. Harry turned around and found Jules glaring at him. "Just listen to him go on about our childhoods," Jules muttered. "So what if the Muggles were a bit mean to us?" "You don't have the right to—" "A bit mean to me?" Harry echoed, straightening his spine and letting his eyes shine with their signature poison-green intensity. Jules glared back, with Weasley hovering like an angry red shadow behind him. "Yeah, a bit mean," Jules repeated. "I had to go through years of intensive training. My childhood wasn't exactly a walk in the park either. I'm sure dodging the paparazzi was a real challenge," Harry sneered. Jules snapped his wand into action. "Furunculus!" Harry dodged easily. "Expelliarmus," he countered, snatching Jules's wand from the air, just in time to evade a body-bind curse from Weasley. He retaliated with a jelly-legs jinx, which Weasley barely managed to block. Drawing on his wandless magic, Harry coated the floor in ice, causing Weasley to slip. That was all the opening Harry needed. He disarmed Weasley, caught his wand too, and stepped forward until he was nose to nose with Jules. "My childhood didn't involve paparazzi," he said softly. "It involved frying pans to the head and spending summers running from my cousin and his gang of little thugs. My childhood ended around the time I turned 4. The next time you try to pretend you've dealt with even a fraction of the crap I have, I will show you exactly what I've learned in Slytherin." Jules fell silent, and Harry noticed a trace of fear in his eyes. He relished it. "If that's all," he said pleasantly, turning off the icy fury and flashing them a disarming smile, "I'll be going now." He dropped their wands on the floor and walked away. Behind him, Jules gripped his wand in a hand that wasn't shaking, wondering, after half a year of scornfully telling others that Slytherin would turn his brother into a dark wizard, whether he had actually been right. Inside a classroom, next to an enchanted mirror, Albus Dumbledore ended the conversation. Albus sighed heavily as he recalled the spell that had allowed him to eavesdrop on the boys. At least the elder Potter had managed to handle the situation without resorting to violence. If it had come to that, Albus would have been forced to step in, and even he had winced when Julian willfully dismissed the trials that poor Hadrian had endured. The weight of that guilt would rest on Albus's shoulders for the rest of his life. He knew he played a part in convincing James that sending Hadrian to the Dursleys was for the best. Yet he resolved to carry that burden without succumbing to doubts, regrets, or second thoughts. What was done, and it had been for the greater good. Julian Potter needed to grow up strong, protected, and ready to embrace his role as the boy who lived. Having a brother would only be a distraction. Albus pushed thoughts of schoolboy squabbles from his mind. The Potter twins would either work out their differences or they wouldn't. In the meantime, he had more important work to focus on. Chapter 7. Grand Schemes Just Out of Sight. The start of the second term was rather anticlimactic. Aside from his secret early morning training sessions with Wright, Harry's schedule remained largely the same. He attended his study group, spent time with friends in the Great Hall, and relaxed by the lake on afternoons when the weather wasn't too bitterly cold or dumping snow. He exchanged hexes with Malfoy in the common room and did his best to keep Neville from crashing and burning in potions. Hermione's manners had vastly improved, and even Greengrass was willing to talk to her on occasion. Harry considered this a significant step in the right direction, even if Hermione complained about it constantly. He would just hum non-committally. Slytherin politics were far too complicated for him to even begin explaining. Hermione would probably grasp some of it, but she'd be flabbergasted by the layers involved. She'd think they were all a bunch of nutters. The rivalry between Greengrass and Pansy was capped only by a sense of mutually assured destruction. Davis mostly hung around Greengrass, keeping her head down. Pansy exerted considerable influence over Malfoy, using it primarily for her own social advantage. Bulstrode was the smarter female version of the Beefcakes. Harry might have actually worried about her if she didn't seem perfectly content to follow Malfoy's lead. Harry, Blay, and Theo maintained decent terms with Greengrass and Davis, even if Greengrass enjoyed keeping Harry on his toes with snide comments and clever power plays. Pansy and Harry didn't deliberately spend time together, but they at least got along better than they had before the holidays. She recognized that he had useful connections to other houses, and he understood that she was a valuable ally. They had come to a mutual truce, despite Harry and Malfoy often sniping at each other. Pansy even occasionally showed up to the study group, and if she cold-shouldered Hermione and Justin, Harry still counted it as an improvement that she was willing to be near them at all. Early morning practices with Wright were suspended in the lead-up to the Hufflepuff versus Slytherin game, and Harry welcomed the break. He, Theo and Blaise had begun reviewing for their exams, and while he wasn't overly worried, juggling review sessions with his classwork, extracurricular wand work practice, and time spent with his study group made things challenging. On the day of the game, they piled into the stands. Theo exchanged playful jabs with Justin and Hannah, while Blaise convinced Harry to jostle Malfoy's perfectly styled hair with a bit of wandless magic every few minutes. It was entertaining to watch the blonde grow increasingly paranoid and twitchy. Lee Jordan was commentating as usual. The Slytherin team, Flint, Pusey, Wright, Higgs, Bletchley, Derrick and Bowl. 7 green blurs shot onto the pitch in perfect formation. Flint at the centre, flanked by Wright and Higgs, who took precedence as 7th years. They completed a lap around the stands, earning cheers from Slytherin and Ravenclaw, while Hufflepuff remained silent and Gryffindor booed. And the Hufflepuff team, Fitzsimmons, Park, Stevens, Taylor, Terry, Diggory and Corner. The Slytherins refrained from booing as the black and yellow-clad Hufflepuffs made their lap. Harry felt a swell of pride for his house's display of class, cheering until their voices were hoarse. Having learned enough about Quidditch, Harry couldn't help but admire the seamless way the Slytherin chasers worked together. Pusey, Wright and Flint operated like a well-oiled machine, almost reading each other's minds. He didn't relish the thought of having to fill Wright's shoes next year, but there really wasn't anyone else who could do it. 2 more goals for a snitch-proof game, Malfoy shouted, losing his composure as Slytherin scored yet again. Suddenly, Higgs's broom lunged forward through the air. Diggory twisted and shot off in pursuit. After him, the stands erupted with excitement. "He's got it!" Harry shouted, peering through his omnoculars. Higgs was far ahead of Diggory. Hufflepuff didn't stand a chance. Wham! Slytherin seeker Higgs flies directly into Chaser Stevens. Jordan's amplified voice boomed. Nasty blow. Diggory's in the lead now. Yes, Diggory's got the snitch. 240 to 230. Hufflepuff wins. Foul! The Slytherins screamed in unison. Foul! Is he just going to ignore that? Blaise shouted, his frustration evident. Noah Bowl looked ready to leap out of the student section and confront the announcer. "That was flying to collide," he exclaimed. But Madame Hooch didn't call the foul. To his credit, Diggory protested the victory, but he had caught the snitch before the whistle blew, and that was that. The Slytherins returned to their common room in a foul mood that lingered for days. The Hufflepuffs stubbornly refused to acknowledge that Stevens had deliberately flown in front of Higgs, even though it was clear to anyone who'd been paying attention. The Slytherins were out for revenge, and found support among most of Ravenclaw. Meanwhile, the Gryffindors grew louder and more obnoxious with each passing day leading up to the Hufflepuff-Gryffindor match, boasting about their seeker and their keeper, and the sparkles coming out of their arses, as Bletchley derisively put it, claiming they would finally knock Slytherin off the House Cup for the first time in 7 years. The rivalry escalated, landing 13 students in the hospital wing in just 1 week. 18 if you counted Jack Stevens' 5 separate trips. It only came to an end when Snape gathered all of Slytherin in the common room and threatened severe detentions for anyone caught hexing another student. The day before the Hufflepuff-Gryffindor match, Harry and Wright were... As they walked back up to the castle in the dim light of the pre-dawn, Harry felt exhausted and soaked from the rain. Wright had been tense all week, practically vibrating with nervous energy. "What do you think Gryffindor's chances are?" Harry asked. "Hard to say, really," Wright replied. "Gryffindor's chasers are all fairly young, and it's the Terror's second year flying. Half their team graduated last year. But their keeper, Wood, he's a maniac and brilliant at flying. He's in 5th year and being recruited by Puddlemere. Plus, there's your brother, the Seeker prodigy," he sneered. "The Diggory has experience on his side, but the other Potter has a better broom, so that's a toss-up. Meanwhile, the Puff Chasers are all older and more experienced than the Gryffindor lot, but they have a weaker keeper." "What will their strategies be?" Harry asked. He was fairly confident he could guess, but it never hurt to seek advice. He'd learned that asking for opinions often made people feel important. Sure enough, Wright launched into a rapid-fire assessment that left Harry's head spinning. The short version was mostly what he had expected. The Hufflepuff beaters would be out for Jules Potter's blood. The Puff Chasers would aim to monopolize the quaffle, and Diggory would mark Jules to prevent him from using his superior broom. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor beaters would focus on disrupting the Puff offensive maneuvers, and were apparently absolute nightmares on the pitch, which didn't surprise Harry at all. The match played out more or less as Wright predicted. Harry watched as Jules caught the snitch in less than 5 minutes, feeling a sense of resignation. He barely even noticed the fight that broke out between Malfoy, the Beefcakes, and Jules' 3 hangers-on, until the game ended and Malfoy emerged with a black eye, which somewhat alleviated the frustration of having lost. The match did not go in Gryffindor's favour. Snape, as expected, looked furious. Harry glanced over at the 7th years and winced. Blay noticed his expression and smirked at Wright. "Oh dear," he said, "tomorrow morning is not going to be fun for you." "Don't make me regret telling you, Zabini," Harry replied. Theo sniffed dismissively. "As if you'd have managed your secret training without us covering for you." Wright's bad mood lingered far longer than just the day after the match. It was after Harry's grueling Wednesday morning Quidditch practice, when Neville chose to confront him in a corridor. "Harry, good. Why are you soaking wet?" "Because it's raining, Longbottom. What do you think?" Harry snapped, blinking as he wavered. "There's no call to be rude," Neville shot back, displaying a sort of resigned courage. Clearly, Gryffindor was having an effect on him. He took a deep breath. "Yes, you're right. That was my bad mood's not aimed at you," he admitted, recalling his past experiences of apologizing to the Dursleys, gasping out, "I'm sorry," over and over. It hadn't changed anything then, and he didn't like being reminded of that helplessness. "What's going on?" Jules overheard Snape threatening Quirrell. "Did it never occur to you that maybe Snape's threatening Quirrell to stay away from whatever's in the trap door?" Harry said, determined not to reveal that it was the Sorcerer's Stone. "He was telling Quirrell to help him get to the stone. Hermione thinks there are probably loads of enchantments, and Snape needs Quirrell to take them down." Harry felt the urge to bang his head against the wall. "Snape didn't try to kill Jules," he insisted. "Listen, I want to believe you, but—" Neville's face was pale but resolute. Clearly he was not ready to back down. Arguing for this long was tough on him, but he was determined to stick with it. Harry had to give Neville credit for that. "Neville, listen," Harry said. "Either Quirrell's being victimized, in which case he can go to Dumbledore, or Snape is doing the right thing, and I'm pretty confident he can handle it. Or They're both up to something, and Dumbledore is here, so I highly doubt any dark arts mess is going to happen. No matter what's actually going on, it's nothing first years should be getting involved in." Neville deflated a bit. He had enough sense to agree, unlike most of the others in his house. "Will you at least keep an eye on Snape for us?" he asked. "Of course," Harry replied. As Harry walked into his dorm, he pulled Theo and Blaise out into the hallway and whispered furiously about what Neville had just told him. He also learned that not 5 minutes earlier in the Great Hall, a very excited Hermione had told a much less enthusiastic Theo that they'd found a reference to Flamel, which led them to figure out what was probably hidden in the school. "Finnegan found it on a chocolate frog card," Theo said in disgust. "Only a bloody Gryffindor." Blaise then went off to tell Professor Snape that the Gryffindor first years were now aware of what the Cerberus was guarding. When he returned, he reported that he'd never seen Snape so angry. Given how they had all witnessed Snape in a towering rage after the inter-house quarrel before the Quidditch match, this made the point quite clearly. "Hagrid has a what?" Harry exclaimed. "A dragon," Pansy said with relish. "Draco saw it. Longbottom, Granger, and Jules Potter and his idiot squad were all in there arguing." "What was that mudblood doing with the gamekeeper, do you think?" Bulstrode asked, feigning curiosity. "He lives in a wooden hut," Harry said in disbelief, storing away Bulstrode's comment for later. He noted with interest that while Crabbe and Goyle laughed, Parkinson, Greengrass and Davis remained silent. "Stupid oaf," Greengrass scoffed. "He shouldn't even be trusted with an earthworm." "How did he even get a dragon?" Theo wondered. "That's a class XXXXX restricted magical creature." "I don't even want to know how you know that," Greengrass replied. "Draco found out the Gryffindors are planning to smuggle it off the grounds this weekend," Parkinson said, her expression downright vicious. "If anyone lets this get out, I'll flay them. The Gryffindors are going to lose so many points, maybe even get expelled. Dragon smuggling." "Can we talk about this?" Blaise muttered. Harry sighed, realizing he couldn't avoid the conversation forever. He slipped sideways into a secret passageway that connected the second-floor Transfiguration wing to a back entrance of the library. It was as good a place as any for a quick, private conversation. He, Blaise, and Theo pulled the tapestry over the entrance to the passage. "Are we going to interfere?" Theo asked, and they all knew exactly what he meant. Harry frowned. "I'd really rather not see Hermione and Neville get expelled." "I cannot believe this," Blaise said. "You're about to jump into some Gryffindor's idiotic plot for a Muggle-born and a Gryffindor so timid he literally jumps at his own shadow?" "I never said I was going to jump into their plan," Harry replied, his mind churning. "I'm interfering for my friends." That silenced Blaise. "Come on," Harry said grimly. "I need to talk to Hermione, and I bet you anything she's in the library." She was indeed in the library. Harry dropped into the seat across from Hermione. Theo leaned against the table on her left, just close enough to encroach on her personal space, while Blaise took the seat on her right. They hadn't even needed to discuss it beforehand. Harry was grateful for his friends. Hermione looked up with a smile, but it faltered when she saw the serious expressions on their faces. She noticed how they had sort of closed in around her. "Harry? Hagrid's breeding a dragon, and Malfoy knows about it," Harry said flatly. Hermione gasped. "If you stick with your plan to get Charlie Weasley's friends to fly it to Romania, Malfoy's going to tip off the teachers, and you'll all get expelled. At best. Hagrid could face serious consequences and might never find a job again. And that's just for illegal dragon breeding. Weasley's friends would be in even bigger trouble for dragon smuggling. "You prat!" Hermione exclaimed, colour rising in her cheeks. "As if you care about Hagrid." "Excuse you," Blaise interjected coolly. "Theo and I both told him not to get involved. He's risking everything here. Technically, all three of us are already accessories to a crime. He doesn't want to see you lot expelled or Hagrid fired." "How did Malfoy even—" Hermione trailed off, looking defeated. "He was peeking in Hagrid's hut last week. He must have stolen the letter from Ron. Because trusting Ron Weasley is a brilliant way to keep things secret," Theo muttered. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. "Hermione, will you please at least consider that your plan needs some work? It's too late to owl Charlie again. They're coming tomorrow." "Merlin's balls," Theo muttered. Blaise looked extremely frustrated. Harry realized he needed to steer the conversation before Blaise got so annoyed that he would resort to using a body-bind curse on Hermione himself. Merlin knew Harry was tempted to do just that. He would tie her up and stash her in a broom closet until everything settled down, if that's what it took to keep her from getting expelled. Thinking quickly, Harry knew he had to find a solution. It would discredit Malfoy, help Hagrid, and keep two of his friends out of serious trouble. But there was no way he would go to an adult. Snape was supposed to be his head of house. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the man held a grudge against the Potters, not to mention the constant bullying of Neville. He despised bullies, and he suspected that Snape only looked out for him out of a grudging sense of obligation. Dumbledore seemed distant, while McGonagall was far too stern for his liking. Trust was hard to come by. "Brooms," he said, his eyes snapping to Hermione's. "Jules and his crew can slip outside during dinner tomorrow. They'll hide in the Gryffindor locker rooms until it's time to go, then fly an interception pattern over the school, high enough that no one will see them, but low enough to stay within the wards. Hermione, since you've got Hogwarts a history memorized, I'm sure you can figure out the right altitude for that. When Ron's friends arrive, just take them down to Hagrid's hut." He still thought it was ridiculous to transport a fire-breathing dragon across country lines in a box strung between multiple brooms, but if the dragon experts believed it would work, he wouldn't stop them. He hardly cared if they got themselves incinerated, as long as it happened far away from his friends. "They can take the dragon and disappear." Hermione looked impressed. "That's pretty clever, actually," she said, albeit grudgingly. "How will they get back in?" Theo asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "If the rendezvous is at midnight, sneaking back in will break curfew. That won't be easy. Unless— Harry, you're friends with the twins. Maybe they could create a diversion." Hermione seemed uncomfortable. "Well, Jules has an invisibility cloak. It's some kind of family heirloom." Harry gaped at her for a few seconds before he found his voice. "Of course he does," he hissed. "Could James's favoritism be any more obnoxious?" Hermione winced at his tone. Harry took a deep breath, trying to manage his anger. "Okay, fine. They can use the cloak to slip back in. But 4 people under one garment. Do they all fit?" "Barely. If they squish," Hermione replied, "and shuffle." "Okay, so the cloak can get them back in. That still leaves—" "Covering for them," Blaise interjected. "Neville." Harry tapped the table thoughtfully. Hermione chewed her lip, contemplating the situation. "You think he'll agree?" she asked. "All he has to do is say they went up to bed instead of dinner because they weren't feeling well, if anyone asks," Theo explained. "He'll go for it. It's his house points we're saving. Plus, we're sticking it to Malfoy. If he tells the teachers to look for you lot by the astronomy tower with a dragon and nothing happens, he'll lose credibility." Speaking of which, Harry turned to Hermione with a serious expression. If anyone asks, you and I are fighting right now over some comment a Slytherin made to you, and you haven't spoken to me in a week. The same goes for Neville, if you could pass that on. Hermione looked a bit bewildered by all the scheming, but she quickly caught on. Because the Slytherins will be angry if you help Gryffindors out of trouble, she questioned, her tone tinged with disapproval. Because the Slytherins will be angry if I deprive them of a chance to sit back and watch Gryffindor lose any shot at the House Cup, Harry clarified. Plus, I was told about Malfoy's little plan in extreme confidence, and one of the more terrifying Slytherin witches threatened to flay anyone who tattles. For the next week, we are not friends. Clear? I guess Neville and I shouldn't come to study group then, Hermione sighed. That, or I'll skip, Harry offered. No, I'll sit it out, Hermione said determinedly, her eyes glinting with resolve. You're right about all this. I owe you. I'll keep Neville up to scratch in potions for as long as you need us to stay away. Just until next weekend, Harry replied. We'll have a public, cool but cordial greeting, and then just go back to study group like normal. Hermione nodded, understanding the plan. Are you saying you want me to pitch this to the others? Hermione asked. They won't take it well if you bring me in to tell them what to do, Harry replied. In fact, I'm pretty sure that would only make them more determined to stick with the original plan. True. Let me see if I've got this right. Hermione recounted the Slytherin's plan almost verbatim. Harry nodded in appreciation. Her memory was truly impressive. Glad we've got this sorted, he said. Hermione rubbed her temples in frustration. Why did Hagrid have to get a dragon of all things? She hissed. Meanwhile, Theo, Blaise, and Harry made their way back down to the dungeons. Doesn't anyone else think it's suspicious that Hagrid managed to get his hands on a dragon egg just as he's in charge of guarding something very valuable and hidden in this school? Theo asked abruptly. Of course we do, Blaise replied sharply. But what can we do about it? Professors are out of the question. Snape would just grab Potter and the rest of us. Theo shot a sideways glance at Harry. Well, if we really wanted to, we could make sure they get caught coming back in, he suggested quietly. How? Blaise asked, raising an eyebrow. Summon the cloak, Harry proposed. One of us could probably master the summoning charm before tomorrow. Theo shook his head. Invisibility cloaks are usually spelled against summoning charms. If they have that, it'll be nearly impossible to catch them. Harry considered this. It would be the best possible outcome. Hagrid safe, the dragon gone, and Hermione and Neville tucked away in their dorms, out of harm's way. If the Gryffindor quartet got caught sneaking around after curfew, they'd lose points and face detention, but they definitely wouldn't be expelled. All he had to do was ensure they didn't have the cloak. Unless you can figure out a way to make Jules Potter forget about his priceless family heirloom, I don't see how this is going to work, Blaise said. Harry stared at him, incredulous. Say that again. I don't know how this is going to work. No, the first part. What, about making him forget the cloak? It's a family he... Harry shushed him, deep in thought. Then he broke into a grin. I think we can, he said. Potions. A moment later, Theo's eyes widened in realization. Oh. Blaise nodded appreciatively, and Harry smirked. In the end, their roles were straightforward. Harry brewed the potion and cast the Notice Me Not spell on Theo, a technique Wright had taught him over break. Theo sneaked out of the castle between lunch and dinner, while Harry and Blaise attended study group, explaining to the others that he was searching for a missing textbook. He rejoined them about 30 minutes later, expertly pulling off a flawless act that nothing was wrong. The only slip was tapping Harry and Blaze's feet twice each, their signal that everything had gone smoothly. Harry and Hermione spoke to Neville and the twins. Neville agreed to the plan, looking unbearably nervous. Harry clapped him on the shoulder, projecting absolute confidence, and Neville managed a weak smile in return. They headed to their dormitory early, then quietly sneaked back out. The Slytherin dormitories were vast and winding, filled with numerous unused rooms and forgotten corners the further back they ventured. A short, cramped passage led them to another point in the dungeons, close to the potions classroom. Theo and Harry slipped into the classroom and waited. At 30 minutes to midnight, they pulled out their note, written upside down and in reverse to make the handwriting untraceable, a clever trick Harry had picked up from Muggle movies that greatly impressed Blaze and Theo. The note informed Professor Snape that several Gryffindors had been discussing sneaking out of the castle for an unknown reason and planned to creep back in around midnight. Harry and Theo positioned themselves by the classroom door. Harry tilted his head, concentrated, and floated the letter from Theo's hand across the room. Harry and Theo slipped a note under the door of Snape's office. They ducked out of the classroom and pressed themselves against the wall, listening intently. A few seconds later, Snape's door creaked open. That was their cue. Ignoring any noise thanks to their enchanted shoes, Harry and Theo sprinted all the way back to the passage leading to their dorms. Blaze looked up when they entered. Crabbe and Goyle were snoring in their beds, and Malfoy was still absent. Harry exchanged a faint smirk with Blaze before they all collapsed into bed. "The Gryffindor table seems remarkably subdued this morning," Blaze remarked cheerfully at breakfast. "I wonder why that could be." Harry turned around to take a look and struggled to hide a smirk. At the end of the table, where the first years usually sat, Jules, Finnegan, Weasley and Thomas were clearly being shunned. Their heads were down, and they didn't appear to be talking. Hermione and Neville were seated with the other Gryffindor first-year girls, leaving several feet of space between them and the outcasts. Many of the older students were shooting disgusted looks at Jules and his crew. Pansy slid into a seat next to Blaze, surprising him since Malfoy, Bulstrode, and the muscle-bound trio hadn't arrived yet. Pansy usually came in with them. "Good morning," she greeted. "I think you activated her Where Can I Spread Gossip detector," Theo said to Blaze solemnly. "What do you know?" Harry asked Pansy. She shrugged delicately. "Only that last night Draco was convinced he would catch Weasley and the other Potter sneaking up to the astronomy tower with a baby dragon. McGonagall caught him lurking around and dragged him off to Snape, only to find Snape looking for her with a rather terrified group of Gryffindor first-years." Theo glanced back at the Gryffindor table. 3 guesses who they are. "Have you seen the hourglasses?" Pansy said gleefully. They all shook their heads. "Malfoy only cost us 20 points for going after them himself instead of getting a teacher involved. He turned out to be right about the Gryffindors sneaking around, but Gryffindor lost 200 points. Blay choked on his juice, and Harry dropped his toast. "What?" Theo coughed. "That's more than—" Harry trailed off, suddenly realizing that Pansy didn't know about their plan. "I mean, how much is left?" Pansy smirked. "Let's just say they're more or less out of the running for the House Cup. We've just got to beat Hufflepuff now. Ravenclaw still trailing by 43 points. "Weren't they ahead of Hufflepuff last week?" Theo asked. "Yes, but then somehow all of the Ravenclaw 3rd and 4th years got into a debate that lasted 2 days, and none of them did any of their homework. They lost loads of points for not turning it in and not knowing the class material." Noah Bowl leaned over from the 2nd year's section of the table. "There's more than just them getting caught out of bed," he said. "My brother, Derek, the third-year chaser, you know, he heard from Wright at the Quidditch team meeting this morning that someone tipped Snape off. He got a note shoved under his door last night just before curfew." Harry could see Pansy filing that information away. Bowl winked at them and went back to talking with his classmates. When the other first-years joined them at the table, Malfoy looked absolutely irate. "Potter," he snarled. "Keep your voice down," Harry drawled. "Can't let Ravenclaw hear us arguing. Why are you angry with me anyway? You're the one who lost us 20 points. Malfoy threw himself into the seat next to Pansy, who immediately dropped any pretense of being on friendly terms with Harry, Blay, and Theo. "You told them I was going to catch them." "So they'd change their plan," Malfoy hissed. Pansy's gaze snapped to Harry, clearly taken aback. Her eyes narrowed. Harry couldn't help but feel a bit impressed that Malfoy had connected the dots. "Look, Malfoy, I'm not even on speaking terms with my brother. Why would I suddenly spill Slytherin's secrets to him?" "I don't know," Malfoy hissed back, "but they had a dragon. They would have all been expelled, and the oaf would be gone." Harry knew he had to address this, and he could only see one way out. "Well, Potter," Bulstrode said sweetly, "did you betray your house?" "No," Harry replied in the coldest tone he could muster. "The opposite, really." They blinked in surprise. "I learned about the change in plan from Granger and Longbottom," he continued, hissing his words. "Malfoy, you're the idiot who stole Weasley's textbook with the letter in it. Did you really think they wouldn't figure out you knew about the plan? Granger's muggle-born, but she's not stupid. There's no way they would just waltz up the astronomy tower with an illegal dragon if they knew you were waiting. I found out about the change in plan and tipped off Snape about when they'd be sneaking back in." The beefcakes looked vaguely impressed, but Malfoy wasn't having any of it. "If you were a true Slytherin, you would have told him everything and gotten rid of the oaf too," he snarled. Again with the loudness, Harry replied. "Seriously, do you want the entire school overhearing this conversation?" Malfoy glared at him. "I didn't," Harry continued, "because I'm trying to build a relationship with the heir of an ancient and noble house that my dearly bigoted father can't complain about. If I'd told Snape everything, Longbottom probably would have been expelled. And I have no problem with Hagrid either. Sure, he's a bit brutish, but he's never been anything but nice to me. There's no reason to want him thrown in Azkaban for a year over dragon smuggling. Instead, I made sure Gryffindor lost a ton of points and destroyed my brother's social standing in the process, while you cost us 20 points. In fact," he paused, putting on a mock, thoughtful expression, "as far as I can see, you could have gone to Snape at any time to tell him about the dragon, but you didn't. That tells me you wanted the glory of catching them for yourself. So you sneaked out clumsily and got us caught, while I was ensuring Gryffindor got the worse end of the deal. Tell me, Malfoy, which of us is the true Slytherin here?" Malfoy stared at him, his cheeks turning pink. He was the first to break eye contact. "Don't just sit there. Pass me the pumpkin juice," he snapped at Crabbe, who blinked in confusion before handing over the pitcher. Harry leaned back with a smirk, knowing he had won this round. After breakfast, when Greengrass and Davis invited him, Blaise and Theo, to use their first names, he recognized it as a sign that things were changing. First names indicated that the girls believed Harry and his friends had enough social standing to be worth getting familiar with. Malfoy had commanded respect at the beginning of the year simply for being a Malfoy, but he quickly revealed himself to be a self-centered peacock with no sense of subtlety, class, or cleverness, just a family name and a loaded Gringotts account. Harry had been working to undermine him all year, and it felt fantastic to finally knock him down a peg. Now, with Malfoy weakened, Daphne and Tracy occupied a neutral middle ground, and Harry could no longer be overlooked as unimportant. It would be interesting to see where Pans landed, whether she stuck with Malfoy for reasons Harry couldn't quite grasp, tried to edge into the neutrality of her roommates, or used her agreements with Harry to work her way in with him, Theo, and Blaise. He hoped she wouldn't choose the first option. Malfoy wasn't worth a girl as intelligent as Pansy. That morning, he, Theo, and Blaise slipped out of the castle, taking advantage of the Sunday laziness, and made sure to cover their tracks. It wouldn't be good for anyone, especially a clever, bushy-haired Gryffindor, to overcome her anger and start wondering how exactly the boys had left a priceless magical artifact in Hagrid's hut, potentially leading to unwanted inquiries. They spent a good 30 minutes replacing the mead, pre-steeped tea, water and whiskey in Hagrid's hut, with liquids that weren't laced with forgetfulness potion. Harry wasn't surprised at all when the Gryffindors stopped for a celebratory snack with Hagrid afterward. Weasley and Finnegan, in particular, never seemed to stop eating. They crept back up to the school when they heard Hagrid returning from somewhere in the forest, and strolled into the Slytherin common room. Several of the second and third years gave them appraising looks, but Harry did his best to ignore it. That afternoon, their study group meeting turned into more of a gossip session. Hermione and Neville faced a barrage of questions about what had happened and what the fallout had been. Hermione grimly informed them that none of the Gryffindors were talking to the four boys, except for the other first years, and even then, only when necessary for class. Harry, Theo and Blaise managed to stay out of it, as only the Slytherin first years, along with Hermione and Neville, knew they had been involved, and none of them was saying a word. At least he thought so, until Jules, Finnegan, Thomas and Weasley cornered them in the courtyard that Sunday afternoon. "Incoming," Theo muttered, eyeing the furious Gryffindors with anticipation. "Keep your wands handy. I'd give this good odds of turning ugly." Blaise almost seemed to hope it would. Harry couldn't. Blame him, Theo thought. He didn't want to start a fight with the Gryffindors, but if they were looking for one, well, that was another story. Weasley stood at the front, wand drawn but pointed downwards. "You slimy wanker." "Oh," Theo replied, "how clever and original. Did you spend all morning coming up with that one?" "Shut it," Finnegan snarled, his face twisted in an ugly scowl. "We know you told Snape where we'd be." "Hardly," Harry retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He couldn't help but wonder if they actually knew something, and, if so, who had spilled the beans. "I know this might be surprising, but I have better things to do than come up with ways to get Gryffindors in trouble." "Apparently not, since you were the one who came up with that blasted plan in the first place," Jules yelled. So Hermione had let something slip. At least she didn't know everything. They were probably just angry and looking for someone to blame. "That blasted plan kept Hagrid out of jail and you lot in school," Blaise sneered. "It's not our fault if you went running noisily around the first floor and got yourselves caught." Jules folded his arms and glared at Harry. "Haven't you got any sense of loyalty?" "Oh yeah," Harry said cheerfully. "I'm very loyal, except only to people who earn it." "I'm your brother." "Yes, and you and our father decided I was a stupid Slytherin not worth your time or affection the moment I was sorted. Sorry, but I'm not racing to join the Jules Potter fan club." Finnegan raised his wand threateningly. "You leave us alone, you hear? Stay out of our business. Stay away from Neville." "Really? First Hermione, now Neville? Do you seriously think trying to control who they're friends with gives you some kind of social high ground?" Harry shot back. The Gryffindors glared at him. "Okay, this is boring, let's go," Theo said. They turned and left Jules's group standing aimlessly in the snow, managing somehow to contain their laughter. Laughter echoed through the dungeons. "And of course I got paired with the other Potter," Malfoy said dramatically. "Longbottom was too terrified to wander around with that oaf, so we ended up following a trail of blood, of all things. And then there it was, all shining and white, practically glowing. And then, when that hooded figure came out of nowhere, I hid, like any sensible person. Of course, Potter had to do his noble idiot routine and ended up being saved by a centaur, of all things. It was like a short man in a cloak, except beneath it was nothing but darkness, and he moved like he was made of shadow." "How long has this been going on?" Harry muttered as he slid into a seat next to Blay, who smirked. "At least 10 minutes, Blay replied in a low voice. "This is the second retelling, and it's already gotten about half again as dramatic." Harry listened for a few seconds, eyeing Theo, who was staring blankly at a textbook that clearly wasn't being read. "Yeah, this is definitely not how the Gryffindors are telling it." He had just returned from the Great Hall, where he lingered after his yearmates to observe the Gryffindors' interactions. The atmosphere had shifted from frigid to an uncomfortable chill between the first-year boys and the rest of the house, likely because they now had an incredible story to share, and the rest of Gryffindor didn't know the half of it. Harry was still trying to process what he'd learned that morning from Hermione. Not only was there a connection between why someone would want to drink unicorn blood and why they would desire the Sorcerer's Stone, but the centaurs, who could apparently read the future, believed that connection pointed to Voldemort. Harry silently thanked Merlin that Malfoy hadn't overheard the conversation between Jules and the centaur. He really didn't have time to deal with a Malfoy who thought his father's likely old boss was back and looking for allies. It would be all over Slytherin by morning, and Harry would have to triple ward his dormitory. Harry sat on his bed, trying to concentrate. "I can't focus with that peacock strutting around," Theo said suddenly. "I'm going to bed." He closed his book decisively. "Good plan," Harry replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. "We do have exams in 2 weeks. Better make sure we're caught up on sleep." Blaze looked between them. "I think I'll join you. I didn't sleep well last night. I had this very odd dream about llamas and Quidditch." "Your mind is a very strange place," Harry remarked, gathering his things. "Obviously, seeing as I decided to befriend you." They continued their banter until the door to their room clicked shut behind them. Harry checked to make sure Crabbe and Goyle were gone, most likely still at dinner, stuffing their faces, and then sat on his bed. Blay wandered over to the foot of Theo's bed and folded his arms. "All right. What was so important that you dragged us back here?" Blay asked. "I was going to prod Malfoy into another retelling of the story," Theo replied. "Some of the third-years looked ready to hex him, and I heard they've been learning some good ones from Emily Bletchley, who got them from the Quidditch team." Theo perched on his own bed, looking uncharacteristically nervous. "I've been thinking." "Don't hurt yourself," Harry teased. Theo shot him a glare. About the Dark Lord." That made even Blaze drop his flippancy. "What about him?" Harry asked cautiously. Unofficial rule number 8, live and let live when it comes to blood purity politics, had probably saved him more than once this year. Slytherin was complicated. No one could throw around terms like mudblood and blood traitor without knowing how everyone else would react. On the other hand, professing love for muggles was a surefire way to destroy your social standing. Harry kept to defending Muggle-borns and retaliating when people used the term mudblood, which reminded him that Bulstrode was still on his to-do list after the dragon incident. Theo mostly stayed out of it, while Blaise occasionally made derogatory comments about Muggles. He had transitioned from pretending Hermione and Justin didn't exist to treating them like casual acquaintances, and that was without even touching on the whole mess of which parents had or hadn't supported the Death Eaters back in the day. He really didn't want to have this conversation. "He's dead," Blaise said flatly. "I still think the centaurs are full of nonsense. Divination is ridiculous at best and actively harmful at worst. Whatever was special about Jules made the killing curse rebound on you-know-who. Do you really think he's coming back from that? You probably know my dad has certain sympathies," Theo said carefully. "I was raised hearing certain things. One of those things was that there were a lot of hints suggesting the Dark Lord wasn't completely dead, just weakened, biding his time. More than the usual rumors. Dad had it on good authority." Blay looked like someone had just hit him on the head. "Okay, I take it back. That's bad news." "You have a gift for understatement," Harry muttered. Secretly, he was shocked that Theo had even shared that with them. It was like admitting he was willing to rebel against his family for Harry's sake, even if just in this small way. Harry pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes. First, Voldemort killed his mum. Then he tried to kill Jules and set him up as some sort of wizarding messiah, which ultimately led to Harry being enslaved by his horrid Muggle relatives for 10 years. The shadow of Voldemort's war complicated Harry's first year at school, and now, to top it all off, he was apparently lurking around Hogwarts, probably to bring himself back to life and have another go at the Potter twins. It was almost comical how messed up the whole situation was. "They say Dumbledore's the only one the Dark Lord ever feared," Harry said. "So we should just keep our heads down and let the actual adults handle this. I'm sure they're not completely unaware of what's going on." "Yeah," Theo replied, his discomfort mirroring Harry's. "I can't believe you expect me to take my exams with the shadow of the Dark Lord lurking around the school," Blaise exclaimed suddenly. "It's absolutely ridiculous. How is anyone supposed to concentrate?" Harry grinned at Blaise's outburst, and in response, Theo tossed a pillow at his head, breaking the tension in the room. They all scrambled onto Theo's bed and began playing Exploding Hearts, laughing and competing until they were nursing burned fingers. For a while, they managed to forget about the schemes and dangers that loomed over Hogwarts School. Chapter 8. Gossip and a New Opponent. As exams approached, the pressure intensified for everyone. Harry found it highly entertaining to observe the varying reactions of his friends from different houses. Justin and Hannah spent less time chatting and focused on their work with unwavering determination. Neville, on the other hand, was a nervous wreck. He managed to stay somewhat functional thanks to the combined efforts of Justin and Harry. While Justin offered reassuring words of faith in Neville's abilities, Harry delivered the hard truths he needed to hear. Hermione, with her characteristic intensity, dove into reviewing and tried to impose study schedules on everyone. In a dramatic turn, Daphne coldly set her schedule ablaze while maintaining eye contact with Hermione, then walked away once it was reduced to ash. This bold act thankfully made Hermione back off from bossing everyone around. Harry noted that Hermione had been handling things better lately, but the stress of exams seemed to be getting to her. Meanwhile, the rest of the Gryffindors had blissfully ignored the impending exams for months, and now they were running around in a panic. This brought laughter from the Slytherins, who had been preparing for 2 months to avoid last-minute cramming. "That's what happens when you value planning ahead," Blaise said with a smug grin. The most amusing sight, however, was among the Ravenclaws. Harry didn't believe Anthony, Lisa, or Sue had anything to worry about regarding their exams, but it seemed that nearly everyone in Ravenclaw was running on little sleep and far too much coffee. Harry resolved to stock up on Muggle energy drinks over the summer and thought about involving the twins, who clearly had their own ways of sneaking things on and off campus. They could make a fortune selling Red Bull to the Ravenclaws during exam season. His plan only wavered when Lisa bounced into their corner of the library, a manic gleam in her eye. She announced, "I haven't slept in 3 days and just chugged 4 mugs of coffee." Harry smiled nervously and edged away from her. "I'm worried about potions," Neville confessed, his voice trembling with fear. "Snape knows I fall apart. When he's looming and sneering—" "I'll loan you my essays to go over," Harry offered. "Just remember to stop and breathe if you make a mistake. And if you've got a measuring cup, never put more in it than you need," Tracy advised. After Harry, she was one of the best at potions among them. That way, if your hand slips, you won't accidentally dump double the amount of lacewing flies into your cauldron. Neville nodded, still looking uncertain. "He's been leaving you alone for the last few months," Harry pointed out. It was true. Once Neville stopped causing explosions every other week and started turning in mediocre but stable brews, Snape seemed to lose interest in bullying him. He even placed Neville right next to Harry in his blind spot. Neville's improvement had increased slightly once Snape started ignoring him in class, allowing Harry to study his second favourite subject while watching Snape go after Jules, Weasley, Finnegan and Thomas. It was really a win-win from Harry's perspective. "Yeah, but I'll be brewing on my own. And it's the exam. There's loads more pressure," Neville replied. "If you keep thinking like that, it'll only make it harder," Justin said kindly. "You've been studying really hard for ages, Nev. It'll work out. Plus, you're a genius with herbology and solid at charms and history." Neville looked slightly more at ease. Harry was mostly worried about the written portion of Transfiguration, the charms practical, and the entire History of Magic exam. Transfiguration theory was complicated, and while he could cast all the charms they'd covered in class, Flitwick had mentioned that part of the test would involve figuring out how to cast an unfamiliar charm in a short time. Practicing for that had at least drilled a number of small, useful spells into Harry's memory as he flipped through his massive charms compendium and tried random incantations. History of Magic, on the other hand, was aggressively boring, and Harry had been reading about history and politics. Harry had spent the entire year buried in law books during Binns' lectures, but he couldn't honestly say whether his independent study aligned with the lecture material at all. When he admitted this, Pansy, who was undeniably the best at charms, flashed him a sweet smile. "I'll trade you charms tutoring for those potions essays you promised Longbottom," she offered. "Deal," Harry responded quickly. "I want in on this," Theo chimed in. "I'll trade my Transfiguration notes and explanations because, frankly, none of you seem to grasp the theory." "Excuse you," Hermione said without looking up from her book. "Except Hermione," Theo amended. "Probably because I'm the one who actually studies during study group," Hermione retorted sternly. "Oh, Merlin," she bites. "It's a miracle," Daphne gasped delicately. Harry grinned, while Hannah laughed and quickly covered her mouth, and Theo smirked. "I will hex you," Hermione warned. Daphne's smile turned predatory. "I'd love to see you try." At that moment, Anthony shot a stinging hex at Lisa for spilling water on his notes. She jumped to her feet and retaliated. Blaise, who had been sitting with them working on astronomy, somehow got pulled into the fray. Madame Pince descended on them like the wrath of God, chasing them all out of the library, books thumping against their heads. Once outside, Justin, Tracy and Harry separated the bickering Ravenclaws and Blaise. They reorganized their hastily gathered papers and books and headed for the common leisure spaces on the first floor. Throughout the trip, Hermione scolded Blaise, Sue, Anthony and Lisa. Harry considered it a significant victory that Blaise responded to Hermione's tirade with the same indifference he would have shown a pureblood, rolling his eyes and ignoring her, but without any real hard feelings. Despite their smugness about better study planning, even the Slytherins were feeling the pressure. Blaise complained. On the last Sunday before exam week, Harry thought it would be great if the Dark Lord could make his move during the History of Magic portion of the exam. Surely, if we get attacked by an evil wizard during the test, they'll give us all E's, he said wistfully. Theo and Harry exchanged a knowing glance, deciding to keep their thoughts to themselves. Neither of them had a perfectly innocent sense of humour, after all. Just then, Noah Bowl knocked on the first-year dormitory door and called for them to head to the common room. There was a lively debate underway about how to break the anti-cheating charms on the exam quills, either for the sake of academic curiosity or just for the entertainment of watching the stressed upper years argue. Harry, Theo and Blaise quickly gathered their things and rushed to catch the show. As expected, the written Transfiguration exam was tough. Harry emerged feeling like his brain had been squeezed dry, but he also thought he had done reasonably well. The practical portion was much easier. Professor McGonagall even offered him a rare compliment when he transformed a mouse into an ornate snuff box without leaving a trace of its former life. In charms, he executed all the first-year spells perfectly, and managed to get 3 out of 4 unfamiliar ones on his first or second attempt. It was frustrating, but he couldn't have hoped for much better. Astronomy was rather dull, and he navigated herbology with only a few minor nicks from the Barbary ticklemoss. The written and practical portions of Defense Against the Dark Arts were a breeze for him. That was his easiest subject, and with all his extracurricular studying and the constant magical banter and impromptu duels in the Slytherin common room, Quirrell's lessons had always felt a bit lackluster. For their final, Snape had them brewing a forgetfulness potion, which made Harry, Theo and Blaise stifle their laughter as Snape marched around, sneering and peering disdainfully into everyone's cauldrons. Harry produced a perfect potion and handed it in with a respectful nod, even though he didn't particularly care for his head of house. Harry had never been a fan of bullies in general, but he noticed that Snape's hostility had cooled, and he was willing to call it a truce. The last exam was History of Magic, and Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had managed to cover most of the relevant material on his own. For the parts he hadn't, he was confident he could wing it enough to earn a few points. Leaving the stifling classroom, he felt quite cheerful as he made his way down to the lake, where all his friends had agreed to bring food for a little celebration. He waved at the Weasley twins, who were inexplicably tickling the giant squid as it basked in the warm, shallow water. Then he flopped down next to the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws. Needn't have learned about the 1637 werewolf code of conduct or the uprising of Elfric the Eager, Hermione was saying. And on question 32, "Can we please not go over all the exams again?" Neville interjected. Hermione sighed. "Fine." She paused for a moment. "I'm still going to recreate it tonight." "Have you done that for all of them?" Daphne asked, momentarily forgetting her usual disdain for Hermione. "From memory?" "Yes," Hermione replied, looking startled and a bit pleased that Daphne was speaking to her. "It's not that difficult." "I want copies," Daphne declared. Hermione opened her mouth, and Harry could see the yes forming on her lips. He kicked her ankle under the grass. Hermione glanced at him and he shot her a glare. She turned back to Daphne, her expression resolute. "If you stop treating me as inferior because of my blood status," she said. Harry settled back onto the grass with a smirk, while Theo, Tracy and Anthony tried, unsuccessfully, to stifle their laughter. "Fine," Daphne said with a snarl, but she saved a bit of her anger for Harry, who met her gaze with nothing but a grin. He could handle whatever payback Daphne decided to dish out for this one. "Don't be so cocky, Potter," Daphne warned. "I'm passing these on to next year's set. Who can trade me something for it, and you won't see a knut?" "I don't need to," Harry replied smugly. "I've already got copies. It helps that I've been nice to her all year long." Hermione looked slightly offended to be dragged into their power plays, but Harry just grinned at Daphne until she finally relented, offering a tiny, almost imperceptible smile in return. It was cold, more an acknowledgement of a game well played than anything else, but hey, progress. "Harry," Sue exclaimed, dropping onto the grass beside him. "I've been arguing with Justin for 20 minutes. He says not to encourage you, but I've got to know, what was that spell you used on Weasley this morning?" Harry laughed, recalling how delightfully red the Gryffindor boy's face had been before he staggered out of the hall, laughing uncontrollably. He had been saving that spell for a month, ever since he found the charm written on a scrap of paper tucked into a book in the Slytherin library. "Watch," he said with a wink, rolling over to look at Hannah, Lisa and Justin, who had kicked off their shoes, rolled up their trousers and waded into the lake. He pointed his wand at Justin. "Fundyhosen!" In an instant, Justin's pants undid themselves and flew down around his ankles, leaving him in just his white boxers. He yelped, tried to pull his trousers up, and promptly toppled into the lake. "Brilliant," Sue said with a wink. "Harry, that was mean," Hermione chided. "Relax, just a bit of fun," Theo said lazily. Once Hannah and Lisa stopped laughing long enough to help fish Justin out of the lake, Harry cast a drying charm on him, the same one he'd learned from Padma way back in the summer. Justin attempted to look indignant, but his expression changed when Harry offered to teach him the incantation. "Absolutely," Justin said with a grin. "I can use this on Ernie next time he calls." "You're a slimy git," Harry said, and he ended up sharing the incantation and wand movement with the entire group. Just 10 minutes later, Pansy used it on Parvati Patil as she walked by with Lavender Brown, Susan Bones and Sophie Roper. Parvati shrieked a few obscenities and stormed off in a huff. Then Blaise cast it on Pansy while she was laughing, and Sue seized the opportunity to pants Anthony and Lisa almost simultaneously. "I think you may have started a war, mate," Theo remarked. Blaise rolled his eyes. "Like it wasn't intentional." "We were getting boring," Harry replied with a grin. "See? He doesn't even deny it," Blaise said. Harry put on his best innocent face, and they both burst into laughter. They spent a delightful evening playing a gobstones tournament with all the first years. Bulstrode emerged as the winner. Someone managed to sneak in a load of food and drinks into the common room. Half of the upper years got drunk, and everyone had a fantastic time. Except for when 2 fifth years settled some kind of bet by spraying sparks from their wands and setting half the house's hair on fire. Harry went to bed far past midnight, feeling so sleepy that he thought he might actually dodge his nightmares for once. To his surprise, he was completely correct. Harry slept for 9 straight hours, the longest he could remember. The pleasant feeling this brought him was entirely ruined by the fact that the following day turned into a nightmare of its own. According to the rumour mill, Jules Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger and Seamus Finnegan had stopped a crazed Quirrell from stealing Dumbledore's family wealth. Or they had almost been killed by Quirrell before Dumbledore saved them. Or they had gotten into a duel that killed Quirrell when he tried to break it up, leaving Jules Potter unconscious in the hospital wing. There was even a rumour that they had stopped Quirrell from hurling the entire school 700 years into the past, though Harry had no idea where that last rumour came from. The Great Hall was in an uproar during breakfast. Breakfast buzzed with energy as students mingled freely between the house tables. Harry and Blaise made their way over to chat with their friends in Ravenclaw, who quickly spread the word to the Hufflepuffs and then the Gryffindors. To Harry's surprise, a group of middle-year Slytherins approached the end of the table. "Potter," Alton Bole called out. Bole was a fourth-year chaser, flanked by third-year beaters Peregrine Derrick and Adrian Pusey. Behind them, Harry noticed Noah Bole, Alton's younger brother, along with his friends Jodie Harper, Anita Strickland, and Brendan Owens, all second-years, listening intently. "Bole," Harry replied, trying to keep his tone neutral. The other first-years fell silent, watching the exchange with keen interest. Malfoy, visibly fuming, looked as if he might explode with anger that Harry had garnered attention from someone older. Bole nodded toward Blaise, Theo, Daphne and Tracy. "I hear you all have a network with the other houses," he said, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Harry couldn't help but suppress a smirk as he noticed Malfoy's face redden even further. He should have seen this coming. "Yeah," Harry said, sensing that his classmates were leaving the conversation to him. Bole had correctly identified him as the go-to person. After all, he was one of the reasons the study group existed in the first place. "What about it?" "Have you talked to your Gryffindor friends?" Bole asked, his curiosity piqued. "No one seems to know what happened." "Plus, it's your brother in the hospital wing," Pusey added. Theo chimed in. "I don't know if you've noticed, but we're not exactly swapping friendship bracelets with the other Potter." "I'd hope not. He's an idiot," Harry replied, "but I'm betting you still have some idea of what's going on, and whether he'll be awake in time for the Quidditch match," Bole pressed. Harry shrugged. "I know Dumbledore and a bunch of the teachers were—" Harry had heard rumours about a powerful artifact hidden somewhere in the school this year. It seemed that Quirrell wanted to steal it, and that Jules Potter had gotten involved, dragging a group of friends along with him. Harry had no idea what was wrong with Jules, or whether he would wake up in time for the match. "Noted," Bole said, a mean grin spreading across his face. Pusey clapped Harry on the shoulder. Harry suppressed a flinch. He still wasn't comfortable with people touching him, especially those he didn't know well. But he was learning to handle it, as long as he wasn't caught off guard. "I hear we'll see you at tryouts next fall," Pusey said with a wink. "Don't slack off over the summer, Potter. We need more players who are decent on a broom." He and Derrick followed Bole back to their section of the table. "You're trying out for Quidditch?" Malfoy demanded, his voice dripping with disdain. "I might," Harry replied, knowing that playing it cool would only infuriate Malfoy. Sure enough, Malfoy snarled something about "stupid blood traitors" to his friends before storming off in disgust. Theo leaned around Harry, pointed his wand at Malfoy's back and whispered, "Fundyhosen." In an instant, Malfoy's blue silk underwear and pale, skinny legs were on display for half of the mid-year Slytherin and Ravenclaw students, who erupted in laughter. Harry tucked his wand away and returned to his food as if nothing had happened. Daphne raised an eyebrow at him. "Any particular reason he just got pantsed in front of half of next year's Quidditch team?" Harry glanced over at Bletchley, Bole, Derek and Pusey, who were sitting together, laughing uproariously. "Complete coincidence," Thea said innocently. "Not bad," Pansy remarked, still giggling. Harry's eyes drifted to the high table, where Snape was watching them with an unreadable expression. He nodded respectfully in response. Harry returned to his food, oblivious to the chatter around him. His friends gathered once again by the lake, just like the day before. Hermione and Neville were the last to arrive. "I heard Quirrell is trying to destroy Wizarding Britain with time paradoxes," Hannah said eagerly, "and that Jules is in a coma because he saw 700 years of history all at once, and his brain just couldn't handle it." "That's ridiculous," Anthony interrupted. "Time travel is incredibly complicated. Anyone who gets caught in a paradox doesn't come back." "Well, no one's ever survived the killing curse before either. This is Jules Potter we're talking about." "I heard a rumor that Weasley went off the rails and killed Quirrell," Sue Lee chimed in, examining her nails. "Also that Finnegan is secretly the grandson of Gellert Grindelwald, and came here for revenge on Dumbledore and Dumbledore's pet project, Jules Potter. There was one about Quirrell and Snape being secretly in love all year, and the Gryffindor boys filmed them for blackmail, and Snape didn't take it well," Justin added, sparking an immediate outcry of, "Who'd want to date Snape?" and "How could anyone film our teachers without throwing up?" From the Slytherins came a general consensus of, "That's actually really good blackmail material." Hannah waved. Harry turned to see Hermione and Neville finally approaching. Hermione looked exhausted, her hair even frizzier than usual. "Excellent. We can sort out whether this was a secret love affair or just your usual run-of-the-mill murder plot," Blaise drawled. The Gryffindors arrived just in time to catch the tail end of that statement. "What?" Hermione asked, her confusion evident. "Did I hear secret love affair?" "Because I'd love some drama other than this," Neville said. "Oh no, that's part of this whole mess," Thea assured him. "Some people are convinced Quirrell and Snape were, you know." "Blech, what? Snape?" Neville choked out. "I think you traumatized him," Tracy said, shooting Theo a reproachful glance and patting the grass beside her. Gratefully, Neville sank down onto the ground. Harry couldn't help but recall a Muggle nursery rhyme. "Come into my parlour," said the spider to the fly. "Okay, Hermione," Lisa said, her voice brimming with anticipation. "The moment we've all been waiting for. What on earth happened last night?" Hermione took a deep breath and began recounting her night. She explained how she had been hiding in the common room, waiting for the Gryffindors, only to realize too late that they had sneaked out under the invisibility cloak. Dean Thomas, she noted, was stuck in the hospital wing with a bad case of the flu. As the portrait hole closed behind them, she decided to follow. Things had gone awry quickly. She had to dodge Mrs. Norris, distract Peeves, and somehow lost him along the way. By the time she reached the third-floor corridor, she had just enough time to jump in after the boys and save them from the devil's snare using conjured flames. Fluffy, the three-headed dog, had woken up as she dashed past and had settled right on the trapdoor. With no other option, she had to press on through the traps. Jules had caught a flying key, Weasley had managed to navigate a giant chess set and even sacrificed himself to win, while Finnegan had started a fire that distracted a troll long enough for them to slip by. Hermione had faced a particularly tricky riddle, one that seemed like the kind of clever puzzle Snape would concoct. In a moment of reckless bravery, Jules had decided to confront you-know-who alone, while Finnegan rushed back for help. Trapped, the bottles refilled every 3 minutes, and Hermione found herself at a crossroads. Should she go forward to help Jules, or back to find someone else to assist? Harry kept his thoughts on what might have been the wiser choice to himself, but Hermione, ever the Gryffindor, chose to move forward under a notice-me-not charm, just in time to witness the climactic showdown. Quirrell and Jules struggling, falling. Jules and... Quirrell was screaming, his form crumbling to ash beneath Jules' touch, and then, just like that, Jules passed out cold. By the time she was finished, she looked utterly drained. Hannah leaned over and wrapped Hermione in a one-armed hug. "I'm just glad you're okay," she said kindly. Harry could tell Hermione was holding something back. Neville already knew what it was. Theo and Blaise could probably guess the subject of her secret, and like Harry, they knew better than to say anything. The Slytherin girls, however, were less reserved. "You are not telling us everything," Pansy said, watching Hermione closely. "What are you hiding?" "Oi!" Justin interjected sharply. Neville turned pale and Hermione flushed. "I'm not hiding anything," she insisted. "I told you exactly how it happened." "Parkinson's right. There's something off here," Daphne said coolly. Her admission that Pansy was right about anything silenced Pansy for a moment. "Lay off," Harry said. "She almost died at the hands of a madman. That would rattle anyone. I still think you should have gone to McGonagall, but you all survived, so I suppose it worked out." "I was afraid she'd take more points," Hermione admitted. "We're already so low, we really can't afford to lose any more." "On the other hand, if you did, you're already so far behind that it wouldn't matter," Theo added cheerfully. Harry snorted. The twins are definitely taking advantage of that situation. "I can't believe you lot are still thinking about house points," Neville grumbled. "Bloody Slytherins." Tracy grinned at him. "We're never too busy for a bit of friendly competition." Neville gulped. They found out about Voldemort later. You know who was involved, wasn't he?" Harry asked. He, Theo, Blaise, Hermione and Neville were walking back up to the Great Hall together. Hermione flinched and glanced not so subtly at... Theo and Blaise turned their attention back to Harry. "Give up the attempts at non-verbal communication," Theo said. "It looks painful. We already know." "I told them," Harry added. "They're my friends, and they had a right to know." Hermione bit her lip. "Okay." "It's fine, Hermione," Neville said, sounding surprisingly confident. "Just tell them." She took a deep breath and shared the news. "Let me get this straight," Blaise said. "The Dark Lord was riding around on the back of a teacher's head all year, under a turban, possessing him like a giant malevolent pimple, and no one noticed?" "Pretty much," Hermione replied, sounding miserable. "Merlin Dumbledore is useless." "He's a great wizard," Hermione said sharply. "Sure he is," Theo agreed amiably, "but he's also terrible at running a school." "Agree to disagree," Harry interjected, not wanting to start a debate right before dinner. "Hermione, congratulations on surviving the death gauntlet." She smiled at him. "Thanks, Harry." It was as close as he could come to admitting he'd been worried, and that he would miss her if she had died. Harry had never seen the Gryffindor table so subdued. He tried not to enjoy it, but he failed miserably. Even Malfoy's obnoxious, boastful bragging couldn't spoil his mood. "It's thanks to you we're in this position," Daphne reminded him, a gleam in her eye. 30 points above Ravenclaw, and we crushed the Gryffindors. Harry's gaze drifted to the staff table, and he didn't like what he saw. Dumbledore kept looking at the subtly but extremely smug Snape. That damnable twinkle in his eye turned up to full force. "Yeah," Harry said, "about that." Dumbledore stood up. "Another year gone. and I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle before we sink our teeth into our delicious feast." "Waffle? Seriously?" Theo whispered, glaring at his plate. "Does he think we're four? Making fun of himself isn't nearly as funny as he thinks it is." "I think it's supposed to make us like him," Daphne said scornfully. Blaise smirked faintly. "It fails, miserably." Harry hushed them with a quick gesture. Dumbledore had finished reading off the house points, putting Slytherin in the lead. Just as they were about to celebrate, the headmaster raised a hand. "However, recent events must be taken into account. I have a few last-minute points to dish out." The Slytherin's smiles faded slightly. Harry wanted to drop his head into his hands. "How'd you know, Harry?" Pansy asked, catching on to the mood. Harry sighed as Dumbledore turned toward Gryffindor, his twinkle brightening. "Lucky guess. To Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in years, I award 50 points." Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor section. Harry watched as people clapped a dazedly happy Ron Weasley on the back, nearly driving his face into the table. To Mr. Seamus Finnegan, for clever use of magic under extreme duress, I award 50 points. More cheers followed. Harry could see where this was going. Resignation warred with disbelief. "This isn't happening," Daphne hissed. Tracy rolled her eyes and clapped for the sake of appearances. "I'm pretty sure it is. Even my nightmares didn't call this one. To Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Bugger, Bulstrode hissed. They're only 70 ahead now. 64, actually, but Harry wasn't going to correct her. To Mr. Julian Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor House 70 points. Harry stopped capping as the realization sank in. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Harry caught a glimpse of Snape's glare from the corner of his eye and sighed heavily, beginning to clap his hands together politely for the sake of appearances. "Nerve and courage," Theo complained, "as if any of us would get points for pure cunning or outstanding resourcefulness." If the administration liked Gryffindor any more, it would be the only house, Daphne added. Harry shot a glare across the hall at Jules' back. "I'm pretty sure they only keep all four of us around to watch the drama unfold." With a smile, Dumbledore announced, "I believe a change of decoration is in order." Harry groaned, finally giving in to the urge to drop his head onto the table. Jules and Weasley were going to be absolutely insufferable this summer. "Jules!" Harry called out. Jules stopped and turned, his expression wary. "Yeah?" Harry resisted the urge to cross his arms. "Look, I know we haven't been on the best of terms this year." "That's one way of putting it," Jules muttered. "I wrote to Dad twice back in autumn," Harry said, struggling to suppress the bitterness that threatened to overwhelm him at the memory of not receiving a response. "He never answered. I can make other arrangements if you all don't want me at home this summer, but I'd like to know for sure, if I have to." "Dad hasn't written? At all?" Jules asked, visibly shocked. Harry almost thought he was faking it, but Jules wasn't that good a liar. "I thought—" "Never mind. So, you want me to talk to him?" "Yeah," Harry replied, "and let me know, or tell him to write to me." "Okay." They hesitated, an awkward silence hanging between them. Harry felt uncertain and annoyed about it. They'd been at odds all year, but now his animosity was slipping away. "Congratulations," he said at last, "for Quirrell. I'm glad you didn't die." Impossibly, James almost... Harry smiled. Thanks, yeah, me too. He nodded sharply, deciding that this brief moment of brotherly connection was enough for one day, especially after a year of glaring at each other in the hallways. It was time to go before one of them said something awkward or one of their friends showed up, ruining the moment. "Harry," Jules said suddenly. Harry turned back to him. His brother looked uncertain. Theo not. Hermione says he's not a blood purist. Is that true?" "If you're asking me, then either you don't trust Hermione's judgment, or you think she's lying to you," Harry replied with a smirk. This was familiar territory, teasing the Gryffindors. "So, which is it?" "Shut up," Jules said, scowling. "Why do you always—" "Never mind. Forget I asked." "He's not. We're not all what our families might have wanted us to be," Harry said, tapping the Slytherin crest on his robes. A bitter smile twisted his mouth, and for once he didn't try to hide it. "Okay," Jules said, looking slightly pained. If you want, we can hang out this summer. Not can come." "Zabini?" Harry blurted out before he could stop himself. "And if this happens at the Weasleys, it'll end badly." "Zabini's a blood purist," Jules replied. "I know it for a fact." "Well, I also know that he enjoys the company of both Hermione and Justin, and he respects both of their abilities as witch and wizard." This was non-negotiable. Harry would be outnumbered by Jules' entire circle of hostile Gryffindor friends, and he wanted backup. "I'll talk to Dad," Jules said. Harry nodded. "We can hang out. I guess it'll be fun." He attempted a smile. "And with the trace, if we meet somewhere that's not a wizarding home, we'll be forced to not hex each other." "This is so weird," Jules muttered. "After the year we've had, this—" "Honestly, that conversation shouldn't even rank on your weird scale," Harry said to Jules. "Wait up. Oh, it's you." "Well spotted, Weasley," Harry replied, flashing the redhead a lazy smile. "Done stuffing your face?" Weasley flushed. "I was hungry." "Trust me, we could all tell." Harry was already determined to avoid sitting across from Weasley during meals at the same table. His manners were atrocious. Sure, Harry's had been rough at the beginning of the year, but he'd quickly learned from the other Slytherins. Weasley still ate like a starving caveman. "Lay off," Jules interjected, turning a pointed stare on Weasley. "Both of you." Harry plastered a sunny expression on his face. "Let's start over. Weasley, so good to see you. Congratulations on surviving the traps. I hear you're quite good at chess." Neither of them seemed to know how to respond. Harry had to fight hard to keep from smirking. He meant the compliment, but delivering it in a falsely pleasant tone made them both suspicious. Annoying Gryffindors was honestly hilarious. "Thanks," Weasley replied stiffly. "Dumbledore's looking for you, by the way. Go to Snape's office." "I'll head straight there. See you this summer," Harry said with a cheery smile, then turned and walked away, hands in his pockets and a bounce in his step that didn't quite match his thoughts. "Did that just happen?" Harry heard Weasley ask behind him. As soon as he was out of their line of sight, Harry started jogging. Snape didn't like to be kept waiting, and he had no idea how long Weasley had taken to deliver that message. He skidded to a halt outside his head of house's office, paused for a few seconds to catch his breath, and knocked. "Enter." Harry pushed the door open and stepped inside, straight-backed and blank-faced. "You wanted to see me, sir?" "I did," Snape said, examining. "I suppose we can credit your improved attire to Miss Greengrass. I should thank her. You almost look like a proper Slytherin." Harry was fairly certain Snape had just given him a compliment, albeit in the most convoluted and backhanded way possible, or at least the Snape version of a compliment. "Thank you, sir." "I've called you here because I wanted to speak with you before taking you to the headmaster's office," Snape said. "He has requested your presence." "Requested or ordered?" "It concerns your plans for residence this summer." Harry's stomach dropped. He fought to maintain his composure. What authority does the headmaster have to dictate where I go during the summer, sir?" "You'll find that Albus Dumbledore's reach extends far beyond this school," Snape replied, a hint of a sneer creeping into his voice, something only a Slytherin would pick up on. Harry had suspected as much from his history and political readings, as well as from slithering conversations about the ministry, but he hadn't expected it to extend to this. "Mr. Potter." Something in Snape's tone made Harry look up and focus. "Slytherin House favours students who are cunning, resourceful, clever, sly, rational, self-disciplined, and willing to break the rules in pursuit of what they want," Snape said, his gaze piercing. "I have been head of Slytherin House for a decade now, Mr. Potter, and I have found that these traits are often fostered in certain upbringings." Oh. So Slytherin tends to host students with less than ideal childhoods at a greater rate than our sibling houses. Snape's voice was perfectly neutral, which was the only thing keeping Harry from reacting. He didn't want this man thinking of him as weak. He didn't trust Snape enough to share this information about himself, especially when it could be turned against him or spread around, turning Harry into a figure of pity. "I have grown somewhat skilled at recognizing the signs. It is not always easy to tell when Is there a situation that permits or requires my interference? I'm asking you now, Mr. Potter, do I need to interfere?" Okay, he wasn't asking Harry to talk about it, nor was he going to bring anything up or ask about his feelings. Harry could work with this. "I have alternate plans for the summer, sir," Harry said, striving to keep his voice steady. He would never know just how impressed Snape was by his composure at that moment. After all, he was only 11. "If James Potter won't let me come to Potter Manor, I can stay with several friends, so I don't have to go back." They both understood what back meant. "Very well. If that ever changes, as a member of my house, you are encouraged to contact me." Snape slid a piece of parchment across his desk to Harry, who pocketed it without looking at it. "My address, in case you do not have access to wizarding lines of communication." Harry didn't want to feel grateful to Snape for anything. The man had bullied Neville, and was a cold, distant git. Yet there was an uncomfortable tightness in his throat as he considered all the angles, searching for hidden motives. "Thank you, sir." Snape nodded, looking as uncomfortable as Harry felt. "Excellent. Now that's settled, follow me." He strode out of the room, his black robes billowing dramatically. Harry had to jog to keep up with his head's longer strides, wondering if the robes were enchanted for maximum effect. Snape led him up and out of the dungeons, stopping in front of a pair of gargoyle statues that Harry vaguely remembered seeing before. "Cockroach clusters," he sneered, and the gargoyles leaped aside, revealing a door behind them. Harry pushed it open and climbed the spiral staircase, acutely aware of Snape behind him and the wand holstered at his side. "Harry, come in, my boy. Severus, thank you for bringing him. Please, both of you, have a seat." Dumbledore twinkled at Harry, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Harry had the distinct feeling that a stronger twinkle meant he was about to hear something he wouldn't want to hear. The chairs were surprisingly comfortable, and as Harry settled into his seat directly across from the headmaster, Snape perched to his right, his expression blank and unreadable. Harry took that to mean he was extremely uncomfortable and trying to hide it, so he attempted to mirror Snape's stoic demeanor. "I'm sure you're wondering why I've called you here," Dumbledore began. "Yes, sir," Harry replied, uncertain if Snape had been given permission to explain the situation, or if he was testing Harry's discretion. Either way, he decided not to mention the warning he had received. "I'm aware that your Muggle relatives do not take well to Owlpost. Would I be correct in assuming that you have not contacted them this school year?" "You would, sir." A wave of unease washed over Harry. Dumbledore smiled kindly. "Well, in that case, I'm sure you still need to make arrangements for them to pick you up from the station. I can arrange for a letter to arrive at their home through Muggle channels within an hour or two, if you—" "Excuse me," Harry interrupted. "Sir, I can't. You seem to have some incorrect information. I'm not going back to the Dursleys this summer." The twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes dimmed. "Harry?" "I have other arrangements," Harry said firmly. "I don't know yet if James will let me come back to Potter Manor, but if he doesn't, my friend Neville Longbottom has offered his family home. I don't need—" "Harry," Dumbledore interjected gently, "I must stop you there. You see, it is not a matter of you having other options, but of other complications. You must return to the Dursleys this summer." "With all due respect, Headmaster, you don't have a say in where I go or what I do outside of school," Harry said as politely as he could manage. "I don't see where you get the authority to force me back to people who haven't treated me very well." That was an understatement. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore began, but Harry could feel the tension rising in the room. Snape spoke quietly but firmly, a reprimand, a reminder for Harry to stop and think. Harry set his jaw. Dumbledore was old and powerful, both politically and magically, while he was just an 11-year-old grappling with authority issues. If it came down to it, Dumbledore could easily overpower him without a second thought. Forcing Dumbledore to admit he was manipulating things to send Harry back to a difficult home wouldn't help their relationship, nor would it aid Harry in getting what he needed from Dumbledore in the future. Clearly, the headmaster wasn't about to change his mind. "Can you tell me why?" Harry asked instead. Dumbledore looked relieved. "There are blood wards linked to the Dursley home, Harry. These wards were erected with ancient, powerful magic when your mother died, in an effort to protect both you and Jules from Voldemort. They are connected to her sister and to you. As long as either you or Jules calls that place home, the wards will remain, providing both of you with a safe haven in case of an emergency." Harry imagined himself and Jules hiding in that house while the Dursleys went about their lives and Death Eaters tried to breach the wards, and he winced. This seemed incredibly foolish to him. "I lived there for 10 years, sir. Surely Jules could call the Dursleys' house home for this summer and keep the wards up." He knew it wouldn't work, but he wanted to see Dumbledore's reaction. "Ah, Harry, if only it were that simple," Dumbledore replied. "I'm afraid Jules needs to go to his training." How considerate of him. "And the logistics of retrieving and returning him to number 4 Privet Drive every day would be a nightmare, one the Dursleys wouldn't appreciate." No, it's far simpler for you to continue as you have. Translation: Jules would always be more important than Harry, his privileges taking precedence over Harry's needs, no matter the toll on Harry's well-being. Harry's frustration bubbled to the surface as he confronted Dumbledore. "How long, sir?" Dumbledore blinked, momentarily taken aback. "I'm sorry, my boy?" Harry pressed on. "How long do I have to stay with the Dursleys this summer to keep the wards active?" Dumbledore's gaze sharpened as he considered Harry's question. "I must say I am not entirely sure." He studied Harry more closely now, realizing that this was not the boy he had expected to deal with. Harry was done being what others wanted him to be. 3 weeks, I believe, would be sufficient. "I will stay 3, Harry replied firmly. "After that I've done my part for the boy who lived's welfare, and I'm free to live where I want. With my father's awareness, of course." "Of course," Dumbledore agreed, still observing Harry with an intensity that made the twinkle in his eye vanish, replaced by a shrewdness that reminded Harry of the man's formidable power. "That seems entirely reasonable. I should also inform you that I will have watchers assigned to the house to ensure your safety." Harry's thoughts raced. "You mean to spy on me? If these wards are so great, then I should be safe from Death Eaters, and you clearly don't care about my aunt and uncle." He managed to flash Dumbledore his most charming, polite smile. "Thank you, sir. I'm glad we're on the same page. Was that all?" "Indeed it was," Dumbledore replied slowly. "Have a pleasant summer, Harry." "I'll do my best. No thanks to you," he thought. "Good afternoon, Albus," Snape said, and he and Harry made their way out. It took most of the walk back to the dungeons for Harry to rein in his anger, trying not to imagine hexing anything that annoyed him into pieces. "Thank you, sir," he said as they passed Snape's office, expecting this would be the last time he'd see the professor until the next term. "Mr. Potter." Harry turned back. "Sir?" Snape had paused outside his office, his expression as unreadable as ever. "I confess, when you were sorted, I thought it some kind of cosmic joke. However, it seems there is hope for you in Slytherin yet. Don't forget to owl me if you need anything." Snape jerked his head and swept into his office, slamming the door behind him. Harry stood there, mouth agape. Had Snape just approved of him? After a year filled with cold glares and a refusal to acknowledge Harry's nearly perfect potions, this felt surreal. Feeling a bit lighter, Harry made his way to the common room. Blay and Theo reacted exactly as he had expected. Both were furious, spending a solid 5 minutes crafting creative insults directed at Dumbledore. While this was somewhat therapeutic, it didn't actually resolve anything. Harry let them vent and began to plan. They agreed to write to each other during the weeks he would be at the Dursleys. Once he moved to either Potter Manor or Longbottom Manor, they'd resume their summer spell practice and hopefully involve some of their other friends. "Wait," Theo said suddenly, his face pale with horror, just as Harry thought they had everything settled. "If Dumbledore has watchers, you can't use wandless magic. You have no idea how closely they're monitoring you. If it's a house elf, it could follow you day and night without being seen." "Well, that's just all kinds of creepy," Harry snapped, rubbing his forehead in frustration. He had been counting on using wandless magic to avoid the trace and intimidate the Dursleys into treating him more like an actual human being. Not to mention bloody frustrating. Blay shook his head in disgust. A school headmaster shouldn't have this much influence. He'd do a better job providing service to the students by walking around and using his beard as a boot brush to shine our shoes than by leading the school, Theo added, and they were off again. Even Hermione and Neville's confidence in Dumbledore was shaken when Harry shared the news. He probably shouldn't have felt vindicated by that, but he did. Hermione promised to write him, and even hugged him when she found out, which Harry allowed, though it made him as tense as a board. Neville seemed to struggle with the realization that Dumbledore was... It felt strange for Harry to do something that didn't align with the Gryffindor view of Neville as the paragon of wisdom and kindness. Yet Neville insisted that Harry could come to Longbottom Manor at any time over the summer. "You got me through potions this year. I'm pretty sure Snape would have had a breakdown without your help," Neville said earnestly. "Even if we weren't friends, I'd owe you for that. And we are friends. So, you can come. I mean, if you want. I know you'd probably rather be with Theo or Blaise." Harry quickly assured him that he genuinely wanted to visit, and believed he'd have just as much fun with Neville as he would with the others. It was a relief to see that both he and Neville felt a bit anxious about this. Before they could dwell on it too long, Lisa, Pansy and Blaise pulled them into a game of truth or dare in a dusty, disused corridor on the 4th floor, eager to celebrate their last night together before heading home. Chapter 9. The First Goodbye. Harry sat with a heavy heart as he read his father's letter. "Harry, this is hard for me to do. When you went to Slytherin, no Potter has been in Slytherin for centuries. It just doesn't happen. I've never had a good experience with a Slytherin. I apologize for not writing this year. I received your letters last fall and didn't know what to say. I was angry enough that I thought it was better not to respond. Jules tells me you're worried about where you'll stay this summer. Potter Manor is legally always open to its heir, but I think we rushed things last summer. I should have known not to expect you to be a carbon copy of Jules or to integrate into our family without a hitch. If you spend this summer with the Longbottoms after your stay at the Dursleys is over, Dumbledore wrote to me about the plan, you, Jules and your friends can spend time together, and you can have some time with just Jules and me. We can start trying to piece this family back together." Harry scowled at the parchment. At least his father had been prompt. He had only spoken to Jules 2 days ago, and tomorrow they'd be boarding the Hogwarts Express for King's Cross. But still, he muttered, he only invited me home because he's legally obligated to. He voiced his frustration to Theo, Pansy and Blaise over breakfast. The rest of their year-mates were still asleep, but Harry had risen early, and his 3 closest Slytherin friends had joined him. "And that last bit? Piece our family together? No thanks. I'm not interested in having him as my family. Git." He attacked his porridge with a scowl. "He legally can't disinherit you either," Pansy reminded him. "Not without a felony conviction with a 4+ year sentence, or a proven magical or mental handicap that would prevent you from running an estate, which clearly you don't have. Blaise, darling, pass the cherries." Harry smirked and flicked his wand at a bowl of cherries. Wingardium Leviosa, Incendio, Alohomora, and Glacie were still the only spells Harry could cast non-verbally. They were the closest to his wandless magic abilities, and he didn't think he'd be able to master any more spells for a long time. Still, it made Pansy's eyes widen when the bowl floated over to her. You just wordlessly... How?" she squeaked, her cherries forgotten. "Harry's special," Theo drawled. Pansy promptly threw a cherry at his head. "Open the other one," Blaise said, ignoring the exchange, exuding the air of a disdainful adult letting the children play. Harry was impressed he could pull that off, considering they were all the same age. He picked up the other envelope, addressed to Harry Potter in handwriting that resembled James's and the messier. 3 guesses, he said, breaking the seal. "Cornelius Fudge," Theo said, adopting a pompous tone. "Nope." "That might actually say something interesting," Harry replied with a grin as he unfolded his brother's letter. "Harry, I wrote Dad. He said he'd write back once he figured out what to say. I'm writing because the twins said it might cause you problems in Slytherin if you look too friendly with me. I was going to track you down during dinner last night, actually, but they convinced me not to. Is it really that bad for you in Slytherin? I'd like to try to be friendly at least, but let me know if your house won't let you. Remind me to thank the Weasley twins later," Harry said, wincing at the thought of Jules Potter venturing into Slytherin territory. On his own, it might not be too bad, but he'd almost definitely bring backup, most likely a Weasley and/or Finnegan, which would almost definitely lead to hexes. "So you know how my birthday is kind of a big social event in the summers? I was thinking we should make it a joint thing this year. You invite your friends, I'll invite mine." Dad says, "No suspected Death Eaters or their children." I think I can convince him to make an exception for not, since Hermione will back me up. We can do the social thing, let the reporters take their pictures, and then have our actual birthday celebration with just our friends once the guests leave. If it goes up in flames, we'll know not to keep trying to mix our friends. I know you don't like the Dursleys much, but it'll be fine. Write to me after you leave and we can, I don't know, do something that doesn't involve hexing each other, preferably. I'll even leave Ron behind. I know you and he don't get along. Jules. Look at that. The other Potter grew a brain, Theo remarked, giving the letter a cursory glance. Wonder where it's been hiding all year. I think realizing Quirrell was the bad guy all along hit him like a ton of bricks, Harry replied. Quirrell is evil and Snape isn't. My smarter twin was right. Hey, maybe he's not evil either. What does it say? Pansy asked, reaching for the letter, but Blaise was quicker. He read it aloud, his eyebrows slowly rising. It says, "Dear Pansy, we are going to be hanging out with the other Potter and his fan club some this summer," Blaise announced. "I can be friendly with you." Jules looked up. "Huh? Oh, Harry, hi. Sit?" "No, thanks," Harry said, adjusting the strap of his bag. He had a few library books to return before finishing his packing. "Just wanted to clear something up. I can be friendly with you. Slytherin politics are complicated, but not that brutal." It was only a partial lie. It would be harder for Harry if he was known to be on decent terms with his brother, but he could handle it. It helped that his feud with James was a poorly kept secret. "It's just maybe not a great plan to march over to the Slytherin table in the middle of breakfast to invite me to a joint birthday party backed by the dumbass duo." "Hey!" Weasley exclaimed. Harry protested with a charming smile. "Just kidding." Jules said, clearly skeptical about Slytherin. "Okay, so you like the birthday plan then?" "It's worth trying," Harry replied, "but there's one condition. You all need to keep the Death Eater comments out of it. I'm sure you can manage a few hours in the company of Slytherin pre-teens without calling them murderous lunatics. Only if you keep your crowd from firing hexes from behind," Weasley interjected immediately. "We know you do it." "No hexes from either side, and no Death Eater comments from you," Harry insisted. "If someone does call one of us a Death Eater, all bets are off, and you can count on magical payback. Deal?" "Deal," Jules said, glancing at Weasley and Finnegan. Weasley nodded in agreement. Finnegan glared at Harry for a few more seconds before he reluctantly relented. "Great, see you guys," Harry said, as he was suddenly approached by Fred and George in the hall. "So," Fred began, and Harry had finally managed to tell them apart. He thought, "We see you've been putting our little jinx to good use," Fred continued. "Nailing Malfoy in the Great Hall was excellent," George added. "Truly inspired," Fred chimed in. "The Slytherin Quidditch team seemed to find it particularly amusing." "Surely that was just a coincidence," Harry grinned, playing innocent. "I've no idea what you're talking about," he said. "Sure you don't," George said with a wink. "Word is you're trying out next year." "We'd be happy to fly with you this summer," Fred offered. "Not that we'll give up Gryffindor maneuvers, mind you." "Of course not," Harry agreed. "And I don't actually know any Slytherin maneuvers to share yet." That wasn't entirely true. Wright had taught him some things that the seventh year had warned him not to show anyone outside Slytherin on pain of death, even if he didn't make the team. But Harry could keep those secrets to himself. "Can't wait," George said eagerly. "Can't wait to see Icklronikin's face when you cream him," Fred added with a laugh. "I won't be," Harry said sweetly. "Not until Quidditch next year, if he even makes the team. He and Jules won't see me fly, or get any idea of my skill level." Both twins snickered and winked at him. "Sneaky you are," Fred remarked. "Worthy of Slytherin," George added. "You're pretty sneaky yourselves," Harry pointed out. "Ah, but we are much fonder of attention than you Slytherin lot," George replied, and Harry laughed. They really were impossible not to like, at least for him. "See you this summer," Harry said. "Oh, definitely," Fred said with a smile that promised chaos. As Harry headed for the library, he felt a mix of vague terror and excitement about the kinds of pranks the twins would pull, and what he could learn from them in the process. Justin, Hannah, Lisa, and Anthony had managed to snag one of the compartments using expansion charms and locked the door to keep the upperclassmen out. This meant all of Harry's friends piled into the same compartment. Even Hermione and Neville showed up eventually. "Ron and Seamus were playing with the animals," Hermione said irritably. "They wouldn't give Trevor back to Neville. Once they started trying to juggle Trevor and Ron's stupid rat, I levitated the toad away from them and we left." "How about some exploding snap?" Justin suggested, clearly interpreting Neville's expression as a cue to help him unwind. This probably would have worked better if he hadn't chosen a card game that involved exploding cards. Harry shifted to let Neville sit between him and Theo. Between the two of them, they prodded and teased the Gryffindor out of his nervousness. It took nearly an hour, but they eventually got him shouting and taking risks along with the rest of them. Remarkably, Neville's fingers didn't end up more scorched than anyone else's. Harry brought up the birthday party and told them they were all invited. "It's a bit of a social arse-kissing session," Theo said, "but it should be fun to watch full-on adults. Practically kowtow to the boy who lived." "I promised Jules no hexes," Harry replied, "so no one can fundy-hosen him while he's talking to the minister." Lisa, Sue, Theo, and Blaise all looked as if he had just taken away their Christmas gifts. "How'd you know we were thinking that?" Lisa demanded. Harry grinned at her. "Lisa, trust me, that was the first thing that crossed my mind when Theo told me exactly what kind of social gathering this is. Plus, I know you." She let out a theatrical sigh and returned to her sketchpad. "You said no hexes," Blaise pointed out. "What about pranks that don't involve magic?" Harry smirked. "Just don't get caught." "Thank you for that brilliant piece of advice, O wise one," Theo replied, rolling his eyes. Harry elbowed him playfully. About half an hour before they arrived, people started to peel off to say goodbye to their housemates and, for the Muggleborns, to change out of their robes. Eventually, only Blaise, Theo, Pansy, and Harry remained in the compartment. Harry noticed, within about 5 minutes of reading and casual conversation, that Blaise seemed to have something on his mind. "Spit it out, Blaise," Harry encouraged. Pansy instantly turned away from Theo, who she had been bothering while he read, and faced Blaise. "Yes, please do." Blaise frowned at them both. "I think Dumbledore set your brother up for a confrontation with Quirrell." Pansy pounced on his hesitation. "You were going to say something else," she said, leaning forward intently. "Not Quirrell. Was Quirrell working for someone? Was he actually involved? Or did he die in the crossfire and they blamed him as a cover-up?" "I love having friends who think like this," Harry said, feigning bliss. "I'm serious, Harry," Blaise scowled. "I know, I think the same thing," Harry admitted, finally closing his book and looking up at Blaise. "But there's not much we can do, is there? It's not like Jules would believe me." "Hold on. Why do we think that?" Pansy asked. Theo suddenly realized. "Because of the traps. The devil's snare, either Neville or Hermione. A seeker's trap for Jules, a giant chessboard for Weasley, and the troll for all of them. Hermione has already helped take one down once, and so has Neville. Finnegan's a pyromaniac, and Harry here has already proven that trolls can be defeated with fire. Then there's the logic puzzle, which is also Hermione's specialty, and finally, the Mirror of Erised, which Jules and Weasley have already beaten." Pansy blinked. "Well, that complicates things." Blaise frowned at Harry. "Were you just going to keep quiet about this?" "I was waiting to see if you'd notice," Harry replied with a grin. "Wanker," Blaise muttered, returning to his book. "Don't think I've forgotten," Pansy said. "Harry, who did Blaise almost mention?" Harry glanced at Blaise. Blaise thought for a moment and then nodded. Theo observed the exchange, waiting. Seconds stretched into what felt like a minute before Theo nodded as well. Harry then cast a colloportus charm on their compartment door and began to tell Pansy about Voldemort. He was acutely aware of the surreal nature of the moment. Here he was, the boy who lived's Slytherin twin, sitting in a compartment with the son of the Black Widow, the son of a suspected Death Eater, and the daughter of a dark, pure-blood family, discussing how Lord Voldemort was still alive in some form and trying to return. Yet, somehow, Pansy had become a friend over the past few months, and if he couldn't trust Blaise and Theo by now, he couldn't trust anyone. When he finished, Pansy tilted her head, processing the information for a few seconds before asking him point blank, "Where will you stand if he comes back?" Harry looked around the compartment. Blaise was pretending to be disdainfully amused with the lot of them, and Theo was aggressively faking disinterest. Boredom hung in the air, signaling to Harry that they were both fully invested in the conversation. "I'm going to fight him," he said quietly, but with conviction. He had been wrestling with this thought ever since Hermione had first told him, her voice trembling, about watching Jules face off against Voldemort. "He killed my mum. I don't remember her, but maybe if he hadn't, maybe I would love her. Maybe things would be different. I don't know, and now I never will. More personally, he's the reason I spent 10 years in misery with my Muggle relatives. For that alone, I want him dead. Preferably painfully." He smirked, trying to lighten the mood. Besides, it's not like Jules and his Gryffindor friends could win any kind of war without a little cunning to back them up. Blaise and Theo exchanged a glance. "Guess that means we better brush up on our dueling," Blaise remarked, "since we're probably going to be dragged into this with you." He turned to Pansy. "Exploding snap?" And just like that, the tension dissipated. Harry and Theo went to retrieve their owl cages from the storage compartment, leaving Blaise and Pansy to bicker over burned fingers. "Did you mean it?" Theo asked quietly. Harry paused before responding. "Yeah, but look, mate, I know about your dad and all. I'm not asking anyone to join me in this, and we're only 11, almost 12. I'm not planning on fighting anytime soon. Just, if he comes back, you know where I'll stand, and I intend to be ready to stand there." "I know," Theo replied. "Honestly, I think you'll be better at it than your idiot brother." "He's not as bad as my idiot father," Harry muttered. Theo snorted, and they walked in silence for a while. "My father's not an easy man to defy," he said almost in a whisper, "but you know I don't subscribe to that kill all the muggles ideology." "I do," Harry said. "Hermione backed you on that one to Jules." "That seems like it was quite an interesting conversation," Harry said. "I bet," Theo replied sourly. After a moment, Harry nudged Theo's shoulder lightly with his own. Theo pushed back, a bit harder this time. They left it at that. After all, they were Slytherins. They didn't need to spell everything out. "Need time to perfect it," came George's voice. Harry recognized it immediately and grabbed Theo's arm, pulling him to a stop. Theo shot him an irritated look, but Harry made a hushing noise and pointed at a compartment door that had slid open a couple of inches. "And money," Fred added. "Time we've got. We just finished third year," George said. "The fireworks aren't blowing up anymore," Fred chimed in. "They're also the wrong color. We need better materials," George replied. "Like Mum would ever let us find an investor," Fred grumbled, "or work on our stuff, or do much of anything other than try for owls and newts and respectable ministry jobs, since that's worked out so well for Percy and Dad." "We wouldn't find an investor anyway. We're barely 14, Theo added. Harry's eyes widened as an idea struck him. Theo squinted at him. "I know that look," he hissed. "You've got an idea." Harry pushed the door open wider. "How about an investor who's younger than you?" Both twins jumped about 3 inches into the air, their wands drawn by the time they landed back on the benches. "You're jumpy," Theo said, following Harry into the compartment and closing the door. "Didn't sleep enough? Or maybe you were talking about things you don't want overheard." "Don't leave the compartment door unlocked in the future. It slid open," Harry advised. George and Fred lowered their wands. "Did you say something about investing?" George asked. "I did," Harry replied, reaching for the Gringotts bag in his pocket. "That book you sent me for Christmas. I'm pretty sure you enchanted it yourselves. I spent months searching and didn't find any references to it, which tells me you two invented Fundihosen. At 13 and without dying in an experimental explosion." "Magic accident," Harry said. "You didn't tell us it was experimental," Theo replied indignantly. Harry shrugged. "I knew it worked by then. What would have been the point? Plus, I figured these two wouldn't want it getting back to their mum that they were dabbling in experimental magic. Or Percy. Or Ron. Or, hey, the ministry," Theo added, catching on and grinning at the twins. "Seeing as experimental charms licenses are regulated to hell and back." The twins exchanged glances. "Oh, don't worry. I'm not blackmailing you," Harry assured them. "The point is, you're prodigies. I don't care what's on your score reports. I'm curious about what you'll create with more funds." Now there was definitely an interested gleam in the twins' eyes. "How much are we talking?" Fred asked. "How about 20 galleons to begin with?" Harry suggested. It was a decent sum, about 5 times what he'd spent on their Zonko's Christmas gift. He pulled a bag of money from his Gringotts bag and held it out. Fred and George exchanged identical Cheshire Cat grins as Fred took the bag. "Pleasure doing business with you," Fred said. "Write me," Harry instructed. "Later this summer we'll talk. Once you start producing things, I want priority orders and a small discount." "I knew it was going to be fun having you around," George remarked. "You dumped me in a lake," Harry reminded him. "And you handled it well," Fred chimed in. "Almost drowned me when I hauled you out of the water. And you looked like you were about to hex Ron to bits." "We always love needling our brothers," George said. Harry smiled at them and then left. Blaise and Theo both looked sceptically at Harry's hideous muggle clothes. "What in Merlin's name are you wearing?" Blaise demanded. "It's horrid." "My cousin Dudley's old clothes," Harry replied with distaste. "Is he related to Hagrid by any chance?" Theo asked, poking his wand at the extra folds of fabric on the outside of Harry's leg. "Nah, Hagrid's nice, if a bit oafish," Harry said. "Dudley is just a spoiled little monster. Think Malfoy with stupid parents, no magic, and maybe 4 times the size." Blaise and Theo exchanged disgusted looks. "And you can't wear your wizarding clothes?" Blaise asked. "Not even buy some quality muggle ones?" "I wish. No, Aunt Petunia would flip tables trying to figure out where I got the money for them. They have no idea about my inheritance in Gringotts, and I fully intend to keep it that way. Plus, I'd probably ruin them. I'll likely have some chores to do." Theo frowned. "It's appalling," Blaise said. "A wizard, forced to work for muggles." "On the upside," Harry replied, "they don't know I'm not allowed to use magic outside of school, so as long as I don't do any, I can probably threaten my cousin to keep him in line." "Want to come meet my uncle?" Harry asked impulsively. "He's coming to pick me up. If you leave your things by the flue—" "Oh, yes," Theo said, a gleam in his eye. "I would love to meet your uncle." Harry knew exactly what that expression meant and grinned. "Great, let's go." Theo and Blaise followed him back through the barrier. Blaise looked disdainfully at the muggles, many of whom were giving them odd looks. Harry, in his oversized, worn-down clothes, carrying a large, empty birdcage and wearing his pack with a collapsed trunk secured inside. Blaise and Theo in summer robes, trousers, and leather shoes. "There," he muttered, pointing. Uncle Vernon glowered at them as they approached. His face was red, and he was even more massive than Harry remembered. Harry contemplated setting that stupid mustache on fire. "Merlin, he's disgusting," Blaise hissed. Theo folded his arms. "How much does he eat?" "A lot. Hello, Uncle Vernon." "Boy," Uncle Vernon replied, glancing over. Blaise and Theo curled their lips in disdain. "Hurry up, we haven't got all day," Blaise urged. Theo discreetly pointed his wand, hiding it within the folds of his robes, while Harry and Blaise pretended not to notice. "Tarantalegra," Uncle Vernon shouted, and suddenly his legs began to dance uncontrollably. Expletives echoed through King's Cross, drawing shocked glances from dozens of passers-by. Some hurried on, visibly disgusted, while others couldn't help but laugh. "Enough," Harry muttered after a few seconds. Theo sighed and ended the enchantment. "You're no fun," he remarked. "I've got to live with him," Harry retorted. "Just wait until we're 17, Theo said with a malevolent grin. Blaise took a good look at Uncle Vernon. Harry's uncle was gasping for breath, glistening with sweat, and glancing around wildly, clearly in shock. Harry winked at his friends and approached his uncle cautiously. "Uncle Vernon?" he asked as politely as he could manage. Are you quite all right? There's a bench over there if you need to sit down for a bit." "No," Uncle Vernon growled, casting a fearful look back at Blaise and Theo. "No, hurry up. We need to get away from that lot. I don't understand why they let your kind wander around in public looking like that. It shouldn't be allowed. It's a public disgrace." Harry shifted his pack on his shoulders, tuned out his uncle's rant, and braced himself for 3 more weeks with the Dursleys.